currently views me as a new brother. Stats, skills, likes, friendship, marksmanship, fooling around mood, cheerful, mournful favorability. 80 looks like that was the last of the status screens. I wanted to suck in a cold breath of air, seeing all of these monsters present in one small area. I couldn't believe Prince Olivert's level either. I guess he truly was a monster? I wonder which one was more off a monster here. Prince Oliver being level 100 at 12 years old, or Aurelia being level 150 at 15 years old. There were varying degrees of favorability as well. And it already reached 80 with Prince Oliver. Guess he really hit off with me in these couple of moments. Either way, I would have to review all of this information at a later date, because I need to see where that thud came from. And the moment I looked out of the window to see the car's roof, sure enough, Rosalia decided to show up out of the blue. That's just great, isn't it? She does tend to do that a lot, doesn't she? I could only let out a low groan, seeing Rosalia standing nonchalantly on the car's roof, ignoring the gun pointed at her. Meanwhile, going back a few moments, Aaron Village, a rather lovely and mystical village, as if it came straight out of fantasy world. It was a very secluded village as well. Not many homes could be seen, and yet visible mana was present everywhere. It was very thick, one could cast spells with ease here. It was located deep within Ismia Great Forest, which was situated on the western half of Erebonia. The closest city that reached this forest was Saint Ark, which was ruled by one of the great houses, the Hyarm family. One leading figure of the Hyarms family was Patrick Hyarms, who would eventually get rather acquainted with Reen Swartzer during their stay at Thor's military academy. But for now, this village lived in seclusion away from the public populace. And for good reason, too. It was a hidden village which housed the witches of the Hexen clan. Isola, Vita, and Rosalia were not the only witches who could be found here. Plus, this village had a special rule: no ins or outs, unless permitted by the leader of the Hexen clan, the Crimson Rosalia. Those who go against her end up becoming wandering witches, just like Isola. But that didn't mean wandering witches could not re-enter this village. Rosalia was a rather aloof person, so she would decide who to let in. And at this moment, Rosalia could be seen inside her rather spacious atelier. This atelier raised after which, with Vita Clotilde being its most recent resident. Well, maybe not anymore. From the outside, a little figure could be seen running toward Rosalia in a happy manner. "Grandma, let's go play," the small voice said, but seemed to be very energetic as the small figure approached Rosalia, who was currently on the first floor. There was a rather strange device in the middle as well. From afar, it looked similar to a well, but up close, it was actually a map of sorts, comprised of orbal energy and mana. This was the same spiritual map Rosalia would assist Reen and others with to pinpoint his allies in the later half of Cold Steel. "Is that you, Emma?" Rosalia said, turning away from what could be seen a virtual holographic panel of sorts, created purely out of mana. It was floating upwards a bit, and it was rather large. On the other end showed a rather peculiar crimson-colored vehicle currently heading toward a large city. "It is. Mama said you came back," the little figure said, rushing into the first floor. Upon a closer look, it was a little girl who seemed to be no more than 2 years old. But she could already run and appeared very happy at this moment. She had plum-colored hair and was wearing a little pink robe. Further in the distance was another taller figure who was also arrived at Rosalia's atelier. This was, of course, Isola. "Haha, I may be back for now, my dear Emma. You remember what I said to you last time, didn't you?" Rosalia asked, looking at the little girl who approached her and gave Rosalia a hug. Hearing that, the little girl came to a sudden halt and tilted her head a bit. This 2-year-old girl was, of course, none other than Emma Milstein. "You mean you found a little brother?" Emma replied excitedly. "Why, yes, I did," Rosalia responded, patting Emma's head a bit to calm her excitement down. However, Isola showed a more shocked look. "You seriously found an outsider proficient in learning magic, mother?" Isola asked, surprised. "To think there would be people like that out there. The world doesn't just revolve around us, Isola. There are still many mysteries out there that have yet to be solved. But for now, I have found my path, Rosalia answered Isola, which caused Isola shock once more. I feel you are not telling a joke this time, Isola retorted. Umo, the next divine knight has been found, and the responsibility falls onto me to guide them in their trials to come. Rosalia explained the situation to Isola. Isola tried to respond, but her eyes remained wide. As for Emma, she tried to follow Rosalia and Isola, but could only remain confused, unable to figure out what was going on. But she remained excited after hearing that she will be getting a new little brother. Or perhaps he would be the older sibling. Chapter 36. Mana, how nice of you to pay a visit, my dear apprentice. Rosalia responded playfully, looking at me peek my head out the window. We were still on the highway, so we were going pretty fast, well over 50 miles per hour, but the wind didn't bother Rosalia one bit. Aren't you the one who dropped in unannounced? I inwardly said, wanting to retort at Rosalia. You do realize the situation at hand, don't you, master? I answered back, rolling my eyes a bit. On second thought, hold that thought for a moment, Rosalia suddenly said, only to move her staff a bit. She turned and looked at the secret agent about to open fire, and let out a quick chant. Lucero, Rosalia chanted, causing the secret agent to get confused. What did the secret agent try to say, only for his hands to feel lighter all of a sudden? Clank! In the next moment, the secret agent saw his orbital pistol tear into pieces, quite literally. It split off into chunks of metal, quickly falling onto the fast-moving highway. Soon after, a sigh reached the secret agent's ears. Stand down, agent, Prince Eugen said, causing the secret agent to blink. But your highness, this person is an intruder. She is no intruder. You know that well, don't you? Gileath, Prince Eugen said back inside the vehicle, only to look at Gileath. Gileath responded with a grin of his own. Haha, you know me too well, your highness. Though honestly speaking, I've only come to learn of this result several moments ago. I can say this person has a rather peculiar bond with my son. Gileath explained a bit. As for Victor, he was the one who felt strange the moment this person arrived. Why am I getting this strange feeling? It's almost I've felt this before. Victor uttered softly, this is good. It seems your familial ties have been kept in check. Our zebra, Rosalia responded. And yet, that only caused Victor's eyes to turn wide a bit. Just who in the world? Victor replied in surprise. He couldn't hold his curiosity back and decided to go to an unoccupied window and look out. The moment he did, he saw a little girl with long blonde hair, holding a crimson staff. As for Rosalia, she took a good moment to stare at Victor, only to reveal a smile. Good. It looks like Leanne didn't waste her breath with you lot. You have good foundations, Rosalia said to Victor with a smile. But alas, I have no need for you. At least not right now. So move along back inside, Rosalia continued to say, even going so far as to shoo Victor away with her hand. As for Victor, he tried to reply back, but was unable to find any words. The moment he heard the name Leanne, a thunderous boom struck inside his mind. It started to crank rapidly, wondering how this little girl in front of him knew his ancestor who perished over 200 years ago, let alone calling her by her first name so casually. But in the end, he could only let out a sigh, only to look at me on the other side. Victor spoke out to me. Very well. I will not inquire about this. Naoto, our talk about our interest to teach you will be put on hold for now, Victor said before pulling his head back into the car. As he did, Mattias remained silent, but proceeded to nod his head, crossing his legs over his seat. Now that the brats aren't here, why don't you come join me, Naoto? Rosalia said, turning her head my way. She even proceeded to sit down onto the car's roof. Seriously? I retorted back at her, but could only follow along. Making use of my small frame, despite my robes, I was able to hop onto the car's roof with relative ease, quickly reaching Rosalia's side. I ended up seating down cross-legged beside her. As for those back inside the car, the secret agent ended up listening to Prince Eugen, resulting him in returning to the car's front with the other couple of agents. Talks began to resume, while Prince Olivert's eyes began to shine. And well, as for Aurelia, only her eyes showed confusion as she spoke out. Am I the only one who is confused about all of this? Isn't there an intruder on the roof? Why aren't you all doing anything? Aurelia asked. I told you, didn't I? The person of concern is of no threat, to us at least. But if you truly want to see, why don't you go see for yourself? Gileath asked Aurelia. Is that all right, Your Highness? Aurelia asked Prince Eugent. Yes. You may go. Just be sure to not disturb them too much, Prince Eugent answered, nodding his head. Aurelia smiled hearing that. In the next moment, in one fell swoop, she hoisted herself out of the window, directly landing on the car's roof, not too far away from us. Doing an action this quickly while on a fast-moving vehicle was no easy feat, and yet Aurelia made that look easy. Prince Olivert saw this as well and smiled. Perhaps I ought to go as well. Prince Olivert tried to say. Oh, no, you don't. You're staying right here. I will not let that kid influence you, Mueller said, letting a mark of anger appear on his forehead. Prince Olivert even tried to follow suit, but Mueller pulled him out of the window. Prince Olivert let out a laugh, seeing Mueller do this. Boo! You're no fun, Prince Olivert responded, shrugging his shoulders. Well, with that out of the way, Prince Olivert could only stay in the vehicle. There was about an hour left now, before reaching Heimdall, as the people inside resumed talking about their current affairs. As for Aurelia, though, only surprise could be seen on her face, seeing a little girl seated next to me with super long blonde hair. But what attracted her eyes the most was the crimson staff placed over her legs. Who are you? Aurelia asked, a bit hesitant. Yet Rosalia ignored her question, only to look at me and spoke out. So this little girl is one you're interested in? Rosalia decided to ask me, which almost caused me to spat out my saliva. That's a blunt way of asking that, isn't it? I retorted Rosalia. However, a look of anger appeared in her eyes. I am not a little girl. I am a proud girl hailing from the Le Guin family. Aurelia yelled back in anger. Yeah, I met nobles far worse than you, little girl. Now just shut up, sit down and watch. Or else I'll toss you off this car myself. Rosalia replied to Aurelia. You, Aurelia tried to say. And yet, in the next moment, Rosalia's eyes constricted, letting her irises become two slit-like eyes. Just seeing that alone and releasing a bit of her pressure caused Aurelia to come to a halt. Aurelia even started to shiver a bit. This pressure, don't tell me I'm scared of this little girl, Aurelia thought to herself. Reluctantly, she agreed, and proceeded to sit down cross-legged as well behind us. Rosalia smiled seeing this. Good. Now we can continue, Rosalia said happily and looked my way again. I tilted my head a bit before responding to her. Are you seriously going to show me something like this? Isn't there a time and place for training? I asked back. I would rather teach you this step as soon as possible. It is not only the most crucial, but likely the only step to temper your mana and unlock your mana core. Well, you probably know what this method is already from those memories I've read, Rosalia said, shrugging her shoulders a bit. I then saw her proceed to stand up, clutching onto her staff. Next, Rosalia proceeded to walk behind me, with me now in front. Turning forward, only one word came to mind when Rosalia said that. It's meditate, isn't it? I decided to ask. Bingo. Once one meditates, those proficient enough in feeling the flow of the spirit veins and nature nearby will be able to temper their mana and grow stronger. With enough force, we can unlock your mana core in one go, Rosalia explained to me. As for the logic behind what mana and magic actually is, we can go over those details later. It looks like you're up to something fun right now, so I might as well play my part, right? Rosalia said, revealing a grin. You just wanted to tag along, didn't you? Don't you have others waiting for you back home? I retorted. Well, there is Emma, and as much as I want to introduce her to you, we need to make sure you're ready to enter my village first, Rosalia explained. Right? A witch cannot enter a witch's place without being a witch, is it? I questioned. Well, something like that. Most of the time it falls upon me whether they are allowed to enter. Rosalia responded with a chuckle. Wait. I cannot follow you two whatsoever. What is this talk about magic? Stuff like that only exists in fairy tales, Aurelia complained, unable to realize what's happening right now. Hearing that, Rosalia snorted. Didn't I tell you to shut up, little girl? Just stay quiet. If you can learn something from this experience, then you may be able to soar to greater heights, Rosalia said, feeling a bit annoyed. Aurelia tried to say, not expecting to receive an answer like that. She could obviously tell that Rosalia and I were a student and master pair, as she felt very similar to her times learning under Matthias Vander. I know she has yet to learn from Victor, but it seems she is already starting to call him master as well. Aurelia didn't say any more and kept quiet. Rosalia nodded, seeing this. Next, she decided to place her spare hand on my back. Rosalia started to silently chant, allowing a bluish glow to start covering her body. Aurelia saw this aura for the first time, and her eyes turned wide, but remained quiet. A moment of silence passed like this, before I heard Rosalia's voice reach my ears. Or more specifically, it looked like it reached my mind this time. "Can you hear me, Naoto?" Rosalia asked as a voice directly entered my mind. Loud and clear, Rose, I answered, confirming her. "Umo, I have already connected once with your mind, so doing it again took relative ease this time. I will teach you the proper steps to meditate. Are you ready?" Rosalia asked me. "Yes." "Then let us begin. Listen to the sound of my breathing and feel what happens inside of you. Don't let go once you have found what you are looking for," Rosalia explained. Inwardly nodding, I turned quiet, and Rosalia started to meditate. Sure enough, it didn't take long for me to follow suit. On top of that, I began to feel a certain warmth I have not encountered previously in either of my two lives, and to confirm that, I heard my system give me a notification. Ding! New active skill acquired. Meditate. Chapter 37. Quest updated status time. Gileath's temporary title, The Iron Chad. I will apologize in advance for any elements in this story that may refer to Xinxia-style Chinese novels. Zemuria not only has magic, it has martial arts and battle chi. I am planning to give MC a few techniques to practice. And what better way is there to practice them than while he is in the DG cult? Odato, seeing me unlock meditate, I inwardly smile, but I remember to not stop my breathing technique that Rosalia is currently teaching me. "Umu, you are learning fast," Rosalia said, complimenting me. "And what was that buzzing sound again? It does get quite annoying," Rosalia asked. I inwardly blinked, hearing her. "Are you able to see the gamer's notifications?" I decided to ask Rosalia. Well, according to her, she can easily connect with my mind now. The gamer system is attached to my very soul, but it probably isn't out of the question of her being able to see it. "Is that what you call this?" Rosalia asked. "You saw it already, didn't you?" Well, to put it simply, whatever I learn or practice, it could be displayed into a screen of sorts. It's mostly used to help me visually, but it can also be used to help me advance. I explained the gamer system to Rosalia. "Is that so? This thing must have been tied to your last life," Rosalia guessed. "I wouldn't really call it like that," I retorted. "Hell, even I didn't know where this gamer system came from." One thing lead to another. I was only playing Reverie, and next thing I found myself in, the gamer system was already becoming tied to my soul, thus leading to my reincarnation here in Zemuria. I mean, did I even die? Or did it just move my soul over? Questions kept rising regarding this. Ian, MC has seen up to Kuro, but hasn't played it personally. So you say this can help you visually. Does it act similarly to mana scrying? Rosalia asked with wonder. Mana screen? Is Rosalia referring to those large visual screens that everyone uses when a major event occurs? The same one that displays their faces to speak to the protagonists, even without being there in person? I wondered to myself. It might be best just to show you, I decided to say. Continuing my breathing in a certain pattern, I took this time to see what my new skill, Mediate, was. Before long, a blue screen appeared in my mind. I saw Rosalia's astral form shift her attention to this blue screen. Meditate, LV1, 100, a skill that allows the player to enter a meditative state to cultivate mana and restore stamina. Further improvement restores the rate of mana quicker. Rates can be improved if player learns breathing techniques. EP recovery rate, 0.01 EP second. Stamina recovery rate, 0.01 stamina second. And unexpectedly, after receiving the notification from Meditate, Rosalia and I were distracted by a couple more notifications. Ding! Player Naoto has entered a meditative state for the first time and started his path on learning magic. Reward: Max a Bay 100 Ding. Main quest has been triggered. Learn magic. The continent of Zemuria has a lot to offer, magic being one of many things. Magic has been slowly lost through time, or had its theories converted through the Orbital Revolution. But there are some who still realize its existence and practice it in secret. 1. Find a person who realizes the existence of magic. 1-1. 2. Accept a master-apprentice relationship. 1-1-3. Enter meditation for the first time. 1-1-4. Construct a mana core. 0-1-5. Launch your first spell without the use of an orbital device. 0-1. Roi Stellar Brise Technique. 3 SR or higher quartz. 5 levels. 200 max EP. Both of us blinked without saying anything after seeing these couple of notifications to appear out of the blue. Not only did meditate trigger a reward of some time, but to think it would trigger a main quest. It looks like you just got rewarded with something? Is this what you refer to as advancement? Rosalia asked curiously. Pretty much. But I didn't think using meditate would trigger a main quest. Let alone quests. A main quest is pretty rare, I uttered. What exactly are those quests as you call? Rosalia questioned. Well, they're essentially proof of effort in which they reward someone for doing said effort. It's an easy source of motivation, I explained to Rosalia. And well, as for main quests, they're more special. Those are typically tied to one story itself. I can only assume it's tied to me in this case, as it's motivating me to learn magic. It may have implications of what happens in the future. I guess if there is anything to relate to, then this behavior is similar to those bracers. And you definitely know what happens in the years to come. But who knows if any of that will actually happen? Your presence was not among those memories at all. So for all I care, they could very well be fake, Rosalia surmised. Yeah. Bracers are most experienced in dealing with situations that behave like these quests I receive. And we will have to wait and see if what I know is the truth or not. I responded back happily. I also want to know, was that the only quest you've had thus far? If not, how has your current progress been going? Rosalia asked. To be honest, I've been so busy training with Father, I haven't been keeping a personal check on it. I'm curious to see what my own status has been up to. And no, I've completed a couple other quests before this, but nothing was tied to the main quest line. I answered Rosalia. And to follow that, I decided to bring up my own status screen. Sure enough, many of my stats have improved overall. Status name: Naoto Osborne. True name: Naoto von Auslese. Age: 3 level 6 1 6. Job: noble. Title: Inheritor of the Vermilion Knight, a witch's friend. HP: 850 100 850 1 level 150 HPP: 385 10 385 1 level 50 EP: 5 of INT EP. And this is subject to change, but for now, do you guys think these rates are good? STR: 250 10 250 def 210 200 ATS 350 10 350 ADF 250 10 250 SPD 50 10 50 DX 210 200 INT 530 500 AGI 110 100 LUC 0 remaining points. 383 383 1 level 3 points, 1 daily quest 1 point, and took out a couple of redundant stats, now replaced with AGI. Something to also note, SPD is one of the hardest stats to raise. I may remove this and only use AGI. SPD only affects press turns in game. Thoughts: skills passive unknown. Max Auslese Bloodline. Max Reading, Max LV1 Max. Falconer, LV1 New. Running Max New Persuasion. LV1 New. Rapier Mastery LV1 New. Active Vermilion Eyes. LV1 5100. 100 to 5100 Meditate. LV1 New. Quest Daily. Training. Completion rate X 365 Normal. An Emergency. Slay Agnagarn. The Flaming Beast 1-1. Main Learn Magic 0-1. New, wow. I responded in surprise, seeing my updated status. I mean, it truly has been a while since I've last seen it, and it looks like there have been a few changes as well. To begin with, it looks like quests are sorted by which type it is now, which is nice. It also shows which skills are new and aren't new from the last time I checked it. But the most impressive thing are those stats. Seriously, father, what are you trying to do to your 3-year-old child? I'm well over the level 10 mark if I compare my stats to Cold Steel. And that intelligence stat, isn't that a little too high for a toddler? But I get to learn something new from this. The int stat does factor into my total EP. And since I'm starting to learn magic, I will probably mostly develop my skills that are magic-based, that mostly being ATS, ADF, and INT. If I do end up becoming a student for the Vander and RZ school, I'll be able to train my physical stats more. But with Rosalia teaching me magic stats, it will be for now. And to explain a bit, ATS refers to how strong one's arts can become. It's your damage stat. ADF refers to one's defense against magic arts. As for INT, besides it making me smarter, it directly correlates to how much EP I earn. As for EP, it can be earned a few ways. My INT stat, my level ups, and the unlock system on one's battle ornament. They are categorized via slots, and these slots have their own levels to unlock. The more levels one unlocks, the more total EP they acquire. Well, at least that is how that part worked in the game. Thinking that, I looked over to Rosalia again, and I could see confusion in her eyes. I have no idea what these numbers mean, but I could only guess the higher, the better, Rosalia responded, confused. Pretty much, yeah. As far as I recall, the highest level recorded was level 250 in my memories. And once reaches that level, the stats become pretty insane. I answered Rosalia, who nodded. And they can be raised through various means? Rosalia continued to ask. Yep, and I can let you in on one thing in regards to this, I said to Rosalia. Oh, and what would that be? Have you ever heard of the grind? I asked, revealing a grin. Chapter 38. Arrival to Hell? Why would I want to grind anything? Rosalia retorted. TSK. That's where you were wrong, Rose. You see, the grind. Once you have started it, it never ends. It started a year ago for me. It is questionable why father would start training a 2-year-old, though, I inwardly retorted. Your father is an extraordinary man, one that makes me question his mortality. Have you ever spoke of your secret with him? Rosalia decided to ask. Not directly, but knowing his caliber, he likely knows something, I guessed. But even if he knows, he has been protecting me. I truly see Gileath as my father now. It took some time to accept the fact I'm now here, I answered Rosalia. Acceptance is a good thing. You may have lived a life of another, but you are present here now. Even that quest from earlier showed you accepted me as your master. Rosalia replied with a grin. Yeah. I guess there's no better to learn magic than from you, Rose, I said, shrugging. Since that is the case, how do you feel now that you've entered a meditative state for the first time? Rosalia asked, shifting her eyes toward me. Now that you've mentioned it, I feel extremely calm now, as if any worry that I've had has been washed away. Almost serene. I take it, I responded in wonder. That a good sign. Using meditate can also ease the nerves, but most importantly, it can use to help you improve your mana. But we've not reached that part yet. You cannot properly direct the flow of mana until your mana care has been formed, Rosalia explained. Is that what this unique warmth I'm feeling is? It's like I can feel it all around me, but I'm unable to get a proper read on it. I said, continuing to wonder. As expected of a vessel. Your senses are already keen as it is. Or is it perhaps the Vermilion Knight's power is as such? Well, it's not the first time I've assisted someone as a guide, Rosalia responded. Right? You've guided others, haven't you? I asked. I've helped that brat Drachels become the Awakener of Valimar. Not to mention guiding Leanne to become the Awakener of Agryan. I even helped guide that Arner pup to become the Awakener of Testarossa. You're senior in a sense. But that last one was well over 500 years ago. Testarossa hasn't found a new Awakener since. Not until you came along, Naoto, Rosalia explained, causing me to blink at her. Was it all right for you to tell me this? I asked, questioning her. You share me your secrets, so it's only proper I share some of mine. But most of what I've said you know already, Rosalia answered. The concept of equivalent exchange, I like it, I said with a smile. With that said, you've been maintaining the breathing pattern I've taught you. Do you feel any discomfort? Rosalia asked. None, I answered. Good. While I do wish to proceed with forming your mana core right here and now, it would not sit well to do so. It will be more effective once we arrive at the palace. That is where mana will be most effective. It is good the palace sits on top of a spirit vein, Rosalia explained. I see. So you can tell where these spirit veins are? I asked. That's right. They're the very essences of the magic we know. Given enough training, you too will be able to locate where spirit veins are, Rosalia said, causing anticipation to appear in my eyes. I look forward to the day of that happening. It does make sense Heimdall has an active spirit vein, since it's one of the testing grounds, right? I asked. That's right. For now. We'll just continue our meditation, Rosalia answered. Got it, I said, inwardly nodding. After I finished saying that, I continued to match my breathing to Rosalia's as we sat cross-legged on this fast-moving orbital car. To be honest, I thought this wind would cause a much bigger distraction, but it didn't at all. In fact, I barely heard the noise the wind cutting through the air was causing. Yet behind me was another spectacle. A pretty 15-year-old silver-haired girl dressed in a Thor's military academy uniform could be seen wide-eyed as she continued to observe us. This is unbelievable. How could these two suddenly enter meditation with all of these distractions? Heck, is this even meditation? This bluish aura? Aurelia asked. That was right. The light Rosalia released right now made its way over to my body, but I was unaware of what was going on the outside since my eyes were closed. And yet it's strangely calming, Aurelia continued to say. This little girl did say there is something to learn from this. Does magic really exist? Aurelia continued to wonder. However, to not disturb us, Aurelia decided to remain quiet and continued to sit cross-legged behind us. Like this, the remaining 30 minutes passed by uneventfully. That is, until we arrived at the eastern gate of Heimdall. A dull pressure started to nag at me, causing me to suddenly exit my meditation. Looking off to the right past of the gate, I saw a lone figure walking casually with their hands in their pockets. A lit cigarette could be seen in their mouth. Time seemed to have slowed down considerably, as if this moment entered slow motion. I was able to match eyes with this figure. It was obvious this figure felt this and easily locked their eyes with mine. They revealed a smile as they saw me. Hey now, ain't this interesting? The figure asked. As if a thunderous boom struck my mind, I wasn't able to respond, but I could tell they were able to see me clearly. Unfortunately, this moment only lasted briefly, and it ended after the secret agent flashed their ID at the several guards stationed. Sure enough, there were more guards stationed around them before. The moment they saw Prince Eugen's insignia, they scrambled a bit after seeing their crown prince return. They didn't want to question why there were 3 people on the car's roof. But the secret agent quickly silenced them by saying we were pressed for time. But I couldn't help but feel insecure seeing that previous person who appeared to be a middle-aged man. From what I could tell, they were casually walking away from the gate. Perhaps this person couldn't enter. Is something the matter? Naoto, Rosalia asked me curiously. She opened her eyes, seeing our meditation session come to an abrupt halt. I felt like I just saw something that I shouldn't have seen. I responded, unsure that fellow, just now. He was the active leader of the Zephyr Jaeger Corps, wasn't he? Ritter Klauschel. Did he think the capital of Erebonia was his backyard to walk around, or something? What exactly was he doing here of all places? And yet, even after our arrival into Heimdall, sure enough, it was Rutger who could be seen hanging around the eastern gate, out of sight. I guess even an ogre can appear on time, Rutger said, staring into the shadows as a couple figures arrive, all of them sporting the same red hair. Among them was a youthful boy, but his eyes showed no sign of life. He appeared to be no more than 6 years old. Anywhere money goes, I follow, as they say. But I must say, our contractor this time is rather devious, aren't they? A plan like this which won't happen for a couple more years. Something big must be going on. A deeper yet wild voice reached Rutger's ears. enough to where even Zephyr and the Red Constellation is enough to fight for the bid. I can't help but imagine the outcome, Rutgers said, taking a puff of his cigarette. There'll be a battlefield. That I am certain, the other figure said. This other figure appeared to be a middle-aged man with wild red hair. His height was tall, almost as if he was an ogre himself. And yet, Rutger shifted his eyes to the red-haired boy beside the ogre-like man. I see you got some fresh blood in the making as well, Rutger said, looking at the red-haired boy. That's right. The kid's the son of the war god. He left his training to me, the red ogre. Why don't you introduce yourself to the Jaeger King? You may find yourself clashing against the Zephyrs in the future, the red ogre said, introducing the boy to Rutger. Shifting his eyes downward, the red ogre didn't see the boy react. He then slapped his back a bit, causing the boy to approach Rutger. Randy Orlando, the boy said, finally introducing himself. He only simply spoke that as his dead eyes showed no emotion. Surely he's only 1 year old right now. Chapter 39. A new Aurelia unbeknownst to me. A meeting of 2 Jaeger Corps was held within the shadows on the outskirts of Heimdall. On one side was the Jaeger King, Rutger Clausel, who was the leader of the Zephyr Jaeger Corps, and on the other was Sigmund Orlando, who was the sub-leader of the Red Constellation. He brought together Randy Orlando, who was the son of the leader of the Red Constellation, Baldur Orlando. This specifically occurred on the eastern sector. And speaking of the Jaeger Corps, if one were to compare them to modern times, they are essentially privately owned militias. They enjoy earning money above all else. Pay a Jaeger Corps money. As long as you outbid any fellow contractors, they will do any job for you. And I mean any. It can range from stealing, kidnapping, guarding, even murder. How they can even wipe your ass for you as long as they get paid. And it's not like I've not had thoughts on the Jaeger Corps. To put it bluntly, they're by far the best way to gain real combat experience. Bracers are mostly focused on monster combat, while soldiers and the like fight fellow humans while following orders of their nation. If I want to experience real life and death situations, becoming a Jaeger is the way to go. They have a lot of freedom too. With that in mind, I have a simple plan to follow. Have Rosalia assist me in unlocking my mana core to start cultivating magic. Get acquainted with Prince Olivert's family. Create a familiar. And the plan from below onward will be where Volume 2 begins. Enter the DG cult and get acquainted with the High Priest, Joachim. Find a way to join the Zephyrs. These steps should last me a good while for the rest of my childhood into my early teens. As for what I would experience once I turned 15, enrolling in Jenny's Royal Academy and Liberal or Thor's Military Academy in Erebonia is the most logical step with the background I was born into. I was currently leaning toward Thor's to meet all of the future Class 7, but Jenny's is not too bad either. I could use Jenny's to get reacquainted with Chloe and Estelle, but then I would have to deal with the likes of Lecter and the Student Council. I could try spending a year in Jenny's first while acting as a foreign exchange student into Thor's. I am currently undecided on this part, but there's an important part that I need to include in my childhood during the next 3 years, and that is to spend as much time as I can with Ellie. She has just started coming over for play dates on the weekends, and I want to stop that from happening. Only situations like now will prevent me from playing with Ellie, as well as spending these remaining couple of years with my family and training with Rosalia. It's going to be a task in itself to juggle these 3 around, and I wonder how long the incoming time skip will be. XD. But for now, I could only conclude these thoughts. At this very moment, I was now enjoying sightseeing the vibrant city life of Heimdall. The moment we reached past the eastern gate, we received an escort very much similar to how a president's limo receives their escort. A car in the front and a car in the back. Many looked on with interest, but we soon passed Alto Street once again, arriving onto the main intersection, Vainkur Street. This street connected to each of the 4 cardinal directions, allowing one to visit the rest of Heimdall. Our destination was straight toward, to which a gigantic palace could be seen all the way in the back. Even from the middle of Heimdall, it was visible. It was a multi-story castle based in vermilion. All the way in the back was a lone tower, almost if it acted like a giant clock tower. Seeing this gigantic palace in person is a lot more exhilarating than it was in the games. And even then, there weren't many opportunities to explore inside of it. So going into this early is a plus. Despite just being my second time coming to the capital, this place is really pretty, I decided to say. As I did, I turned a bit and had Aurelia appear in my line of sight. Hearing this, she smiled. But of course, Heimdall is the pride of us Erebonians. It has been standing for several hundred years. Even I am but an ant in comparison, Aurelia responded, trying to act a bit humble. It's still flashy for my tastes. Seeing Heimdall again almost hurts my eyes. It is way too red, Rosalia replied, letting out a chuckle. Hearing that, Aurelia turned to look at Rosalia. Who exactly are you? You're acting like as if you were returning home after a long visit away. And yet you appear as a little girl like this, Aurelia asked in wonder. Now you're getting more suspicious, eh? It did look like you were able to gain something from our session just now, so I can humor you for now. You see, I've been around since even before your little nah. Rosalia tried to explain, only to find her mouth kept shut by my hand after acting swiftly. My eyes started to twitch a bit after hearing Rosalia was going that far to explain. I ended up retorting her. Now, master. Let's just say you're old enough to be Aurelia's grandmother, all right? I retorted, releasing my hand. She snorted a bit, but nodded. Fine. That's how Emma and the others call me back home anyway, Rosalia answered. Either way, Aurelia's eyes turned wide after Rosalia said that. You're that old? You still look like you retain both your youth and your vigor, Aurelia exclaimed in surprise. Magic works wonders, little girl, Rosalia smiled. It's still mind-boggling to me knowing that magic is real. I may have to rework my entire training regime. Hell, is it even possible for me to learn it? Aurelia began to ponder. This caused Rosalia to grin. Everyone is capable of learning magic. It's just people nowadays have strayed too far from the truth. There are some who even deny its very existence. But where would orbal energy be today if it weren't for magic? All answers lies within the spirit veins. Rosalia answered a bit, causing Aurelia's eyes to shift from surprise to anticipation. Spirit veins, Aurelia responded, reveling in the information Rosalia gave her. And you have a lot of potential yourself. Enough to where even vessels would run from fear. That should not go to waste. Learning swordsmanship is fine, but we are approaching an opportunity after we enter the palace. It'll give you a chance to grasp onto it, but I will not teach you anything. It will be up to you to learn how to use it. How does that sound? Rosalia suddenly asked Aurelia. This even surprised me. Master, you don't mean, I tried to say. I couldn't even speak before Aurelia answered. I am grateful for giving me such an opportunity, and I am fine with that. I love pursuing both knowledge and strength. I will try to live up to your expectations. If I can get a grasp, I will acknowledge you as a new master, Aurelia replied happily. It will be up to you, Rosalia smiled back. For now, you may address me as Rose, Rosalia continued to say. Master, I inwardly replied to Rosalia. Our meditation session ended, but her mind was still connected to mine. We could still chat via telepathy. I was still getting a hang of that too. I know what I'm doing, Naoto, so cease your worry. After inspecting Aurelia in person, she is a monster in her own right. I doubt there are many who can best her, even at her current age. Rosalia explained. Aurelia is that strong? I said, surprised once more. That's right, which is why I will unlock Aurelia's mana core together with yours. But I will not teach her any more than that, Rosalia explained. So you to decide on doing that, I replied in wonder. If Aurelia can successfully learn magic, no doubt will her strength soar to greater heights. Thinking that, the three of us became quiet and enjoyed that sounds of a bustling street while we made our way through Vainkur Street. Before long, we arrived at Drachel's Plaza, to which was completely sectioned off, not allowing any civilians to enter. From here is where we would enter Valflame Palace, the home to the Arner royal family that rules over all of Erebonia. Chapter 40, Declaration. Drachel's Plaza is now a restricted area. Any trespassers will be arrested on sight. I repeat, any trespassers will be arrested on sight. one of the several Imperial guards yelled out into a mic. A lot of civilians could be seen looking on beyond the barricaded Drachel's Plaza. Most of them were wondering what was going on. "Is there an event happening?" one of the citizens said, a bit worried. It's not often they see several Imperial guards in one place, so the onlookers couldn't help but be worried. Some yet appeared excited. "Did you not just see that orbital car enter the plaza just now? That was His Highness Crest. The Crown Prince has returned," a second citizen said in excitement. If His Highness has returned, then who were those sitting on top of the car? That silver-haired girl looked a bit familiar too, a third citizen asked. As questions started rising, a certain figure could be seen approaching Drachel's Plaza along with the other citizens. This figure seemed to have come from Vaincourt Street. Right now, they appear to be 18 years old, sporting green, unkempt hair. His hair was mostly spiky as well. "The hell did I just stumble onto?" the figure said, only to scratch his head at the ongoing crowd. However, his thoughts were interrupted by another male voice, seemingly in a panic. A camera could be seen hanging around their neck. "Niall, get your ass over here. The Crown Prince just arrived, and we are currently waiting to take some photos," a reporter yelled out to him, causing Niall halt in place, blinking for a good moment. "The fuck? I seriously picked the wrong time to come abroad to Arabonia, didn't I?" the green-haired man said, continuing to curse. That's right, this man was Niall Burns, an aspiring journalist. He was currently abroad in Arabonia, learning how things operated within the Imperial Chronicle. And now, he happened to stumble upon Prince Eugent returning to the palace. In the end, he could only shrug his shoulders and joined up with the other couple of Imperial Chronicle reporters within the large crowd of people. Readying his camera, he waited for Door, the large orbital car in the middle, which was parked right before the statue of Emperor Drachel's, to open. As for me, I chuckled a bit seeing the civilians further down respond in excitement after seeing our orbital car arrive. I knew we couldn't stay on the car's roof for forever, so I took this time to jump down, with Rosalia following me on the opposite end. Seeing this, Aurelia spoke out to us. "I will wait for your guidance, Rose, but for now, I must return to the side of our division commanders. I am acting as the spearhead for the 3rd Division after all," Aurelia said, jumping down after us. Rosalia nodded, hearing her say that. "Umo, I will not stray you from your duties. Once we have settled down in the evening, I will come seek you out," Rosalia said to Aurelia. "Understood," Aurelia responded, acknowledging her. She then shifted her head my way and spoke out to me. "And nice to meet you too, Naoto. Being the son of the 5th Commander, I expect great things out of you from a man of his caliber," Aurelia responded happily. Hearing that caused me to shudder a bit. "Right," I responded back. "Well, it was nice to meet you too, Aurelia. Should things go well, I may follow your footsteps in entering Thor's military academy, just like you," I continued to say, revealing a smile. Another smile appeared on Aurelia's face after I said that. "I look forward to that day," Aurelia said, nodding her head. Rosalia and I then saw her slowly walk around to the other side of the car, to which now had its main door open. The couple of secret agents were the ones to open it after getting out first. Before long, Mattias was the first to step out of the car. Seeing Mattias' giant figure appear first caused several civilians to blink at him in surprise. However, it didn't take long for one of them to yell out in excitement. That's the Thunder God," one of the civilians yelled out in shock. However, Mattias ignored them and walked off to the side a bit. It didn't take longer for Victor to follow suit, which caused another wave of surprise to the civilians. "No way. Even the Radiant Blade Master is here," another one uttered in surprise. As the crowd continued to watch, Aurelia took this time to approach Mattias and Victor. "How did your conversation go with the young lad?" Victor decided to ask Aurelia. "It went well. I may even be able to surpass my limits even more after tonight is over. I still have hopes to learn under you, though, as well, Master Arzid," Aurelia responded politely. "Sounds like you had a positive encounter then. As for your current proposal, I might not be able to fulfill that for a good while. You see, I have a rather lovely daughter at home, so me being away from her is already enough as it is," Victor said to Aurelia. "You have a daughter?" Aurelia asked. "Indeed I do. Right now, she just turned 2 years old. Her name is Laura S. Arzid, Victor replied with a smile. You really are an overprotective father, aren't you? Mattias retorted with a grumble. Ha! Victor responded with a laugh, hearing Mattias say that. After he did, another figure emerged from the car. It was Olaf Craig, the 4th Division commander. Looks like my fellow commanders have successfully gathered. Welcome back, Miss Aurelia, Olaf said, seeing Aurelia with them again. Aurelia nodded, hearing them. Isn't that the 4th Division commander? Another civilian exclaimed. Wow, it looks like a crowd has already formed, Olaf said, seeing the giant crowd of people beyond the barricade. These division commanders were already used to situations like these, and didn't bother replying to the civilian surprise. Even flashes of light could be seen from orbital cameras the reporters had. Just let them be, and let the Imperial Guard do their duty, Mattias responded, causing the others to nod. Still, I haven't seen the 5th commander step out yet. Did General Gileath still have something to discuss with His Highness? Mattias decided to ask Olaf. That seems to be the case, Olaf said, nodding his head in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, still inside the orbital car. Now it was just Diet Speaker Carl, the 5th Division Commander Gileath, the Crown Prince Eugent, his son, Prince Olivert, and his bodyguard, Mueller-Vander. Gileath took this time to ask Prince Eugent another question. Are you sure you want to do this, Your Highness? This could still be kept under wraps. At least to where the original declaration is to take place in 2 months' time. Gileath asked Prince Eugent. No, Prince Eugent said, shaking his head. Our people must know. I do not want to hide any longer. If I am to become the next Emperor of Erebonia, time is of the essence. I cannot wait for Father's passing. I do not want any more attacks like the last one. Prince Eugent answered Gileath. Would that not just cause more danger to fall upon yourself? Your Highness, Gileath asked. Perhaps as the Crown Prince, but knowing my family is now here within our castle walls. Who would dare attack the next Emperor? Only a fool would. If this really is your will, Your Highness, I will humbly accept it and follow, Carl said, giving a light bow. If that is such the case, I do not object either, Gileath said, also giving a bow. Prince Eugent smiled, seeing this. Excellent, Prince Eugent responded. He then moved his head toward Prince Olivert and spoke out to him. My son, Prince Eugent began to say. Prince Olivert quickly nodded his head seriously. Yes, Lord Father, he responded. I will apologize to you now for placing this burden onto you. Once I declare my ascension to the throne to our people, I will announce you as the next Crown Prince. Lord Father already knows I am set to receive the crown at the end of the week, Prince Eugent said to Prince Olivert. I had been anticipating for this to happen, Lord Father, and I have no objection. It will only be for a short while, right? Prince Olivert asked. Yes. Once things are settled, I will formally declare Cedric as my rightful heir to the throne, Prince Eugent explained. Cedric. So you do have new children, Your Highness, Gileath responded with a smile. Prince Eugent happily nodded, hearing Gileath say that. I was blessed enough to have twins be born earlier this year. I wish no trouble to befall them as they grow up in Heimdall. Prince Eugent responded with a smile. I see. So it is a boy and a girl. What are their names? Gileath asked with interest. Cedric Rhys Arner and Alfin Rhys Arner. Chapter 41. Declaration 2. Prince Eugent revealed the names of his newborn twin children as Cedric Rhys Arner and Alfin Rhys Arner. Gileath turned a bit serious hearing that before continuing to speak. As much as I would like to celebrate for this joyous occasion, it is neither the time nor place to do so. Besides, if you truly want to do your declaration now, Your Highness, we still require the presences of the 4 great houses. Isn't that right, Speaker Carl? Gileath asked, shifting his eyes to the Diet Speaker, Carl Regnitz. Carl could only push his glasses up a bit before answering him. That's right. We already have the Imperial family present. I could be accounted for as a member of the Imperial Diet, while we have the 5 leading commanders of the Imperial Army, and the 4 great houses are set to arrive any moment now. But there is still one major issue for the right of announcing the next Emperor, Your Highness, Carl responded, a bit worried as he looked at Prince Eugent. Hearing that, Prince Eugent turned solemn, letting out a sigh. He proceeded to place his arms on his knees before speaking. It's the recognition of the Seption Church, isn't it? Prince Eugent asked in worry. Yes. Through the annals of our history, regardless of it being the nation of our own, our friends, or our enemies, our actions are recorded. Whether it leads a society to ruin or it advances onto an era of prosperity. The Seption Church has stood by us since the beginning. Without us receiving the approval of the Seption Church, I fear your attempt today will be for naught, Your Highness, Gileath explained to Prince Eugent. Hearing Gileath explain what he already knew, Prince Eugent's eyes turned weird. General Gileath, what exactly did you do this time? Prince Eugent asked, a bit hesitant. Aren't you curious to where departed 2 years ago? Gileath asked, revealing a grin. A look of surprise reached Prince Eugent's eyes. So that's where your departure ties in. I did receive a report saying you left the country, but I personally refrained seeking the details of it. Prince Eugent responded, causing Carl to turn wide-eyed. You dared to leave the country 2 years ago, General Gileath. Carl also responded in worry. Haha, that I did, Speaker Carl. To liberal, no less, Gileath responded with a smile, shifting his eyes again to Carl. Carl tried to respond, but shock overcame him. How could you step into liberal now, of all times when tensions are at its peak? War could break out any minute, Carl responded in shock. Gileath calmly shook his head to ease his worry. Rest assured, I did not venture in a liberal bearing our name of the Imperial Army. It was for a family matter, Gileath answered Carl, reassuring him. Even so, Carl tried to retort back, only to blink at Gileath for a moment. Wait, why did you need to even enter liberal for a family matter? I thought you had no ties there. Carl asked, unsure. Unfortunately, even as a general, I am unauthorized to reveal that. It is a nation-level secret, Gileath replied with a sigh, shrugging his shoulders a bit. General Gileath speaks the truth, Speaker Carl. This piece of information is currently set at such a level, Prince Eugent also said, confirming Gileath's words. Even I shouldn't speak of it, as my status as Crown Prince, Prince Eugent continued to say. I see, Speaker Carl started to say. Then I won't ask about it any longer. But what does that have to do with the recognition of the Seption Church? Carl began to wonder. However, at this time, a loud engine-like noise started to tear through the skies above Heimdall, causing not only the people in the orbital car to come to a sudden halt, but even those outside of the barricade to become wide-eyed. Even I became surprised hearing this noise. All of our eyes shifted toward the sky, only to see an incoming shadow approaching at a fast speed. Upon a closer look, it appeared to be an orbital aircraft of sorts, one that was pure white. It was in the shape of an arrowhead, having 2 propulsion engines parallel to each other. Above the engines was an observation deck. Overall, its design was very sleek. No way, I uttered softly, seeing this incoming orbital aircraft. Rosalia chuckled seeing me like this. Did your head go daft, boy? You know the prince is speeding up his plans, right? Rosalia asked me. I know that part, but I wasn't expecting this aircraft to show up. Not this soon, I said, shrugging my shoulders a bit. You know, for a historical change to occur, their presence is required. The Seption Church, Rosalia said, looking my way. There was that part, wasn't there? But how? I couldn't help but wonder myself. Rosalia stayed quiet after I asked that, so I could only watch on as the incoming aircraft approached us. It was none other than a Merkaba aircraft coming our way. As for Gileath, he revealed another smile while he looked toward Prince Eugent. Why don't we step outside to go greet the Seption Church? Your Highness, Gileath asked with a smile. Very well. There is nothing more I can do at this point, Prince Eugent said, only to go along with Gileath. He proceeded to stand up. Gileath, Carl, Prince Olivert, and Mueller proceeded to step outside of the orbital car. The moment these 4 exited, they were blinded by many flashes of the orbital cameras pointed at them from beyond the barricade. Meanwhile, as for a certain spiky green-haired man, he could only lament as his fingers rapidly pressed the camera he was holding. I definitely picked a bad time to come to Erebonia. Why does it feel a big change is about to come? And what is with that aircraft? Isn't this a restricted zone for flying? Niall questioned himself. However, his thoughts were immediately interrupted by one of the reporters nearby, acting in a fervor. Niall, get your act together. "The Crown Prince is coming out of the car," a nearby reporter said, only to get caught off guard seeing Prince Eugent appear shortly after Gileath exited the car. However, the crowd burst into an uproar, not at by Prince Eugent's appearance, but by the golden-haired 12-year-old child shortly after him, who was dressed very similarly to Prince Eugent. That person just looks like a miniature version of the Crown Prince. "Who is he?" one of the civilians exclaimed. "Mph, you don't even know that? That's the Crown Prince's son. He has returned to our capital as well," another civilian retorted. "And that ship in the sky, it could only belong to the Seption Church." "Don't tell me." A third civilian wondered the possibility of the people continuing to gather. Seeing the crowd react, Prince Oliver waved his hand a bit, only to get bombarded by several flashes of light. He chuckled but continued walking, in my direction no less. "Looks like you're receiving plenty of attention, Your Highness," I said, revealing a smile. "It is great to receive such a warm welcome, since this is my first time returning to Heimdall since I was born. But I could say the same to you, Naoto," Prince Oliver said. He then proceeded to point his finger into the sky, only to point at the incoming Merkaba. As he did that, the crowd reacted once again, seeing Prince Oliver stand next to me. They blinked for a good moment before asking about the small boy who was with him. I even had some flashes of light directed my way, but I ignored them. I only followed Prince Oliver's finger as he pointed at the Merkaba. It wasn't too far away now, almost arriving at Drachel's Plaza, but its speed wasn't stopping. Seeing this, I blinked. "Wait, why does it feel like this aircraft is coming my way?" I couldn't help but utter. "Huh, that does seem to be the case, doesn't it? Perhaps someone you know may be on board," Prince Oliver retorted with a tease. I didn't say anything, only to watch the Merkaba arrive at Drachel's Plaza. Sure enough, it didn't stop at the eastern side, and proceeded to stop in the air after arriving on the left side, aka directly to my left. Before long, the Merkaba started its descent. It stopped creating noise the moment it touched down. Everyone became quiet, only to see the entrance of the observation deck open up with a loud clink, following a hissing noise. After that, several figures started to reveal themselves, causing me to become surprised yet again. A couple of them I was already familiar with, but there were a couple of smaller figures, appearing more of that of young children. One of them was a spiky white-green-haired boy wearing a squire's training outfit. Having Prince Eugent declare he's the next emperor is the finale of Volume 1, along with a time skip and a certain scene afterward. The start of the 100 Days War will begin soon. You didn't think Naoto would meet Kevin, did you? Chapter 42. Declaration 3. The first of several figures started to descend from the Merkaba, which descended on the left side of Drachel's Plaza. Right in front of me, might I add. Its descent blasted some wind our way, but that didn't bother me. Sure enough, the first one appeared to be a girl, who appeared to be of 15 years of age now. Her hair was longer than before, and more wavy, sporting a greenish-blonde color. She was currently wearing a rather unique version of the Grousritter uniform. A black long-sleeve top and a long skirt going over her front, and a couple leather pouches attached to it. She was wearing auburn stockings to go along with it, and a red cloak around her neck. To top it off, a golden medallion with the Chuch's insignia was worn around her neck as well. Without a doubt, this person was Ein Selnate. No doubt, seeing her appearance now, she was definitely the head of the Dominions, despite seemingly 15 years of age. Next to this person was a lovely long red-haired girl with the appearance of a church knight, who had just turned 13. She was Ein's personal squire, Rufina Argent. Rufina would end up becoming the main villain in Sky the Third, or at least a former shadow of hers as portrayed by the Oriole. I do not know if that will still happen here, as it will mostly depend on who acquires the Recluse Cube. The Recluse Cube reacted to Kevin, but what if it reacted to me? I couldn't help but wonder of the possibility. Ian, who would be interested in seeing a Shadow Earth? Thinking that, I saw the other few squires and knights beside Ein and Rufina. I even saw a cardinal, which were the leaders of the congregations for the sacraments, aka Ein's boss. As to whether this person was Ein's direct boss, I did not know. But seeing a cardinal arrive, they are definitely here, so they can recognize Prince Eugent as the next emperor of Erebonia. It wasn't just the cardinal that drew my interest, it was the two smaller kids dressed in a squire's trainee uniform. One was a similarly red-haired color girl to Rufina, while the other was a green, spiky-haired boy with white accents in his hair. I could immediately recognize who they were, for they were one of the Trailsverse protagonists, albeit only for a short while. Kevin Graham and Rise Argent. To think I would end up meeting another protagonist so soon. It looks like he is currently in the process of getting inducted into the Seption Church as well. I could already see a crossbow hoisted on his back. As for Ein and Rufina, they already had Templar swords. Rise didn't have a weapon yet, though, and just appeared to be your standard nun. Kevin appeared to be an 8-year-old boy, while Rise was still a little 4-year-old girl. I didn't think they would take in kids in so early, but Rise is Rufina's younger sister, so she probably has connections. Still, I saw Ein smile at me, only to step my way. Not only that, she greeted me with a light bow with her arm over her chest. "You look like you've been well, Your Highness. You've grown taller," Ein said, greeting me with a light bow. "Haha, and you've become even prettier, Miss Ein." "As for me, I still have a lot of growing," I replied with a smile. "Oomph. So this is the boy who was brought to our attention," a firmer voice said, only to give me a glare. This was definitely a head priest, all right. He was even dressed similarly to the Pope, with that pointy cap of his. "Haha, he is the one. But this is another surprise. To think the Crown Prince would bring home a son," Ein said, smiling at Prince Olivert. "It is an honor for the Seption Church to bless us with a visit." Prince Olivert responded back, giving the Seption Church a greeting. He then looked my way before continuing to speak. "So you are acquainted with them after all," Prince Olivert said, looking at me. "It was but a chance encounter, but yes, Miss Ein and I have met before," I answered Prince Olivert. "Well said. You can call me Ein Selnate. I am currently in charge of leading the Grausritter. We hail from the congregations of the sacraments," Ein said, formally giving a bow to us. Gileath saw this and let out a chuckle. "So you were able to answer my call?" Gileath also spoke out, approaching my side. He ended up reaching out his hand, extending it for the handshake. But to think the leader of the Grausritter would be so young, yet so capable, Gileath continued to say. Ein smiled hearing that, and reached out her hand, greeting his. The moment Ein and Gileath shook hands, the crowd of civilians burst into an uproar once again. "Look, that's the Wolf Slayer. Even he is extending his greetings to the Seption Church," one of the civilians burst out excitedly, only to cause several others to nod. Hearing them address Gileath like that, Ein chuckled again. "Hee, is that what the public is calling now, Mr. Wolfslayer?" "I still feel General Osborne is better," Ein retorted with a chuckle. "I do admit it is rather an embarrassing name. I only did what I had to do to protect Roar," Gileath responded. "Is that so? Well, we were able to successfully arrive in time, from the looks of it." "Is His Highness still preparing?" Ein asked. "His Highness is indeed. All that is left for the nobles to arrive. Then we can get started with our rite of passage, and share this moment of history together," Gileath explained to Ein. "And would you look at that? Nobles tend to be on time, don't they?" Ein suddenly called out, which drew our attention. Further in the distance, we heard several Orbital cars' engines roaring along the streets, coming from Vainkur Street. The crowd saw this and parted ways, letting the cars. Among those cars were bigger ones, in the shape of a limo, similar to Prince Eugen's personal car. One was colored purple, one green, one black, and one red. The rest were just for added security. Seeing these cars arrive, cameras didn't stop flashing. It didn't take these cars to arrive within the barricade and have their side doors open. One by one, figures started appearing. The first one came from the purple car, which I could only assume was the Kian house. However, I expected that unruly Pepper to show up wearing a flamboyant outfit for today's event. But surprisingly, he did not show up at all. In his place was a stern noble wearing a green-white robe, sporting the same green-lime-colored hair as a certain girl who would appear later on at Thor's branch campus. "Sir Duke Alfred de Kian has arrived," one of the guards announced, causing excitement to reach everyone's eyes. That definitely is Muse's father, no doubt. Guess he hasn't died yet, which was good. His death probably wouldn't happen until 6 more years or so. As for Muse, She won't be born for another year. Duke Alfred saw what was going on, but remained calm, and approached Prince Eugen's side and didn't say anything. Marquis Gerhard Rohner and Mrs. Angelica Rohner has arrived, a second guard said, only to reveal figures of the second car, which was black. He hadn't changed a bit from the last time I saw him, standing atop the gate watching father fight that wolf back then. But I didn't think he would bring his daughter along with him. She appeared to be a 4-year-old girl, sporting violet hair, but compared to mine was more vibrant. Marquis Rohner gave a formal greeting to Prince Eugen, only to stand by him, waiting for the other two houses to appear. As for Angelica, she ended up giving me a curious look. Marquis Fernand Hyarms and Lord Ryan Hyarms has arrived, a third guard announced. Before long, a thick golden brown-haired man stepped out of the red car, along with a similarly looking young adult next to him. Now that was a face I was familiar with, even though I haven't personally met Marquis Hyarms yet. But it looks like he decided to bring along his firstborn son as well. They swiftly arrived next to Marquis Rohner's side, waiting for the last house. And seeing these three come out first, no doubt it is that house for the last one. The most important one, Sir Duke Helmut Alberia and Lord Rufus Alberia has arrived, the fourth guard announced. After Naoto encountered Ein and Rufina in Liberal, I had Gileath meet the two off-screen afterward. Chapter 43. Toll. Well now, isn't this an interesting gathering of people? And even the Seption Church arrived. Lord Father, it looks like that report we received from His Highness was right, Rufus said, becoming interested. Which is why I will not have you do anything stupid, Rufus. The next emperor will be recognized soon. Just follow my lead. Duke Alberia started to say, only to shift his eyes toward the division commanders who were gathered on the left side of the plaza, next to the Seption Church members. As for me, I felt a pretty strong pressure head in my direction, specifically at me. I had a feeling this would happen eventually. My encounter with the four great houses. I do wonder, though, how many of them know of House Phoenix? Seeing this pressure direct my way wasn't antagonistic, just a rather heavy pressure. Enough to where I wanted to retreat a few steps back. But I didn't back down. Rufus saw Duke Alberia reveal a rare smile on his lips, which caused him blink for a moment. Lord Father rarely cracks a smile like that, even at home. Just who in the world? Rufus asked himself, only to follow his gaze as Duke Alberia walked on to join the division commanders. However, his thought was only temporary as one of the guards tried to yell out to Duke Alberia. Sir Duke, please make your way to His Highness, one of the guards tried to say, but Duke Alberia completely ignored him and continued to walk my way. Prince Eugen saw this and immediately calmed the guards down. At ease. Soldiers, let Duke Alberia through, Prince Eugen said to them. After hearing that, the guards no longer tried to persist, allowing Duke Alberia to arrive at me. Seeing a little kid no taller than a couple feet not back down as Duke Alberia stared right at him, Duke Alberia revealed another smile. He also quickly took note of the insignia I was wearing on my violet robes. Good. That is a firm look. So your blood managed to continue on, boy, Duke Alberia said to me with a smile. He continued to exert more of his pressure. Pardon, I tried to ask. However, I was only met with another question. Do you know what your insignia represents? Duke Alberia asked me seriously. Hearing that, I could only nod. Yes, I am well aware. I nodded in confidence. Good. Then I expect great things from you, young noble. For that, I will give you my approval. Duke Alberia responded to my resolution. He uttered it softly so the crowd wouldn't hear, but those beside us became surprised. However, he cut that talk short there and joined up with the other great houses. As for Rufus, he quickly followed behind him. As he did, he ended up looking my way, only for him to stop beside Duke Alberia. Lord Father, just who is that boy? I do not recognize his insignia, but he is wearing clothing very similar to our own. Rufus wondered curiously. You will know soon enough. Expect there to be a change today, Duke Alberia answered, only causing Rufus more confusion. Rufus became quiet, seeing his father not talk any longer. As for me, that pressure I was feeling vanished, allowing me to regain my composure a bit. The current Duke of the Alberia house is a powerful man, that's for sure. I didn't think Rufus would come here either. I know many people didn't like Rufus as a villain in the games, since he literally cucked Reen everywhere he went, either in person or in the shadows. But once a person experiences Reverie, they will come to learn he is actually quite an enjoyable character. Not in my top 5 or 10, but still pretty high up in the character books. The crowd quieted down after seeing the 4 great houses arrive, and an eerie silence struck our ears. The 4 great houses were indeed the last to arrive. I did not expect any bracers to come, unfortunately. Their influence is pretty minimal here in Erebonia, as compared to Liberal or Crossbell. Seeing this silence, I took this time to approach Prince Eugent, only to speak out to him. "Your Highness, it is time. The stage has been set," I said, giving a bow to Prince Eugent. "Understood." Prince Eugent responded with a nod. There was even a stage for Prince Eugent to step onto, slightly elevated from the rest of us, so everyone can see. He approached the stand located in the center, which had an orbital mic on it. "Look, His Highness is approaching the stand. It looks like something is about to happen after all," one civilian said. "I wonder, could it be? It's not every day you get to see everyone gathered like this," a second civilian questioned. However, raising concern from the crowds beyond the barricade caused Prince Eugent to chuckle. Now, settle down, everyone. I deeply thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend to today's conference. To begin with, there will be a few announcements to deliver to the citizens of not only Heimdall, but to all of our proud nation, Erebonia, Prince Eugent said, officially starting his address. The moment he began speaking, more camera flashes went his way. "For me to stand before you all as the Crown Prince today, I bring you all some unfortunate news. As a result of a recent tragedy, my first wife will not be here with us. In her place, I bring to you my firstborn son, Prince Oliver Rhys-Arner. Due to certain circumstances, he was living outside of the palace, but he has returned home." Just like that, the Crown Prince's speech went off without a hitch. Later, that same evening, Valflame Palace, guest rooms. A little violet short-haired boy with golden eyes could be seen in one of the guest rooms deep inside Valflame Palace, which was owned by the Arner family. He was currently wearing white-violet fancy robes, which currently had an insignia of a phoenix on it. A tired look could be seen in his eyes, and he ended up letting out a sigh. Of course, this little boy was me. "Ha!" I uttered, letting out a sigh as I reflected today's events. A lot sure happened today, didn't it? I didn't think Prince Eugent would have the guts to do that in front of everyone. I wonder if this will hinder my plan at all? To think he would abolish the 4 great houses and make it the 5 great houses, I said to myself. That's right. Not only did Prince Eugent declare himself the 87th emperor like he did in the original story, he abolished the current houses, only to bring them more power as the 5 great houses. This did not happen in the original story, and it was likely influenced by my presence of being here. House Phoenix was officially resurrected, as they would say. Puns aside, though, I even received Duke Alberia's approval, which I was not expecting at all. As a result, the other houses welcomed me, and were looking forward to my welcoming in the noble society. I do not know what age that happens here. Does it happen at 5, 15? I would have to look further into that. For now, we enjoyed a banquet the new emperor invited us to, and now, those who wanted to leave left, which were most of the nobles and the division commanders who returned to their duties. But of course, my father remained, and so did Aurelia, as she had a prior commitment with Rosalia. Still, I wonder how they would react once they know I will be off the radar come 2 to 3 years. Should I still enter the DG cult? I couldn't help but question myself. Unfortunately, that worry came to an end sooner than later, as I heard a knock come from the door. "It's open," I spoke out. As I did, I shifted my body upward as I was still on the bed. I saw a soul figure enter, who had short golden hair and violet eyes, wearing his signature red robe. Seeing this boy entered, my tiredness went away, and I became serious. "Your Highness," I said, greeting the boy. He smiled back at me after he closed the door. "You can stay like that, Naoto. Or should I address you as young Duke now?" "Ha!" Prince Oliver retorted with a smile. "Please don't," I retorted back. "I onlyist." Today was a very full day, especially for someone as young as you are. To be honest, I can't wait to see your debut into high society. Prince Olivert said with interest. It sure was. And with the events today out of the way, you decided to check up on me? I asked Prince Olivert. I did. You're feeling fine now? Prince Olivert asked me. I am. I am planning to retire the knight soon. However, based on what you said, I began to say to Prince Olivert, since I'm planning to stay by his side in the future, I decided to reveal some to him. Oh, Prince Olivert responded with interest. I cannot say much now, but it is very likely you won't be able to find me in a couple years' time. I have a plan to go off-grid, so to say. I explained to Prince Olivert. Off-grid, is it? It sounds like you know something. Is it possible this is related to that staff wielder? Prince Olivert wondered. You could say that. That girl is my master. They'll be training under her for a period of time, but I have plans to not show myself for a while. I continued to say, is that so? That is rather unfortunate. You know the twins took a rather good liking to you, huh? Prince Olivert responded with another chuckle. You aren't opposed to this? I questioned Prince Olivert. Nah, things might get rather turbulent here in coming future. With you out of the picture, the nobles might suspect something, but it'll ensure Lord Father to keep them in check. Prince Olivert responded, reassuring me. Thank you. After tonight, I suspect Father will take me home in the morning, I said. Then this will likely be our last day. We will see each other for a while. You know, how about I give you something to look forward to for when you come back? Prince Olivert asked me, which drew my interest. Oh, what would that be? I decided to ask. Little Alphen wouldn't keep your eyes off you, despite having her big brother right next to her. I must admit, I feel defeated. But how about I set you two up together for when you have your triumphant return and debut in a high society? Prince Olivert asked me with a grin. You wouldn't, I tried to retort. But of course I can. All I need to do is mention it to Lord Father. That is, unless a certain other princess has already caught your eye. Prince Olivert answered. You aren't referring to Princess Claudia, are you? I retorted back at him. I wonder. Only a select few know where you hail from, and I'm grateful that I get to be included on that list. Prince Olivert responded with a smile. Ha, it is true. I could very well end up with either one. But what if I didn't want to choose? I asked, revealing a grin myself. Seeing this caused Prince Olivert to let out another laugh. Your ambition will have a high hurdle to jump if that's the case. Prince Olivert responded with a laugh. After we both laughed for a bit, we heard another sound of footsteps approach the door. It was closed, but it slowly opened, only to reveal Rosalia with Aurelia behind her. Oya, I didn't think you would already have someone visiting you, Naoto, Rosalia said, looking at Prince Olivert with interest. We were just about wrapping it up, Master. I answered Rosalia. Master. So this girl is the one then? Prince Olivert asked with interest. And I didn't think you'd be tagging along with her. Miss Aurelia, Prince Olivert continued to say. Nor did I expect you to be here. Your Highness, I guess you and Naoto are acquainted after all, Aurelia said, greeting us as well. We were just wrapping it up. I can take my leave now, Prince Olivert said. Rosalia began to say, only to walk up to Prince Olivert to observe him. You know what? Why don't you stay? That is, if you're up to watching interesting, Rosalia asked with a smile. Master, I said, blinking for a moment. Oh, since that is the case, then I will be in your care, Prince Olivert agreed. I do not know when I will meet with Naoto again, so I can spend a bit more time here, Prince Olivert continued to say. Well, the guest room of Valflame Palace were quite luxurious as they were with the spacing, so it was plenty to fit several people inside. Prince Olivert didn't have to worry about watching this from the side, even though I found it a surprise for Rosalia to let him watch. Rosalia said, only to close the door behind us. This process may take a while and may cause pain, so I hope you two are ready. Naoto, Aurelia, Rosalia said. Yes, I nodded. As am I. Aurelia also confirmed. Good. Now let us begin, Rosalia acknowledged. Question for you all. If Naoto enters the Jaeger's next volume, do you guys want him to grow his hair out similar to Randy? Let me know. I haven't commissioned any art for MC yet because Volume 1 is early childhood. Once he becomes an adult, I likely will. Chapter 44. Toll 2. Toll here is referred to as a toll of a bell. Magic Knight, incoming? Can't leave Volume 1 without a boss fight at the end. Smiley face, Let us proceed with the ritual to unlock your mana core. Naoto, Aurelia, Rosalia said, closing the door. What should we do first? Aurelia asked, watching on. Rosalia ignored her question. Instead, Rosalia walked to the opposite side of the room, next to the bed, slowly. Rosalia walked up to the closed curtains of the window before opening them. We were facing the rest of Heimdall from this window, and were pretty high up in the palace. Overall, it was a rather breathtaking view, especially at night, with all the orbital lights lit up. If I had to give a comparison, it would actually be similar to Paris from my last life, except a lot more red. However, it was at this point I felt Rosalia's demeanor change, especially after moving her head up to look into the sky. Or more specifically, the glistening full moon. Ah, basking in the moonlight is such a wondrous thing, isn't it? Rosalia said, musing to herself. After she said that, Rosalia slowly turned around and revealed a grin. Both Aurelia and Prince Oliver turned wide-eyed the moment they saw her eyes were now a deep crimson and slit-like, just like a cat's. But now 4 fangs protruded inside of her mouth. One thing for sure was, she no longer appeared human-looking like this. Why you? You aren't human, Prince Oliver asked hesitantly. Well, you just answered the question of the day, little prince, Rosalia said, grinning. Which is why, starting from the 2 of you entering this room, I will be laying out a couple of ground rules. Failure to comply is not an option, Rosalia suddenly said, causing Aurelia and Prince Oliver to gulp a bit, but they nodded their heads. As for me, I just continue to watch on, enjoying how those 2 were currently behaving. First rule, no matter what you see or hear, it will not escape this room. Should tonight's matter be revealed in any shape or form, I will come hunt you down personally and kill you. Your social status does little to me, Rosalia began to say. I swear upon Adios' good name that I will abide by what you say, Prince Oliver said, feeling determined. I am curious to see how this will turn out. We may have not spent a lot of time together yet, but I have already shown Naoto to my family, am already starting to see him as a little brother of mine. Prince Oliver continued to say with a smile. Seriously? Aurelia retorted back at Prince Oliver. Why do I feel there's something underlined what you had just said? Aurelia wondered. Huh, then I will ask you this, Aurelia. What do you think of me? I decided to play along, asking what Aurelia thought of me. She blinked again as she looked at me. A division commander's son who has those creepy eyes as if they saw right through me? Aurelia retorted back, wondering herself. Ouch, I retorted, hearing Aurelia say that without hesitation. Hearing that also caused Rosalia to let out a rare laugh. Huh, that was well put. It does seem I was not wrong to choose you, Rosalia responded with a chuckle. But there's something more to that, isn't there? Aurelia decided to ask, shifting her eyes back to me. The moment she said that, I hopped off the bed and approached Rosalia's side, revealing a smile. As we are swearing an oath of secrecy here, I can do my part, I started to say, letting Aurelia and Prince Oliver look my way. I proceeded to do a formal bow, one that may not relate to that of a division commander, but more formal along the lines of royalty. Nato von aus Elisa, at your service, I said, formally introducing myself. Prince Oliver already knew, so it was Aurelia's turn to turn wide-eyed at this time. Now I recognize that hair of yours. To think you would hail from the Auzelese family. Aurelia started to reply back, only for her to blink for a good moment, realizing once again where we were. Wait, what in blazes is a member of the liberal royal family doing here in Valflame Palace, out of all places? Aurelia retorted. Ha ha ha, I wonder that myself. Prince Oliver responded with a smile. Things aren't looking too hot between Erebonia and Liberal right now. And yet 2 princes of our respective kingdoms are here now, sharing one room together. Could this be fate? Prince Oliver mused. Fate my ass. I'm surprised Liberal isn't in an uproar yet, Aurelia retorted back, only to cause me to laugh this time. Ha! You needn't worry about that part, Aurelia. Grandmother gave me the freedom to do as I see fit. My mother is grandmother's sister, so while I do have a right to succeed the throne, grandmother made it as so. It is very possible she will pass it along to the princess and not me. Only a handful of people know my actual background anyways, I said, shrugging my shoulders a bit. This is still a lot to take in, Aurelia said, letting out a groan as she shook her head a bit. Rosalia grinned, seeing Aurelia behave like this. Just so you know, if you do decide to walk out of that room right now, I will have your memory wiped. It would as if this conversation just now wouldn't have happened. Rosalia spoke out to Aurelia and Prince Oliver, causing the two to gulp again. I already resolved myself to coming here the moment you came to me tonight. Rosalia, this is such an opportunity to increase my battle strength if I can grasp magic. I will not hesitate to swear an Adios good name to not reveal tonight's happenstance, Aurelia said, folding her arm over chest, giving a formal bow too. Excellent. And this will tie in nicely to my second rule, but this one is more tied to you than anyone else, Aurelia, Rosalia began to say. Me? Aurelia questioned with interest. Yes, I will be tapping into your soul directly to unleash your mana cores. That is rather an excruciating process. There will likely be pain, and if you aren't successful, it may even lead to death. But like I said, this one matters more to you, Aurelia. I will not give a care in the world if you perish here. If that happens, then I will only blame your potential, Rosalia explained. I understand. My current master, Master Vander, says I have no equal. If my potential truly is the one thing that nips me in the bud, that would be such an ironic way to go, huh? Aurelia responded with a laugh. The Thunder God truly said that about you, Miss Aurelia? Prince Oliver asked with interest. He did. Aurelia responded with a smile. Umo, and now, well, this really isn't a rule, but have you decided? Naoto, Rosalia said, shifting her eyes to me. I asked. Well, we would have left this part the moment you would come to my village, but in actuality, this is the best moment to do it. Unlocking your mana core will be when your mana is most pure, so creating a familiar now is ideal. That will be dependent on your imagination, Naoto, Rosalia explained, causing me surprise this time. We're going to be creating a familiar along with a mana core. I questioned. That's right. So, I do hope you're ready, Rosalia said. After she said that, she looked toward Aurelia. And by the way, you won't be receiving one. This is only for my apprentice. Rosalia explained to Aurelia, to which she was just blinking at her. A familiar, Aurelia tried to respond. Are those related to magic again? Aurelia wondered. Take it as you will. But there is one slight problem to the process you'll be doing, Rosalia said, only confusing Aurelia more. Even you have a problem, Rose? I question myself. To explain a bit of what'll be doing, Naoto and Aurelia, both of you are an outsider to my village. You are not bound by its rules, so you'll be technically classified as a wandering witch. To ensure the quality of this process, you'll be inscribing the seal of the Hexen clan on your backs. And as for you, Naoto, they'll also inscribe my own seal, Rosalia explained. So we'll be receiving 2 seals while Aurelia receives 1? I asked. That's right, Rosalia answered, nodding her head. As she did, Aurelia and Prince Oliver looked at Rosalia with a dazed expression now. I feel I probably heard something I shouldn't have heard, Prince Oliver uttered. I didn't think I would get to hear the name of the Hexen clan. Prince Oliver continued to say, as I recall, that name often appeared throughout our history, right? I can't recall exactly what this clan did, though. Aurelia wondered. As much I would like to give you two a history lesson, time is of the essence. I would like to start the inscribe process, but I have one little problem, Rosalia said, shrugging her shoulders at the two. What would that be? I decided to ask Rosalia. You see, I am actually in state of recovery. I currently do not have access to my full strength. As such, doing this will tire me out greatly, so I need some replenishment to the mana I am about to consume, Rosalia said, grinning her mouth a bit, only to brandish her fangs. She looked at me specifically, causing the other two to become confused. Thick Rosalia incoming. If you haven't guessed yet, Rosalia is indeed a vampire, both as the ancestor of her kind and the last one of her kin. Chapter 45, Toll 3. I had a feeling it would eventually come down to this. I couldn't help but utter. Looking at her fangs, her saying that she requires a resupply of mana wasn't an exaggeration. Unknown to many in the Trails verse, Rosalia is indeed not a human, despite being a contracted holy beast to Adios. Rosalia is none other than a vampire, and the last one of her kind. Well, to be more specific, she is a second iteration of this holy beast due to some unfortunate circumstances. And back in the Middle Ages, where vampires ran amok, she ended slaying every single one of her kin, to the point that no other vampire exists now. And now, Rosalia probably thinks I'm a very good battery for her to recharge, seeing that I am a future awakener. She had spent a long time trying to recover her strength, but for her to undergo this ritual, she will no doubt consume a lot of mana. I wondered if she revealed this part of her to others who were her past awakeners. Either way, I had already resolved myself should this situation occur. Seeing this, Rosalia nodded her head at me. "If you are ready, then get back on the bed and show your neck to me," Rosalia said. "Understood," I said. Getting back up, my body was still pretty small for being a kid, so the moment I reached the bed again, my neck was now in line with her head. Again, as for Rosalia, she looked toward Aurelia and Prince Oliver again before speaking. "I don't care what you two do right now, but you may want to look away. It may get a bit bloody," Rosalia suggested, causing the two to blink. "Bloody? What do you mean by blue?" Aurelia tried to ask, only to get interrupted by Rosalia's next action. All of a sudden, she opened her mouth and swiftly moved her head in my direction, or more specifically my neck. Chomp! A low-pitched sound at the side of my neck being bit into quickly spread through the room. A couple of droplets of blood escaped Rosalia's grasp, only to splatter onto Aurelia's face. It was bright red. "Ah!" Aurelia tried to reply, only for shock to return her face. She couldn't help but lift her finger to wipe off the blood, only to stare at it. I mean, seeing blood is not foreign to me, since I've fought many battles, even if they were just duels. But I wasn't expecting to see such a thing tonight, Aurelia uttered to herself. "Blood-sucking? You really a vampire? I thought they were wiped out." Prince Oliver also mused to himself, seeing Rosalia continue. As for me, I winced my eyes, expecting pain to arrive. But surprisingly, after initial puncture, I felt no pain. Perhaps Rosalia's fangs numbed it? I could only feel something foreign buried into my neck now. It felt pretty weird, but it wasn't unpleasant. It was at this time I heard Rosalia try to click her tongue, which revealed her fangs and a rather bloody mouth. It wasn't super visible, but Aurelia and Prince Oliver were still able to see this for a split moment, and they shuddered seeing it. TCH, to think I would let a few drops go to waste. "I really am rusty at this," Rosalia complained as she continued to drink. Most of this was muffled since her mouth was occupied. I couldn't help but chuckle hearing that. Isn't it impolite to speak with your mouth full?" I tried to retort Rosalia. However, unexpected, I actually heard my system ding inside my head, which caused Rosalia to let out another low, annoyed groan. As much I wanted to laugh at that, I decided not to. Instead, I closed my eyes a bit to see what this notification ding. A true ancestor rank vampire has sunk their teeth into you for the first time. Due to being a human, a new hidden job has become available to you. True Damper. LV1 player currently has job, Noble equipped. Player can only equip one job at a time. Player has now been granted free access to switch between jobs. Due to unlocking 2 or more jobs, a level function has been added, and I'm thinking of jobs behaving like master quartz in regard to stats abilities. What do you guys think? Ding. Available jobs, Noble, LV1, True Damper, LV1 Nanny. I couldn't help but retort seeing this sudden notification appear in my mind. As much as I wanted to move back a bit, I had to remain still until Rosalia was done. Thankfully, only a couple more moments passed before I heard Rosalia do one last gulp. She slowly shifted her fangs away, revealing a bite mark on my neck. One would expect more blood to spew out from there, but thankfully it didn't. Sure enough, her fangs had healing properties. My wound began to close at a visible speed, leaving behind almost no blood at all. She used her finger to wipe away the remaining bit of it. Now that did the trick, Rosalia smiled, closing her mouth. "Why, you could have at least warned us beforehand that you were going to do that," Aurelia retorted, regaining her composure. "How do you feel now, though?" Prince Oliver also asked, worried. "I did warn you too," Rosalia retorted back at Aurelia. As for me, I reassured Prince Olivert that I was okay. I feel fine. I don't even feel a bit woozy. I also spoke out. All is well then. That manna was quite exquisite, if I do say so myself, Rosalia said with a grin. You're welcome, I replied. What's the next step now that you've reached enough mana? I decided to ask. Well, that part is easy. I can attain my true form again, albeit only for a little while, Rosalia explained, only to immediately look at me before continuing to speak. And no, it is not that true form you might be thinking of. This one I can show off tonight, Rosalia continued to say. Right? Then the floor is yours, Rose, I responded. In the next moment, Rosalia made a swift gesture of her staff, twisting it horizontally. All of a sudden, a rather complex bluish magic circle appeared beneath her, which caught Aurelia and Prince Olivert off guard. They could only blink at something which they have likely never seen before. Hell, it seemed Rosalia didn't even need an incantation for this one. She was just able to cast her transformation right off the bat. After a moment of watching her spell, we saw a white smoke puff into existence, hiding Rosalia's figure, very similar to how clones appeared in Naruto. The first thing was that her limbs began to stretch, making her taller. She no longer appeared like a little girl, but rather an adult now. And, pro tip on fanfics, you don't need to censor other shows. Once the smoke vanished, a new Rosalia stood before us, much taller and much more beautiful. Her hair now flew more closer to her legs instead of well onto the floor. But the most important thing is she was no longer flat-chested or a place that were two perky mounts. She only showed this form off once or twice to Reen in the games, and I'm surprised she didn't do this more often. But according to Rosalia, she requires a lot of mana to be in this form, but this will let her cast more effectively. And of course, this was not her Burning Sphinx form. If she entered that form, part of Valflame Palace would come crumbling down. Haha, looks like it was a success, I said, giving a smile at Rosalia, seeing her in her true form. Omo, I've still got it. If I hadn't planned to cast 3 insignias tonight, I may very well would have a good long while in this form of mine. But alas, I'm already preoccupied with tonight. It's not like this will be the only time this happens, right? I asked her. You were right about that. It is well into the night now, so let us begin. Naoto, Aurelia, are you ready? Rosalia asked us. I am, I replied in confidence. As am I, Aurelia replied with a nod. Good. To have me start casting my insignias, we mustn't have any interference. Since that is the case, Aurelia, please go sit on the bed. And as for both of you, you will need to remove your clothing. Make sure your backs are turned my way, Rosalia said, causing both of us to blink for a moment. Both Aurelia and I exclaimed together after hearing that. Chapter 46. Toll 4. I will try to complete Volume 1 this week, but no promises. All of a sudden, after Rosalia finished her transformation and asked us that, I heard another notification sound off in my head. Ding! Endurance passive skill acquired. Endurance, LV1, 0-100, reduces damage received by 1. Additionally reduces damage by 3 the more HP is dropped. Max 15. Each level improves damage reduction rate. Further improvement may unlock further status resistances. And Trails has an insane amount of status ailments. It'll just pretend it'll ignore that passive skill for now. But overall, it's quite a good one gamers can get. I am pretty sure there are skills in the Trails verse that ignore damage reduction, doing full pierce damage, but I'll go over that later. For now, I had my attention on Rosalia. Well, both of us were. Rosalia blinked at us after hearing both of us exclaim that. What? Would you rather have me inscribe my insignias on your front side instead? Rosalia asked, confused. That's not the issue at hand here, I immediately retorted. Naoto is right. Aurelia also quickly nodded her head. We don't need to remove all of our clothes, do we? Aurelia continued to ask. She even looked at Prince Olivert, who could currently be seen grinning. Don't look at me. I am just the guest of honor here, Prince Olivert retorted, shrugging his shoulders. Puffed. Rosalia also responded with a laugh. But 'tis true. We are dealing with intricate spellcasting here. The less obstructions, the better the result. A little cloth won't trouble you so, will it? Rosalia asked Aurelia. Fine. I've come this far, and I won't let that interrupt us, Aurelia responded, admitting defeat. Next, she approached the front of the bed, only to grab one of the pillows. With a heavy slam, she chucked the pillow straight at Prince Oliver, catching him off guard. A muffled bang echoed in the room. She used a rather large amount of force, which almost caused him to tumble backwards. "You peek, you're dead," Aurelia said, glaring at the pillow-faced prince. "Right," Prince Oliver quietly said. It was only now did he actually feel his spine go cold. I inwardly chuckled seeing this. I guess being a little kid right now has its perks. I will admit, I do have an interest in Aurelia, along with a few other girls. I know I will be going off-grid for the years to come, but it would do well to remain on her good side. As such, I looked toward the bed frame and started to undress my robe. Seeing this, Aurelia smiled. Prince Oliver didn't say anything more and only sat down at a table further away, keeping the pillow with him. As such, Aurelia began stripping her uniform. She was indeed wearing a Thor's military academy uniform, but the one she wore signaled that she was in the noble faction, sporting the white and purple colors and not the red and white. With a plop, her skirt and top fell down, revealing a rather ample size of 2 mounds, hidden away in white lingerie. Among the girls and trails, she had one of the biggest racks, and she was already in her growing period. I do wonder, though, when do people become adults here? Does life here follow Japanese standards like in my past life, since these were JRPGs? But I used to be an American living under a Japanese identity. Most people would be legal adults either at age 16 or 18, depending on what state they resided in. Yet in Japan, one wouldn't be a legal adult until the age of 20. Another interesting point to discover later. For now, I could only continuing looking the other way. As much as I wanted to look at Aurelia right now, I was ready to start Rosalia's ritual, as I no longer had my robes or undergarments on me. They were placed off on the bed to the left. In the next moment, I heard another plop, which revealed Aurelia's adolescent beauty. She even took off the ribbons which kept her hair tied into 2 ponytails, letting no cloth obstruct her. She proceeded onto the bed next to me, entering a cross-legged position while keeping an arm over her breasts. "Umo, looks like you two are ready. Naoto, remember the breathing technique I've taught you already? Since you can already feel the flow of mana, entering meditation will help this spell. And as that is the case, I will start with Aurelia," Rosalia explained. "Understood," I replied, lowering my arms. They would typically call this the lotus position in those Chinese novels, wouldn't they? I guess the look is pretty similar. As I relaxed my arms to my legs, my breathing slowed down. It didn't take long for me to activate Meditate. Ding! You have activated Meditate. Your health and energy will restore at a faster pace. Hearing that sudden notification, I wanted to inwardly retort it. Am I going to hear this every time I enter this state? Either way, as for Aurelia, she raised her eyebrows as she quickly saw me shut my senses off from the world. Impressive. To think someone so young could quickly enter a meditative state. "You've said this little child is your apprentice?" Aurelia asked with interest. Already feeling jealous? Jealousy? I'm not sure. If anything, I feel an admiration, Aurelia answered curiously. Is that so? Well, just like I said, I will be starting with you, Aurelia. Are you able to enter a similar meditative state like Naoto's? Rosalia asked. Of course. I can use the technique Master Vander has long since taught me. And if this works, don't forget it'll be addressing you as Master, Aurelia said, answering in confidence. Yeah. Just a note, you will definitely feel a lot more pain than Naoto will, Rosalia continued to say. Are you suggesting Naoto has more talent than someone who has yet to find their match? Aurelia asked. Higher talent? That I cannot answer. What Naoto does have is more experience in this state of mind, Rosalia answered, which only caused Aurelia to blink. Not like I'll tell you what that state of mind is, though. I won't be teaching you anything. I only see you as a stowaway, Rosalia uttered. I did accept these terms with that in mind, so I won't ask anything in regards to that matter. The meditation I will enter is more used for our battle chi, but since you will be unlocking that mana core, as you say, I should be able to feel the flow of mana afterward. I can bear a little pain along the way, Aurelia responded with a smile. Then match Naoto's breathing with yours. I will start inscribing my insignias shortly, Rosalia explained. Hearing that, Aurelia closed her eyes, only to let out breaths at a certain interval, which were quite different from my own, but she still tried to match my pace. As for Rosalia, she approached Aurelia's back and tapped the floor with her staff. All of a sudden, a rather complex magic circle appeared underneath the bed, even giving Prince Oliver a shock. Rosalia then started to chant, "Oh, to the one above the skies, please listen to the whims of your lowly servant. Hear ye, for I give my crest to one bound by mortality. Let me be the truth to the eye who seeks it." Rosalia began to chant. The longer Rosalia chanted, the more bluish aura she began to release. In the middle of that, she slowly took her staff and held it, pointing it at Aurelia's back. Rosalia's staff shone a bright crimson red before a beam of light shot out from it, only to find its destination at her back. Slowly but surely, Rosalia began to move the beam of light, only to begin the inscribing process. The moment the mana struck Aurelia's back, she felt a big shock, only to start getting a tingly feeling. Meanwhile, deep inside Aurelia's mind, she started to hear the sounds of a chain being unbound. For those who are wanting Trails lemons, yeah, that won't happen for a good while. But I do enjoy me a good lemon. Chapter 47. Element Resonance. Aurelia soon entered a deep state of meditation, a state that many aspire to experience during one's training. One may call it an epiphany. Others might call it enlightenment. But deep down, Aurelia could hear chains snapping inside of her, constantly breaking free of restraints she never thought she still had. However, that wasn't the only thing to follow. The more Rosalia started to carve out her back with a stream of mana, the intensity soon followed. At first, all Aurelia felt was a tingly sensation on her back, as if the hairs suddenly stood up. In the next moments, that changed to having fiery ants bite into her, causing her to grit her teeth. Once Rosalia was around halfway through her insignia, the external pain ended. But then the internal pain began. She wanted to grit her teeth harder and felt like this moment lasted an eternity. However, despite the growing pain she's been experiencing, her heart felt at ease, which only rose her curiosity. How strange. I will admit Master Vander was never easy on me, and the pain has been bearable so far. But why do I feel such serenity? Aurelia wondered as she kept her eyes closed. Little did she know, the mana Rosalia was releasing as she moved her staff over Aurelia's back started to change color from the normal blue. Not only that, it started to move toward Aurelia, slowly covering her body. At first, the blue aura started to flicker, only to congeal into rather vibrant violet. After Rosalia reached halfway, the first change occurred. Scree! A loud screech suddenly resounded in the room, only to have a small bolt of lightning shoot out diagonally left from Aurelia's body. Rosalia's pupils constricted a bit before she observed her while she continued her spell. As for Prince Oliver, though, the moment the first little bolt of lightning struck out, his eyes turned wide. He was also astonished by the spell Rosalia was casting, but he didn't think he would get to see a visible change. Like at all. He even flinched a bit, seeing a lightning bolt suddenly come shooting out not too far from a spot on the left, not caused by any sort of orbital science or weather. The lightning bolt quickly reached the end of its path, unfortunately shattering a flower vase on one of the tables in the corner. As for Rosalia, I heard her speak directly into my mind as she started the second half of the Hexen clan insignia. Aurelia is indeed a monster. In fact, I would even go so far to call her a freak of nature, Rosalia said, speaking to me directly in my mind. I'm currently focused on my own meditation. So what's happening outside? I suddenly heard a loud screech just now. I asked Rosalia. I've only been inscribing my own insignia on her body, but on her own, her mana core is being formed as we speak. Just now, we have witnessed her first resonance, Rosalia explained to me. A resonance with the elements even before her core finished forming? I responded in surprise. Omo. And I expect yours to go similarly, since I'm giving you my personal insignia on top of it. Ha! Well, let me guess, with that noise just now, did Aurelia experience a resonance with lightning? I decided to ask. She did. Lightning is one of the more explosive elements out there. It should do her well to add it to her battles, Rosalia answered. And on top of that, she's bearing this pain rather well. I'm almost done. With this spell, Rosalia continued to say. I see. I'm looking forward to what I will achieve, but I can already give a good guess on what my elements will turn out to be. I replied happily. We shall see. Rosalia concluded, only to continue her spell. By now she was way over halfway, to the point she was around 2/3 done. Yet strangely, Aurelia stopped grunting in pain, and her face started to feel more relaxed, despite the fight currently going on inside of her. Oh, to think she would even have enough spare mental energy to suppress the pain. Looks like I was not wrong to impart her with this spell. Rosalia complimented Aurelia. As for Aurelia, she felt extremely calm now. In the next moment, Rosalia's engraving finished, and a Hexen clan symbol made out of mana could now be seen on her back. However, that only lasted for a brief moment before the symbol vanished, as if nothing happened. Seeing the spell done, Aurelia ended her meditation and slowly opened her eyes, only to find herself in surprise. A vibrant violet aura could now be seen all over her body. Lights would flicker, behaving like lightning, but at the same time the aura felt tranquil. I didn't know feeling magic could be so pleasant, nor could it behave like this. It feels very different from battle chi. Aurelia responded happily, slowly moving her limbs around as she saw how her aura behaved. It would stick around her, just like battle chi, but the feeling was far different. Next, Aurelia decided to see if she could pull this aura back inside. And sure enough, she was able to. The violet aura quickly vanished from sight, and the atmosphere returned to normal. However, just as it finished, a few zaps struck Aurelia's hair, causing it to puff out. Her hair now looked like a hedgehog's. The moment Aurelia's hair puffed out, a chuckle escaped from Prince Oliver's mouth, which caused Aurelia to start turning around. His eyes immediately looked the other way, only to quickly speak out to her. And Miss Aurelia, if you're going to look this way, at least put your clothes back on. Even I can tell the spell is done. Prince Oliver quickly said to Aurelia. Aurelia let out a chuckle hearing that. Haha, that is right. The spell is done. I got too absorbed just now. I apologize for my blunder, Aurelia said, only to get off the bed. Judging from the fact she jumped off and hearing her go through her clothes, she probably had her glory facing back at me. As much as I wanted to see it, I kept my eyes closed, continuing my meditate. I had to keep reminding myself I was now in a body of a little child, being 3 years in fact. I could see why those who have reincarnated, dying from a middle-aged life, could be stressful. If I recall, I used to be 28 before the gamer system chose me, reincarnating into Zemuria. And, not sure if I specified his age before, but changing to 28, anything romance-related would unfortunately not blossom for a good long while. And besides, with how Aurelia looked at me with that response from earlier, I say I probably had a ways to go. Ho ho, Rosalia suddenly said inside my mind again. So you do have an interest in her? Rosalia retorted at me. You heard that? I asked. Umo, don't forget, I'm still connected with your mind. I will leave it after my spells are done casting tonight. Ugh, I still need to get used to that, especially after I showed you everything. And you've only just become my apprentice. You better be ready, Rosalia retorted back at me. Heh, maybe being born as a noble isn't such bad luck after all. I could tell you one of my dreams, Rose. I decided to say, aspirations are a great thing to hold, but isn't being granted a second chance good enough already? Rosalia asked me. That is true, but since I've crossed over here, I need to enjoy its benefits Zemuria has to offer to its fullest. And that is to seek out a harem, I announced to Rosalia. A harem, huh? You talk big, but then again, where you hail from royalty now. At least in that aspect, society will not shun you down. Rosalia responded to me. Right? I can definitely see it as a blessing. I inwardly smiled. However, at this moment, I unexpectedly heard a ding go off inside my mind. Ding! Title Harem Seeker's level has risen LV1. LV2 hearing this, I wanted to blink. At the same time, I heard Rosalia let out a laugh in my mind. However, it wasn't just that. We heard Aurelia let out a laugh, which caused me to open my eyes. The moment I saw Aurelia, she was fully dressed with her hair way out of whack, but she wasn't the only one who looked like that. I could see her pointing her finger at Prince Oliver, whose hair was also puffed out now thanks to receiving a tiny lightning shot from Aurelia. Both of their hair were now a mess. Haha, I'm going to enjoy this, Aurelia said, seeing a little lightning streak across her finger. Oh no, Prince Oliver tried to retort, but if he did, he would likely receive another strike from her. May you rest in peace, Prince Oliver, I inwardly retorted, which caused Rosalia to lull out another chuckle. It didn't take long before Aurelia saw that I was looking at her, only to look back at me with my eyes open. Sorry about that. I'm just having a wonderful experience with this newfound ability. I'm not sure why, but it didn't take me long to see how mana can be used. Since it can influence the elements directly, it looks like I have an affinity for lightning, Aurelia responded. That indeed seems to be the case here, and it is fine. It's nice to see you were able to bear through with it. Are you feeling fine? I decided to ask. I am. I guess you're up next, Naoto. Aurelia said. Yes, I am ready to proceed. Rosalia, I said with a determined look. Let's see if you can bear what she bore, Rosalia said, only to start preparing her next spell. What elements do you think Naoto will resonate with? Hint, it's already been revealed in his Skills XD, Chapter 48. Duo Element Harem Seeker LV20 100 grants the following perks. Favorability Meter LV1, 5100, 50. Friendship Up, bonus 10 experience gained for every girl currently in party. Upgradable. New ding. Due to title, Harem Seeker, reaching LV2, a new function has been unlocked. Ding. The party function has been unlocked. Player Naoto may now form a party with others. Ding. Party settings has been unlocked. When forming a party, player Naoto is now able to set party parameters. Please review the parameters for further information, and like whether Naoto will receive all experience points, setting waypoints, etc. Just as Rosalia was about to start her second spell, she suddenly came to a halt, just like I did. Seeing this notification in my mind caused me to blink. Say, before we start, can I quickly try something out? It's probably related to that just now, right? Rosalia asked me. That's right. I didn't think party would be unlocked for a good while. I uttered inside my mind softly. What is this party? Rosalia decided to ask. You remember how Father and Miss Isola fought, that wolf, right? That could be considered a party. But when one is formed by the system, you may be able to enter places that only I can. I explained a bit. Should I ever encounter instant dungeons or something along those lines, I could definitely invite people like Rosalia to them. But doing that alone, even bosses would probably fear her. Haha. Jokes aside, I decided to give this new function a quick test run, allowing my command to prompt. Using party was not difficult at all. In the next moment, Rosalia suddenly heard chime. Ding! Player Naoto has created a party. You have sent a request to join to Rosalia, LV? To join. So that is how this behaves. Do I receive any benefits? Rosalia asked in wonder. That I am not sure of. This function will need further testing. I could only answer for now. Party systems definitely varied, and who knows, maybe there will be party quests and such down the line. I concur. For now, it does not look like it is having any effect. Can I conclude your test is over? Rosalia asked. It is. Thank you, I said inwardly smiling. I will start inscribing my 2 insignias then. Are you up for a challenge of doing both at the same time? Rosalia asked. Sure, why not? Aurelia could endure one. So let me challenge her and do both, I said in confidence. Moreover, if the soul is going to be involved, it's not like this is the first time I felt pain in this aspect. The first, and actually the only time I felt pain in that high of an aspect, was when I first crossed over into Zemuria, the reincarnation. The thing that triggered the reincarnation was the gamer system being bound to my soul. An excruciating pain felt like no other. I couldn't help but be curious to see if Rosalia could match that power, for being a holy beast and all that. Wait, that wouldn't make me a masochist now, would it? Shrugging that thought off, I steeled myself. Aurelia and Prince Oliver saw we remained silent for a good moment. But before the two could say anything, they saw Rosalia position her staff again, just like how she did when she chanted the first time. Just as she chanted, her mana burst forth even more this time. The two even had to plug their ears a bit, as the chant sounded very weird to them, as if she had chanted it twice at the same time. Isn't this known as concurrent casting? You know, like layered spells. Perhaps there was a lot more unknown to magic than I had previously known in the Trails verse. That thought also lasted for a brief moment, as I suddenly felt two tingly sensations on my back. Two magic insignias slowly began to form. To think both would form at the same time, Aurelia uttered softly in amazement. "Will Naoto be all right?" Prince Oliver asked with a hint of worry. He still might be very young, but I can tell he had already started his training and has a strong will. Not the level of the iron-willed father of his, though. Aurelia explained you saw how he didn't back away during our transit, right? That is true. You endured this quite well, but with our budding friendship, worry is beginning to sprout. If something happens to him, it's your but which will be at risk here. Are you able to shoulder what would happen a prince of a neighboring kingdom falls here? That is very true, huh? Let's pray to Adios this goes well. Indeed. Though I wonder, Aurelia began to say in wonder. Prince Oliver responded, looking at her. He raised his eyebrows, only to see Aurelia release a bit of her purple aura. At first, he quickly realized the lightning from earlier, but his eyes flickered only to see a calmness this time, so he kept watching. Aurelia gently blew some of her mana, letting it streak across the room. She aimed it right at my back, to where the spell was currently happening. A glint of light streaked across Rosalia's eyes as she saw this, but she didn't stop Aurelia. Meanwhile, inside my mind to where my eyes were closed, I heard more notifications sound off inside my mind. A couple more than I was originally anticipating. Ding! Construction of player Naoto's mana core has begun. Now at 10. Ding! Favorability with Aurelia Le Guin has reached 75. She now sees you in a favorable light, and sings praise for shouldering your fate as a prince and Duke Ding. Player Naoto has received a new skill, Aurelia's Blessing. Aurelia's Blessing LV. You have received the blessing of the future Golden Rakshasa. Grants the following perks. Willpower up, mind up, grants the following skill. Chivalry LV1 Ding. Mana core has reached 30. Hearing these few notifications in my mind, I inwardly came to a half in my thoughts. Inwardly blinking, I couldn't help but smile. I guess revealing some to Aurelia did I off, didn't it? I wasn't expecting to receive such a benefit. I know a lot of gamer systems grant the gamer's mind as a starting perk, along with the gamer's body. However, I personally did not receive these two skills. One essentially turned pain into a numerical value, and while I did have stats, I bet real-world situations could still strike against me. If I lost a limb, it would stay lost and not recovered with the gamer's body by recovering my HP, and so on. Same for the gamer's mind. It essentially stripped one's emotions, turning one into a systematic robot. They could still feel and such, but they would only come about things logically about every single damn thing. If I wanted my instincts to develop and flow on the battlefield as a Jaeger, having a gamer's mind would be one of the last things I need. Sure, that would mean I'm still susceptible to mind control and such, and well, it'll slowly develop a counter to that. I could make barrier magic one of my priorities before I enter the DG cult. And well, Rosalia is my master, I mustn't forget that too, huh? Aurelia's new skill she gave me will also help with that mind up. Thinking that, I received a couple more notifications. Ding! Mana core has reached 50. Ding! Mana core has reached 70. Looks like Rosalia's spell is going quite smoothly. However, I felt pangs start striking my mind, causing me to let out a low groan. As such, I could only grit my teeth. The incoming pain was much more bearable than unlocking the gamer system was. The next 10% grew slightly. But little did I know, Rosalia's aura already converged over my body. Aurelia and Prince Oliver had surprise in their eyes. The color over my body began to flicker. It changed blue to a fiery red. A fiery red. It's almost crimson Aurelia uttered softly. However, their surprise continued on. The aura changed from crimson back to an azure blue. However, that didn't last a single time. Once I saw the status reach 90, Aurelia and Prince Oliver saw my aura swap more frequently between crimson and azure colors. Well, is rather interesting. Yours stayed violet, but Naoto's is changing between a crimson and azure color. Prince Oliver uttered softly in amazement. That could only mean one thing. Naoto has an affinity for two elements, Aurelia responded happily, causing him to nod in agreement. And at the same time, I heard a thunderous boom crash deep inside my mind, and the growing pains came to a halt. Ding! Mana core formation has reached 100. Player Naoto has successfully formed a mana core. I don't have a level system for the mana core yet, but if I do give one, it will probably be Circle. Chapter 49. Rise. Once my mana core finished forming after hearing that thunderous boom inside my mind, another flurry of notifications sounded off. I took the time to read through them. Ding! Your mana core has successfully been formed. Ding! Passive skill, Endurance has risen in level. LV1, LV3 ding. Due to player Naoto possessing the Auslese bloodline, Water Affinity has been granted. Player Naoto can now use Water Magic. Ding. Due to player Naoto possessing the Arner bloodline, Fire Affinity has been granted. Player Naoto can now use Fire Magic. Ding. True Damper Job class has been detected. Due to player Naoto possessing Water Magic, subset Magic Blood Magic has been unlocked. Ding. Due to Blood Magic's level being insufficient, player Naoto cannot use Blood Magic while Noble Job is equipped. It is currently locked to the True Damper Job. Further rise in level may allow player Naoto to use it while having another job equipped. Ding. Auslese Bloodline has been detected. Due to player Naoto possessing Water Magic, subset Magic Ice Magic has been unlocked. Ding. Main Quest. Learn Magic Quest log has been updated for player Naoto completing their mana core. Holy shit. Those were the first two words that came to mind the moment I finished reading these notifications after staying quiet for a moment. Having special bloodlines really does make a difference, doesn't it? I guess the cat is out of the bag too, even though I was doubtful even after Rosalia explaining the circumstances to me. My Phoenix family was active during the War of the Lions around 250 years ago, only to end up vanishing without a trace. And yet they didn't perish, only to find their bloodline continuing onto the Auslese royal family. But from these notifications, it was easy to conclude that the Phoenix family did have ties to the Arner family, sharing the same blood with them. Two conflicting bloodlines, and yet the gamer system found a way to harmonize it. Either way, that in itself makes me a bastard among the bastard sons, doesn't it? Water magic, fire magic, and subsequently ice magic. Seeing these unlocked, excitement appeared in my eyes. Not only that, there was an additional piece of information I wasn't expecting at all, learning blood magic. It does make sense for it to come with the damper job I unlocked earlier, and for now, it seems restricted to only that job. Rosalia is right up that alley too, for being the last vampire. No doubt she'll know how to train blood magic, so I should definitely consult her on that at a later time, which I can do during the next couple of years. For right now, I decided to open my eyes again, and to my surprise, I saw a rather pretty mana aura swirling around me. Every few seconds, it would change from a crimson red to an azure blue, very similar to a neon light. And yet, it didn't feel oppressive. I felt rather calm seeing this. Looks like it was a success. Congratulations, Aurelia responded happily seeing my new aura. My incantation is done, and you're back. Now has my two insignias on it. So do us a favor, will you? Rosalia said, only to reach for the bed to quickly toss my robe at me. This caused a halt for a moment, but I let out a laugh. Of course. I responded with a chuckle as my robe now covered me. As I did, I took this time to retract my mana back into my body. After that, I took a moment to put my clothes back on, ending this session. I then jumped out of bed, walking toward Aurelia and Prince Oliver, where they were seated at further away. Did you enjoy the view, Your Highness? Magic is something else, isn't it? I decided to ask Prince Oliver. It truly is. Seeing the elements of nature behave this way is quite different from our ornament devices. It is truly lamentable I couldn't be a part of learning the way. Prince Oliver responded back to me, letting out a chuckle of his own. Hee hee, you like you've obtained the luckier end of the stick as well. Naoto, care for a little demonstration of your two elements like I showed mine? Aurelia asked, intrigued. You expect me to cast my mana as instantly as you did just now? I couldn't help but retort her. What? You dealt with the process. Are you saying your talent is less than mine? Aurelia responded, retorting back at me. Does Aurelia not know how much of a monster she is yet? I wondered to myself. Or is she just taking me for a spin here? I continue to wonder. I shook off that thought and responded to her. Heh, I don't see why I can't. Let's see if I can bring out this mana again, I said, answering Aurelia. I calmed myself down, letting my breathing take over in the same pattern Rosalia taught me. A sense of warmth started to spread around, letting my mana wander freely. I soon directed it to one of my hands, letting a palm go face up. Before long, a ball of water formed in my hand, causing Aurelia and Prince Oliver to look at it. So it is the element of water, Prince Oliver said, amused seeing this water ball float in my hand. However, this only lasted for a brief moment. All of a sudden, our thoughts were interrupted by a huge burst of mana that spewed forth from all around us, which seemed to resonate with mine. Or perhaps it was better to say this giant burst of mana came from beneath us. At the same time seemed to have come to a halt. My vision changed, becoming void of color. Flashes of white and black came forth, and it seemed to shatter like a mirror. Very similar to how Reen reacted when he reached the old schoolhouse for the first time. After my vision returned to normal, I felt my mana start to spike inside me, causing out to let out a low groan. Ugh, I said with a groan. As I did, the water ball over my palm quickly destabilized and splashed onto the ground through my hand. My mana continued to roar, causing me to collapse onto one of my knees. Hey, I was only joking earlier. Are you all right? Aurelia suddenly stood up, approaching my side. It is only natural. Naoto is a lot younger. Prince Oliver also tried to say, only to get distracted by the deep blue aura I began to release from my body. Prince Oliver also stood up, trying to approach my side. Once the two were nearby, they actually saw my eyes go dim, only to cause further distress. Aurelia got mad, only to look at Rosalia, who was watching this happen from the side. Is this supposed to happen? Is Naoto experiencing a backlash or something? Aurelia tried to ask. However, the two were interrupted by the sound of the voice, but this voice didn't sound like mine. It sounded a lot more mechanical. Awakener's mana signature detected. Beginning synchronization. I said mechanically, causing Aurelia and Prince Oliver to blink their eyes. This, Prince Oliver said, surprised. However, they heard Rosalia click her tongue, seeing me respond by like this. TCH, I had a feeling this would happen. So troublesome, Rosalia said, letting out a complaint. What would happen? Aurelia tried to ask, but this time, the three were distracted by something else. Ding dong, ding dong. All of a sudden, the sounds of an ancient bell began to resound throughout the palace. It wasn't just them who heard it either. The maids and the residents of Valflame Palace also became distracted by the sound of this ancient bell beginning to toll. It was as if it was resonating all around the palace. Meanwhile, within the main dining room, a couple figures could still be seen, mostly being the new 87th Emperor of Erebonia, Emperor Eugent, and my father Gileath Osborne. His new queen, Empress Priscilla, could also be seen with them, chatting away, only to get distracted by this loud noise. A tolling of a bell? What in blazes is going on here? Emperor Eugent asked. This toll sounds familiar, don't you think, Your Majesty? Gileath said, revealing a smile. Is everything okay? Empress Priscilla tried to ask, only to yet out a yell shortly after. Ah! Empress Priscilla suddenly yelled, only to feel a large quake start shaking the palace. She quickly was able to stabilize herself. Something must be happening to the palace. But who? Emperor Eugent began to wonder, only to have Gileath answer him. So it was him after all. Your Majesty, why don't we go take a look outside of the palace? Gileath asked him. You know something, don't you, Gileath? This happenstance has a very familiar feeling to it, Emperor Ugent continued to say, but stood up as the palace continued to quake. As the three began to wander toward one of the windows on the left, their eyes turned wide, only to see space start distorted before Emperor Drachel's statue in Drachel's Plaza. Meanwhile, back in our room where the four of us were, we were distracted by the large quaking of the palace. But that didn't stop the mechanical voice from escaping from my mouth. Synchronization complete. Initiating starting trial to unlock the proving grounds. Good luck, my future awakener, the familiar mechanical voice said. At the same time, my eyes regained clarity. Chapter 50, Magic Night. Assurii, after I saw my eyes regain clarity while hearing that familiar mechanical voice escape from my mouth, I heard another notification sound off inside my head. Ding. The gamer system has detected player Naoto to become the Vermilion Knight's next awakener, now issuing entry-level quest of the Vermilion Trials. Ding. Main quest, the Vermilion Trials has been issued. Ding. Player Naoto has received emergency quest, Slay Magic Knight. 01. Slay the Magic Knight. Player Naoto has begun his path to prove his worth in becoming the next Vermilion Awakener. This questline will be the first of many trial quests to be completed. Upon defeating the Magic Knight, player Naoto will receive access to enter the Vermilion Knight's proving grounds. Magic Knight, 01 conditions, must deliver the final blow. Party limit, for members time limit. Rewards, title. Otherworldly Slayer, UR Quartz Box X3, 50,000 experience. Main quest, Vermilion Trials. Prove yourself worthy to awaken the Vermilion Knight and become its next awakener. Phase 0, Emergency Quest, Slay Magic Knight, 01, Phase 1. And, of course I want list all the phases now. Time limit, 15 years, and basically when CSI starts. Rewards, passive skill, unlocked. So, it is a Magic Knight, and this quaking, is the Vermilion Trials the one causing it for recognizing me as the next awakener? Unfortunately, that thought couldn't continue on for long, as we suddenly heard sounds of feet dashing our way. Bang! Without a care, we saw the door fling wide open, only to see Mueller with a serious look on his face and his hand next to his sword, as if he was ready to draw it at any moment. Your Highness, are you okay? Mueller said, obviously worried about Prince Olivert. It looks like he knew where he was after all. Thanks to the shaking of the palace earlier, it was no doubt he would come to Prince Olivert first, since his first and foremost duty is Prince Olivert's safety. As for Prince Olivert, he couldn't help but smile seeing Mueller like this. Of course I am, Mueller my boy. Not a hair out of place. Prince Olivert answered him with a smile. Nice of you to show up, Mueller. I also responded to Mueller arriving. Hearing that, Mueller's eyes wandered for a second, only to look down and saw me amongst Prince Olivert. It's you, Naoto, was it? I did receive a report that you'd be staying the night, since General Gileath is still present with His Majesty. And you're here as well, Miss Aurelia? Mueller continued to ask, looking at the three of us. Why wouldn't I be here? But that's besides the point. Should you be asking that after knowing we are safe? Did you forget what just happened? Aurelia retorted, letting her eyes become serious as well. Umo, my no disciple here is right. Why don't you come take a look out the window, Vanderboy? Rosalia asked Mueller. You. Mueller tried to respond back, only to blink at Rosalia's current appearance. She was still in her adult form, so he became momentarily confused seeing her. Yet he quickly shook his head and took her suggestion and rushed up toward large window next to the bedside that gave us the beautiful view of Heimdall. Sure enough, he quickly spotted something that shouldn't have been there. More specifically, a large object could now be seen down behind Emperor Drachel's large statue. Since the events of Sky and onward have yet to happen, Mueller was quite foreign to the existence of Magic Knights. But a Magic Knight could definitely be seen down there. But the strange thing was that there was no light within this Magic Knight, acting as if it was current immobilized. It currently did not move from its spot, as if it did not have any power routed to it right now. It did make sense, though, since most magic knights are created through alchemy. Perhaps it needed a trigger to activate it. But the stranger thing was, it wasn't just this sole magic knight. There was an invisible barrier of sorts around Drachel's Plaza. Drachel's Plaza was still blocked off for the evening thanks to the declaration earlier today, but people and the guards still went about their daily lives, acting as if nothing had happened. It appeared they didn't even hear the tolling of the bell, nor felt the quaking of the palace either. Mueller couldn't help but stare at Drachel's Plaza before speaking again. "When Adios name is going on here? What is this thing?" Mueller asked. Hearing that, I ended up letting out a sigh, slowly approaching him. "Does it look like a mechanical doll of sorts, mostly compromised of metal?" I decided to ask, causing surprise to appear this thing definitely fits that description. "But how?" Mueller tried to ask, only to look down at me. I could now be seen by his side. However, I couldn't even answer him as I became distracted by another notification that sounded off inside my head. Player Naoto is about to enter instant trial. Drachel's Plaza Shuriai, LV 100. Would you like to proceed? Yes, no. Seeing this notification appear all of a sudden, I blinked, before quickly pressing no. To think a notification like this would appear. Did the gamer system seriously just turn Drachel's Plaza into an instant dungeon-like place? Is that why no one else outside is reacting to this? Either way, I definitely can't go in now, as I'm not fully prepared. Thankfully, it looks like I'll be able to prepare for this, and seeing a party limit, it will probably let me bring in a party as well. I do not know what conditions it holds, but this is the beginner first trial of the Vermilion Trials, so it will be a challenge of sorts. This time, it is to fight a magic knight that resides in the Infernal Castle. It looks like it brought one out to test me. Moreover, to set the trial to LV 100, I myself am only level 6 right now, so this trial will probably grant specific adjustments for me to fight this guy. Like even though I was only level 6 right now, it would adjust my level somewhere close to 100, so we can fight on even grounds. Otherwise, this guy would probably tear me to shreds, or I would have to solely rely on my party members, haha. And speaking of party members, I looked back up toward Mueller, only to speak out to him, which drew his attention. "I might be the one who caused this doll to appear," I said, scratching my head a bit. After saying that, Mueller blinked his eyes at me. "Huh?" Mueller tried to retort. But before he did, Prince Olivert smiled and answered Mueller. "Brother Naoto is correct. But as for what reason, I do not know why." Prince Olivert said, while giving Mueller a chuckle. "Now you're just not making any sense, Your Highness. How could a little child cause the palace to quake, let alone have a weird-looking doll appear in the plaza?" Mueller asked, retorting Prince Olivert. However, he was interrupted by a rather deep voice with the appearance of another figure arriving at the door. It was none other than my father, Gileath Osborne. "What you see is the truth. An inexplicable situation has appeared before our very eyes," Gileath said, answering Mueller. "Your child truly caused Drachel's Plaza to change," another voice said, only to reveal Emperor Eugent with his wife, Empress Priscilla. It seems they came along after seeing Mueller rush toward the guest room we were residing in. How much do you know about divine knights, Your Majesty?" Gileath suddenly asked him, causing Emperor Eugent to turn serious. "Divine knights," Emperor Eugent replied in surprise. "Don't tell me. Is Erebonia about to go through another bout of turmoil, even though I just became the next emperor?" Emperor Eugent continued to say, with a hint of worry. "Wait, are you suggesting your child might be influencing the divine knights?" Emperor Eugent couldn't help but exclaim. "Do not forget, Naoto is now Duke of the Fallen Phoenix House. Their family have always had close ties with the imperial family, even some bound by blood." Gileath explained. "Bound by blood?" Emperor Eugent began to say, only to look at me. As he did, he toward me. "I've been skeptical of the records I've been looking up, but do you really have Arnor blood in you?" Emperor Eugent hesitantly asked me. This caused us surprise, but the one who received the most surprise was Prince Olivert. Sure, he just started to meet his 2 younger twin siblings, but now he just came to learn of possibly even another sibling, even though we might just be cousins at best. I cannot say for certain since Mother is no longer with us, but it is very possible I do have Arnor blood flowing in my veins. I decided to answer. The system confirmed it already, but I still decided to make it unsure to the Emperor. Well, if you didn't, how else would Valflame Palace react? Emperor Eugen questioned. He then looked at Aurelia, only to speak out to her. Aurelia, I know you being here is still counted as your field studies, but what I will be talking about is solely tied to the Arner family and the military. Emperor Eugen began to say, only to cause Aurelia to nod her head. I understand, Your Majesty. My lips will not speak of this, Aurelia assured. Good. And as for you, Emperor Eugen started to say, only to shift his eyes to Rosalia next. Why does it feel like I've seen you somewhere before? Emperor Eugen wondered. Umo, this isn't a first for me. I am merely a guide lost in time. Rosalia mused after answering him. Does that mean you are watching over Naoto here? Emperor Eugen continued to ask. You could say that, but Naoto is the one you should have the questions for. Is there a time limit for this one? Naoto, Rosalia questioned. Not that I can see, no. But it does have a sense of urgency. I answered Rosalia, which caused Emperor Eugen to blink his eyes. Perhaps this talk on Divine Knights will have to be put on hold, then, if this truly is an urgent matter. But the one thing I will say, that our Valflame Palace does happen to be the home to one of the Divine Knights. The Vermilion Knight, Testarossa. It is quite lamentable to learn that it has shed some light again on our empire, as where there are Divine Knights, a period of unrest follows them. Emperor Eugen explained as he shook his head while letting out a sigh. Our Arner family houses such a thing, Prince Oliver decided to ask, gaining interest in the matter. Indeed, but as to who it decides to choose, it cannot be determined. As long as one has our blood, they cannot escape from this. I fear this role may have fallen onto you this time. Naoto, Emperor Eugen continued to explain. That does seem to be the case, Your Majesty. I have indeed made a connection already. This trial will be one of many for me, but on the bright side, I don't have to be alone to challenge this doll outside, I said, revealing a smile. Oh, are you saying you can have people fight that doll outside with you? Emperor Eugen asked with interest. That is right, Your Majesty, I answered him. However, at this time, we soon heard another voice reach our eyes, one I was not expecting be. Fufu. So that is what happened here. I thought this situation was the result of an artifact, but that doesn't seem to be the case here. Either way, it is good that the church decided to keep me behind, a female voice said, reaching our ears. We soon saw a figure arrive, only to green blonde-haired girl. It was Ein Selnate, the current leader of the Church's Grouse Ritter. I hope you keep such information privy to yourself, Miss Ein. I thought you would have left already with the other members of the church since the dinner. Did they allow you to stay behind? Emperor Eugen said, revealing a smile, seeing Ein still in the palace. They did. Am I glad I decided to too? Ein responded, revealing a smile herself. So what's this talk about a combat party? Are you guys going to go fight that thing outside the palace? Ein asked. That's the plan. I'm surprised to see you still here, Miss Ein. I also happily replied. Is that so? Would you allow to fight beside you? I still have my assumptions, but I believe what lays outside is to be a magic knight of the Dark Ages, Ein surmised, causing another wave of surprise to reach their ears. Now I'm really starting to hear things I shouldn't be hearing. Mueller couldn't help but utter, causing Prince Oliver to smile. Ha! Since we're talking about the incoming battle here, I do have some experience with an orbital pistol. I can definitely be of use as well, Prince Oliver said with a chuckle. However, a look of anger appeared on Mueller's face the moment he heard that. Absolutely not. We don't know how dangerous that thing outside can be. I refuse to let you step into that place, Mueller said, retorting him. And I will remain here to make sure you don't. Mueller continued to say, You said people can join you to battle this doll, Naoto. Is there a limit to your trial? Aurelia asked. Looks that way. I can bring 3 people with me. I explained the situation to them. From their point of view, they just see this trial falls onto me. But it was the gamer system who gave me this information. Then let me in on this, Aurelia said. Field exercises often resort to combat in one form or another. I can treat this as more training, Aurelia said confidently. Since 2 people have been chosen, I will watch over you and be the last. I will not expect to fight myself unless an emergency arises during battle, Rosalia said, letting her be the 4th member. Looks like it's decided then, Gileath said. Naoto, remember the training I have given you thus far. We still have a ways to go, but I think with the people of this party, you will be able to conquer your trial. Gileath also said, Are you really going to let such a young child participate in a battle we know nothing of, General Osborne? Empress Priscilla couldn't help but worry a bit. Has he even touched a sword yet? Your worry is normal, but rest assured, Naoto has already begun learning the sword. You brought your weapon, didn't you? Gileath asked me. I did, I said, nodding my head. I then went to retrieve my rapier given to me by Mother from the table next to the bed and put it at my waist. It hasn't been long since I started, like Father just mentioned. A rapier, Emperor Eugen uttered with interest. I can see your determined look. I will not stop you, so I will pray to Adios you come out of this trial, Emperor Eugen concluded. Thank you, I replied happily to him. At the same time, I heard another notification sound off inside my head. Ding! 3 people have expressed interest in creating a party. Would you like to form one? Why in this time, I pressed yes, only to receive another notification. Ding! You have now created a party. Ding! A party has been detected for the Vermilion Trial. Phase 0 ding. Party invitation has been sent to Rosalia Milstein LV, Aurelia Le Guin, LV 150. Einzelnate LV. Ding! 3 people have joined your party. Party requirements have been met. Current party, Naoto Osborne. LV 6 Rosalia Milstein LV. Aurelia Leyen LV 150 Einzelnate LV. Seeing these notifications, as if a hidden strand of my mana reached out, Rosalia, Aurelia, and Ein reacted at the same time, suddenly feeling a weird connection all of a sudden. Rosalia was used to this already, but Aurelia and Ein were new to the feeling of the gamer system. As they did, I spoke out to Emperor Eugen. Your Majesty, if nothing else, we will enter battle soon, I said to him. However, hearing that only caused him to blink. Don't you guys have to exit the palace? It is quite a ways away from here, Emperor Eugen asked. And yet I didn't answer him, only to let out a smile instead. I only turned around and walked toward the window again. I heard another notification sound off. Ding! A party has been detected for the Vermilion Trials. Phase 0. Would player Naoto like to begin the trial? Why, in seeing this appear, this time I didn't hesitate. We had our discussion in this room, and now I was ready, together with a party, just like how the games behaved. I pressed yes. All of a sudden, a ball of light suddenly shone over our 4 bodies, causing Emperor Eugen and the others to open their mouths in surprise. As for Father, he remained there, giving me a smile. May Adios be with you, my son. You will have a long road ahead of you. Gileath responded to me. Yes, Father, I replied, nodding my head at him happily. In the next moment, the 4 of us vanished at the same time, leaving no trace of our bodies. At the same time, all around them, and more specifically outside the barrier, scenery began to crack and come to a halt, as if time had stopped. Chapter 51, Magic Night, Ashuriai 2 Ding. Player Naoto and party has entered instant trial. Drachel's Plaza Shuriai LV 100 Ding. Due to Vermilion Trials, Phase 0 being an instant trial, time will no longer flow until this trial has been completed. Ding! Player Naoto's level has failed to meet a certain requirement. Player Naoto's level will undergo a level adjustment. Now undergoing level change. Ding! Player Naoto's level has been readjusted for the instant trial. Player Naoto's level is now temporarily set to 100. Ding! Player Naoto has successfully formed a party. Players in Player Naoto's party have failed to meet a certain requirement. Now adjusting players' levels. Ding! Party member Rosalia Milstein, Aurelia Le Guin, and Einzelnate have had their levels readjusted to level 100. You may now view your status and their status. Ding! As the gamer system is only bound to player Naoto, other players who join the party leader will not be able to view their status. And I was thinking of those with max favorability will be able to see the gamer stats. So far, the only one who is at max is Gileath. Rosalia could only see them through MC's memory. A flurry of notifications suddenly reached the inside of my head, mostly going over that our levels were readjusted to match this Magic Knight battle. However, I couldn't even do anything else as the notifications kept coming through. Ding! Player Naoto has failed to meet another certain requirement. Player Naoto will now undergo a body reconstruction. Now, finding suitable body type. Did the gamer system just say, I can't use my current body? I mean, it makes sense considering I am still 3 years old. This is quite unexpected, but I'm grateful for it to do this. Plus, with time being frozen, I won't have to worry about the outside seeing this body of mine that is currently being constructed. Ding! Body construction complete. Now delivering player's soul to temporary construct. Temporary construct will break down after trial completion, which will allow the player's soul to return to their original body. The moment I received that last notification, my vision blanked out after seeing a blinding white light, one much stronger than the one that shone over our bodies a moment ago. In the next moment, I felt it tug, and it stopped. Soon after my vision returned, but it still caused to let out a groan. Ugh, I said, letting out a groan. However, it was at this moment I heard a voice that didn't seem like it was my voice. I continued to respond, becoming confused at the sound of my own voice. It sounded much deeper. Its pitch was like an adult's voice. I quickly tried to get my bearing, but the moment I tried to take a step, I almost fell over. It's not like I didn't feel strength in my legs, but quite the opposite. They felt way longer than usual. This caused me to become confused again. This reconstructed body, it feels weird, but yet it feels so familiar. I couldn't help but utter, "Umu." To think this was within the realm of possibility. Rosalia's voice suddenly reached my ears, saying that. After she did, I saw Rosalia approach me. She was still in her adult form, but I saw she only matched my shoulders. Normally, I would only match my height to her waist if I was in my 3-year-old body. "Why don't I show you your reflection?" Rosalia said, only to utter a one-word chant, causing a slight reverberation around us. In the next moment, a small mirror appeared before me, constructed out of mana. The moment I looked at my current face, I turned wide in surprise. It was the same Joker-like face I had back in my previous life. No way did it determine my last body was suitable to complete this trial, I asked, still in shock. That seems TK be the case. Either way, it looks like we still can prepare a bit. Those little dolls haven't activated yet. Rosalia answered me. Dolls? Wasn't there just one? After saying that, I had a look over at Drachel's statue. Sure enough, I could now see 3 inactive Magic Knights, even though it only seemed to be one from outside that invisible barrier. This first trial looks like it went through some adjustments, I said, letting out a sigh. And to think I'd ever see this body again, I continued to utter softly. Naoto, a third voice said, revealing Aurelia not too far away. Surprise could be seen seeing a scruffy black-haired man about 6 feet tall. Even Aurelia was shorter than me right now. What happened to you? Aurelia tried to ask, still in surprise. Hee. Now you're looking more like that iron-willed father of yours. You don't have his eyes, though. I also much like you better with that violet hair. It is a rarity amongst men, a fourth voice said, revealing it to be Ein. As for Aurelia, she was still dressed in her Thor's military academy, while Ein still wore her custom church knight attire. But for their weapons, Aurelia was already wielding her Arcadia longsword. This thing was much more massive than her current body frame, and was even bigger than Laura's sword. Despite that, Aurelia could be seen wielding it with ease as it hoisted over her back. As for Ein, she could be seen wielding the Chuch's classic Templar sword. These swords can be quite deadly, as they can stretch and detach into smaller blades as it strikes down their enemy. Not only that, an orbital crossbow could currently be seen on her back, one very similar to what Kevin uses. Looks like you two are ready. Yep, I would like to ask about this, but I can only assume this is the trial's doing? I decided to ask. Pretty much. ITLO, let me use my Radiant Starlight better too. I replied with a smile. After that, I retrieved my rapier equipped at my waist and brought it out of its sheath for the first time. Seeing the very thin but sturdy blade appear, its width was about 1 inch wide. As far as how long it went, the blade was about 42 inches long, or about 3.5 feet tall. If I entered a stance myself, holding the rapier vertically like how Patrick wields his rapier, the blade would reach past my head for about half a foot. A good blade, Aurelia said, seeing my radiant starlight. Enough to where Master Vander would sing praise of it. I myself wished to challenge it. But alas, now is not the time, nor is the place to do so. Plus I've just received it before heading to Valflame Palace. It hadn't been long since I've started learning the way of the sword for Father either. Then we can put our duel on hold. You have plans to enter Thor's military academy in the future, right? That's the plan, I said, not in my head at Aurelia. Is now really the time to talk about a duel when we have a foe to face in front of us? Anh replied, retorting us. This is also true, but I do have a couple things to check before we begin. Is that so? Yeah. The first thing is it looks like this trial readjusted our strengths to match those dolls. That means even you might be able to fight, Master. Don't you feel your strength is weaker now? Now that you've mentioned it, Rosalia said, only to feel her current strength a bit. This is rather intriguing, isn't it? Yup. I also want to see something myself. I'm going to meditate for a few minutes, then we can begin. Perhaps I should do the same. It always does well to be in the right state of mind when entering battle. Then I will chat with our mage over here. Just let us know when you two are ready, Anh said with a smile. As she did, I sat down cross-legged and placed radiant starlight over my lap. I used this excuse to check my rebalance stats, but it looks like Aurelia went along with it. It'll also be good to finally see what this weapon given to me by Mother does as well. But the moment I saw both stats, I was at a loss for words. Most recent stats. In. Previous. Chapter 37. Name. Naoto Osborne. True name. Naoto von Auslese. Age. 3 level. 100 adjusted. Equipped job. Noble available jobs. Noble. True damper title. Inheritor of the Vermilion Knight. A witch's friend. Harem seeker. HP. 15,000. 14,150. EP. 1,500. 1115. STR. 2158. 1908. Def. 870. 670. ATS. 2640. 2290. ADF. 720 for 70. DX. 500. 300. AGI. 450. 300. SPD. AGI combined. Now set as AGI. Int. 500. 0. Cannot be raised through level ups. LUC. 0. Cannot be raised through level ups. Remaining points. 383. AN. Master Quartz do not exist at this time, so both defenses are more squishy. Master Quartz give pretty big boosts. Passive skills unknown. Max reading. Max Falconer. LV1 running. Max persuasion. LV1 rapier mastery. LV1 endurance. LV3. New. Active skills Vermilion Eyes. LV1. 5100. Favorability meter. LV1. 5100 meditate. LV1 blessings. New. Aurelia's blessing. New magic. New. Water magic. LV1. New. Fire magic. LV1. New. Ice magic. LV1. New. Blood magic. LV1. New. Quest. Daily training quest. Inactive. Slay Agnagarn. Complete. Learn magic. Active. Vermilion trials. Active. Weapons. New. Radiant Starlight. Radiant Starlight blade type. Rapier growth type. Current level. LV100. Adjusted. STR. 1250 def. 200 AGI 150. Bound to player Naoto. Inherited by the Phoenix House. Grants the following unique skills. Skills unlocked. Piercing Light Moonlight Ensemble. And not sure how many you'll give. Once trial is over, MC will need to learn these from scratch. Piercing Light imbues ATS in a STR for a piercing strike, as if the piercing blade reflects the light of the moon. Grants 35 bonus chance to land a critical hit. Moonlight Ensemble using the moonlight to calm the nerves. Cleanses status ailments. Cannot avoid instant death. Restores EP by 20. Grants defense up to party allies. If used at full HP, grants arts reflect to self. Grants the following perk. 50 to ATS. EP recovery up upon seeing my rebalance stats and my new weapon details. The only thing I had on my current look was the surprised Pikachu face. This will likely be the last stat screen until Volume 2. I've come to learn level ups are pretty flat across each Cold Steel game. Such a surprise. This has been tested. And just to reiterate, these level 100 stats are only temporary. His true level is still level 6. Chapter 52, Magic Knight. Ashurii, 3. Time skipping next chapter, smiley face. Only a surprised Pikachu face could be seen all over my face right now, but I kept these feelings inward as I continued to meditate during these few minutes. No doubt will Rosalia, Aurelia, and I look similar to this. I'm getting deja vu vibes of just starting playing Reverie all over again. Since in that game, you basically start at level 100 after the prologue. But the most impressive thing was definitely my Radiant Starlight. This thing is pretty cracked, isn't it? The first thing to point out that it is a growth-type weapon, meaning it grows as I level up. The Trails verse typically don't have these types of weapons, so the gamer system probably readjusted the weapon at some point, or it was just that special. It probably got passed down through the generations, with my late mother being its previous user while I am now its current wielder. It even had its own skills. That first skill of the 2 skills was especially cracked. Piercing Light, was it? I have yet to see a skill where one stat gets added into another for more damage. Perhaps my mother was a strong user of the arts in the past. This skill lets my ATS get added into STR before I strike out. And that is a very common behavior of those so-called magic swordsmen often seen in other fantasy worlds. And Piercing Light is just the beginning. I do wonder, if I work on training my magic, will I be able to directly imbue magic into my rapier later on? I wasn't really planning on going the magic swordsman route. But with Mother passing this rapier down to me, it would hurt my conscience not to give it a try. And would you look at that? There stood a trial right before my eyes to where I could test this. Aha! As for how I will learn the rapier, I know Father has that 104 military combat he prizes, but that is part of the Erebonian military. This combat defines the very ideal Erebonian soldier. While I have full intention of learning it, to which he had already started giving me the basics, I want to dive in a more specialized learning environment for the rapier. I have already picked out an ideal teacher. All I need to do is express my interest. And what's even better, he will have no reason to oppose this request. The Sword Fox. This name is not as prevalent as others are in the present time, but that is likely due to his current age, as he is quite old. It was a rather forgotten name too, but those who know the Sword Fox knew him for his renowned strength. Many even considered the Sword Fox to be a demon in disguise. But for who this person actually was, it was Philip Runnall, the active butler to that infamous Duke Dunnan. It was such a shame he now serves in such a position. So I hope to liven his role, even if it's just by a little bit. I wonder, does Duke Dunnan even know how fearsome his butler used to be? And now, it is essentially Cassius or Morgan who took over his position in the Liberal Army. With that aside, I wanted to look at one more thing in status screen of mine. I did see Piercing Light bring in a critical hit chance. I did notice the gamer system removed a couple stats and combined some to make it more fluid. I do know some gamer systems keep these stats, but could you imagine having a 100 critical chance for each strike you do? So therein lies my wonder. Piercing Light chance to crit is 35. I do see the LUC skill remain, and I learned this stat cannot be raised normally. I wanted to see if the points I earned from my daily training quest is able to be used here. So with a thought on my mind, I decided to use one of my 383 points. Ding! Player Naoto has used one of his available stat points. Luke increased by 1. Seeing this appear, I started to inwardly grin. So it looks like I can use stats I learned from level ups and daily quests like that, eh? I didn't know I gained 15 stat points to use from doing that Agnigarn quest as well, but those were directly added into my main stats. Unless it gets added to the available stat point pool, I don't think I'll be able to raise my LUC and such. Since I arrived in Zemuria to now, I did the daily training quest 365 times. Level 1 granted me 3 points to use, while me reaching level 6 gave me an additional 15 points to spend. That is why I currently have 383 available points. Well, 382 now, since I've used 1 point of that into LUC. With that thought, I didn't hesitate any longer and used these remaining 382 points, dumping them into LUC. Ding! 382 available stat points have been used. Luke has risen to 383. Available points, 0. Such music to my ears. I was originally planning to save these points, but seeing how I can develop my normal stats, using these points will be for LUC, INT, and the likes. And if I unlock any other hidden stats that can't be normally raised. The grind is never ending, as they say. And that was the last thing I wanted to check for now. As such, I ended my quick meditation session and opened my eyes again. Standing up, I gripped my radiant starlight, trying to get a good feel for it. Did it go like this? I uttered to myself. As I stood up and started to shift my feet into a certain stance, Rosalia and Ein saw me and ended their small talk. As for Aurelia, she also ended her session and stood up not too far away from me. However, her eyes were immediately attracted toward the stance I was trying out. My right leg went a 90-degree turn, going all the way back, while my left moved forward. I held my radiant starlight in my left hand, which was a bit awkward since I'm typically a right-handed person. But the sword fox actually fought using the rapier in his left hand. I then pointed my 3.5-foot long inch blade about 30 degrees high, straight out. To finish the form, I gently placed my fingers to about the middle of the blade with my right hand, allowing the blade to rest on it. That form. I thought you said you haven't learned this weapon yet, Aurelia questioned. You are right, I haven't learned much of the way of the sword yet. I am just mimicking something I happened to stumble across my visit to Liberal 2 years ago, I said, telling a little white lie. The truth was I knew this knowledge from the games. I heard Rosalia let out a snort, but she stayed quiet. The same visit we met each other? I asked. So that's how you two met previously, Aurelia also added. Huh. Well, it looks like you guys are ready. I still haven't seen the 3 dolls move yet. This might allow us to strike preemptively, I said, giving a suggestion to the 3. That could work, but shouldn't we figure out our formation first? Aurelia sked. I know in the games, striking preemptively granted additional press, turns before the enemies could move, and these 3 magic knights were still laying there, motionlessly. We could very well enable that, letting us all strike at once to start the battle. As for our formation, Aurelia, be the vanguard while I can support he vanguard. Ein, how do you feel about being placed in the middle? I asked Ein. I don't mind. My sword has quite the range to it, plus I can fire arrows and arts at these dolls as well. Ein answered, causing me to nod my head. Then, Master, will you support our rear guard? I asked Rosalia. I don't plan on doing anything, but if the situation calls for it, I can stay at the back and use my magic, Rosalia answered confidently. I will fire off the first shot then. I answered, letting my mana roam freely. It was a shame I left my combat ornament back home, so I could only use the couple of skills my rapier currently has, since Rosalia has not taught me any combat spells yet. As such, I try to direct my mana, letting it roam freely. It was a bluish aura, and once I saw it, it slowly moved toward my rapier. It didn't create any noise and was quite calm. I removed my right hand and pointed my rapier out even further. Piercing light, I said, showing my first move. My mana answered accordingly, and with a SHHNG, a sound of clashing metal struck our ears, only to get temporarily blinded by a white light that quickly shot out of the tip of the blade. In but a few seconds, piercing light struck to the middle of the 3 magic knights. Minus 6,596. A big red bold text appeared for a split moment above the middle one. Without a doubt, that was a critical hit. I'd already taken off about 9 health just from one strike. It was unfortunate I did not have my combat ornament, as crafts and arts can receive additional damage multipliers from the wide variety of quartz there are in Zemuria. Immediately after, the empty sockets which contained dull orbs started to glow a bright red, quickly turning on. Not only that, they started to move and even spoke out to us. Intruders detected. Now switching to elimination mode. Protect the proving grounds from the intruders. Hearing that, I couldn't help but get excited, but also feel a small shiver go down my spine. As for Aurelia, she revealed a big grin. Now this is what I'm talking about. Aurelia said, only to brandish her weapon. With a yell, she activated her battle aura and also started to let a streak of purple lightning go around her sword and dashed toward the three magic knights. The battle was now underway. At the same time, I also started to look at the stats of the three Ashurii. Magic Knight Ashurii E, LV 100, adjusted HP, 75,000 star, 3,500 DF, 3,000 ATS, 2,700 ADF, 2,500 SPD, 150 element efficacy earth, 0 water, 0 wind, 0 fire, 150 time, 0 space, 0 mirage, 0 status efficacy poison, 0 burn, 50 death blow, 0 seal, 0 freeze, 0 nightmare, 0 mute, 0 petrify, 0 blind, 0 faint, 0 sleep, 0 confuse, 0 stat down. 25 small tidbit section. Element status efficacy works differently in Trailsverse. You basically roll 2 dice. The first dice rolls the players. If it procs, it then rolls the second dice, which is the resistance of the enemy. If the residential fails, the status successfully lands. So even if you have a 100 proc from your end, if you see enemy has a 50 residential and 1 status, it is still a coin flip. If you see it set to 0, that means the enemy will always block the status. Likewise, if you see it set to 100 and you land your coin flip, it will always land the status. For element efficacy, if you see it above 100, that means you do more damage than usual. If it's set to 150, that is basically 1.5x weak to fire DMG. Chapter 53. 3 years later, waited till the new week for time skip. Some fun facts for you all. I can actually use Reveries Quartz Gacha for MCS Quartz reward boxes. It just takes a bit of grinding to get. Another one is Shining Palm Bait, shows you the EXP required for each level. MCS new stats were based off this. For now, even though Reverie can give Lost Quartz in the gacha, I will only make these available through Lost Quartz boxes here. The UR Quartz boxes will only give UR Quartz, SR only gives SR Quartz, etc. Down the line, I am thinking of giving MC's weapon a Quartz Eater-like ability. Thoughts? 1 to 2 hours later, a man sporting black scruffy hair, wielding a rapier, could be seen laying on his back, sweating and letting out puffs of hot hair. A look of accomplishment could be seen in his face. At the same time, 3 other female figures could be seen gathered around, with 2 of them moving their respective weapons one last time. At the same time, the 3 magic knights started to struggle in place, only to start glowing in a purplish light. After that, the 3 slowly vanished from existence, leaving traces of blue-purple aura behind. Once the 3 magic knights were defeated, I started to hear notifications sound off in my mind. Ding! Magic Knight Ashurii, LV 100 has been defeated. Due to current party settings, player Naoto has received 100 experience. Ding! Due to fighting an enhanced monster, bonus experience has been received. Now, calculating. Ding! Calculation complete. Rewarded experience, 10,000. Ding! Player Naoto and his party has defeated Magic Knight Ashurii X3. Total rewarded experience, 30,000. Ding! Due to title Harem Seeker, 3 girls have been detected in player Naoto's party. Now, recalculating total rewarded experience. Ding! Calculation complete. Player Naoto has received 39,000 experience. Seeing these notifications, a smile appeared on my face. However, it didn't stop there. I continued to receive a few more once experience points came. Ding! Player Naoto has reached level 7. Ding! Player Naoto has reached level 8. Ding! Player Naoto has reached level 18. Looks like I reached LV 17 from us defeating those 3 Ashurii alone. Unlike their Infernal Castle counterparts, they were quite agile. Not only that, these ones could fire off their saber beams from any point on their body's crystals, and more than once at a time. If I had to relate this battle, it was like a flashy light show. Either way, they were enhanced monsters and gave quite the experience. But that experience wasn't the end. I soon heard more notifications. This quest was the only quest for Vermilion Trials. Phase 0, so the notifications followed. Ding! Player Naoto has successfully cleared Vermilion Trial. Phase 0. Instant Trial Ding. Player Naoto has received 50,000 experience. Otherworldly Slayer title has been granted. X3 Quartz Box, UR, has been placed in your inventory. Current inventory, Weapon Box X3. Lost Quartz Box X1. Quartz Box, UR, X3. I had MC decide on the lost quartz from the Wolf Quest, ding. Experience gain has been detected. Title, Harem Seeker has been triggered. 3 girls have been in Player Naoto's party. Experience gain now recalculating. Ding. Player Naoto has received 65,000 rewarded experience. And immediately after receiving those notifications, I started to see my level rise even more. Ding. Player Naoto has reached level 19. Ding. Player Naoto has reached level 20. Ding. Player Naoto has reached level 29. With that, the experience notification stopped. Seeing this result, I couldn't help but suck in a cold breath of air. From doing 1 adjusted battle and 1 quest, I rose all the way from level 6 to LV29. The level grind has officially begun. I did see the maximum limit was level 250, which matched Reverie's cap, but hopefully there will be ways to go beyond that. Unfortunately, I could not revel in this feeling for long, as I soon heard one more notification sound off inside my mind, which brought me back to reality. Ding! Due to Player Naoto clearing the instant trial for Vermilion Trials. Phase 0, Temporary Construct will now begin its destabilizing process. Ding! Once the destabilization has been completed, time will resume flow. Oh, I uttered. As I did, I saw my body begin to shine brightly. My mana wasn't the trigger this time, but the gamer system. My body started to leave particles of light behind. Naoto, Aurelia asked, seeing my body deconstruct itself. Looks like your look was temporary after all, I surmised. It didn't take long for this process to complete. In the next couple of moments, the scruffy black-haired man vanished, only to be replaced by a little boy sporting violet short hair, wearing a fancy robe. That boy was, of course, still me. In the next moment, all of us stopped moving, only to see the area around us inside the barrier crack like a mirror, only to shatter into pieces. I could take a guess this is how time would resume. The 4 of us found ourselves not back in Valflame Palace, but right behind it, just where the figure of the Magic Knight used to motionlessly lay. It was then I felt something. I was able to stand back up after recovering my stamina for a bit. But what immediately drew my attention was enough for me to quickly walk toward it. To be precise, the front of the statue of Emperor Drachels. A transfer node of sorts could be seen in a circular fashion. However, its node was not emitting any blue aura. It just looked like an old piece of stone right now. This was in fact those same transfer nodes which could be seen in the old schoolhouse, which allowed easy transferring between floors. I guess this is where this continues. I couldn't help but utter, currently seeing the inactive transfer node. Continues? Are you saying there's more to this? I asked, quickly reaching my side. Rosalia and Aurelia followed her. You heard His Majesty and my father earlier, didn't you? This is only the beginning. But I guess it's come to a halt for now, I said, shrugging my shoulders. Ding! Player Naoto's level is currently insufficient to enter the Proving Grounds. Vermilion Trials Phase 1 has been restricted. Required level, 100. Seeing this notification appear suddenly, I blinked. Well, ain't that just peachy? Guess it still weighs off, eh? Is the gamer system basically telling me I have to grow and live out my life some more? Reaching level 100 through my own strength is still a while off. However, that thought only lasted for a moment as one of the Imperial Guards quickly reached our ears. Hey, even though the events already ended, Drachel's Plaza is still a restricted area for tonight, one of the Imperial Guards yelled, not realizing the fight that just took place. To them, it was as if we appeared coming from the other side. Wait a minute, I recognize that insignia. Isn't this the child who just had earned the rank of a duke by His Majesty? Your Excellency, what are you doing here? Another guard tried to ask. Sure enough, hearing that me get addressed as Your Excellency is definitely something you'll have to get used to in the future, and maybe likely how Prince Oliver is addressed as His Majesty. And what in blazes is this thing? A third guard said, seeing this inactive stone device, cutting that thought short. You needn't worry. Do not tarry on your duty. A fourth voice said, which caused us some surprise, more to the few guards than us. Gee, General Osborne, one of the guards exclaimed. Right away, General, another guard said. They quickly stopped their questioning, seeing Father enter the scene from Valflame Palace, and I'm glad he did. They quickly went back to their posts. I take it's been done? It only lasted a moment from our end, but I could only assume an outside force took a role in this. Yes, Father. This is the entry point to the proving grounds. Good job, my son. This test is rightfully yours to take, but for now, we can only wait. I'm glad you came out safe, Gileath said, only to approach my side, giving me a pat on the head. This made me happy. I mean, sure it was weird for Gileath to do something like this, but currently, we were in a time where he hadn't turned crazy yet. Ha ha, I said, giving a laugh. I guess that's a wrap for now. This quest could only be put on hold. Gileath soon let us return inside the palace, and delivered the results to His Majesty. He became relieved, seeing nothing further would happen for now, but the thought of the divine knights slowly appearing again remained a thought in his mind. Where they went, turmoil would soon follow, as they say. This is likely one of the preludes that will lead to the Great Twilight, but I could only assume for now. Seatsai. All we could do was resume our daily lives. We stayed our last night in Valflame Palace under the glistening moon and starry skies. Ayn was the first to depart early morning. She said she would go back to Emerald City to drop by at the orphanage. This was the Astor House, which was a church-sponsored orphanage. The same one Kevin entered and was currently living in as he continues his training as a squire. I told Ayn to give my regard to Kevin. And after a visit there, would she return to the holy city in Arteria? She happily accepted that, and even said the church would give me a warm welcome should I ever enter Arteria. As for Aurelia, she simply concluded this as the end of her current field study and returned to Thor's, ensuring that one day, the two of us would have a proper duel. She even spoke something in saying that if I came out victorious, she would wait for me to come of age and give me a marriage proposal. I mean, I wasn't against that, but down the line I would have to tell her I have my own plans of creating a harem. As for my master, Rosalia, she didn't even stay the full night before she returned to her village, Erin. She knew I had her talisman, so when I was ready, I would travel to and from her village to continue training magic. It was just Gileath and I by the time we bid Prince Oliver and his family goodbye. The other generals, nobles, and Governor Regnitz returned to their respective duties. Our villa was about 1 to 2 hours away by Orbital car, just off the outskirts of Trista. And of course little baby Alphen pouted at our departure. But Gileath said he could make arrangements once Princess Alphen was old enough to walk that she could come over to play. Ellie had already started to come over every so often, but one more wouldn't hurt, right? And besides, we couldn't really turn on the ruling figures of Erebonia now. Could we? Cassia and Reen welcomed our return with heartfelt hugs and a home-cooked meal. Despite only being gone for a little bit, it felt as if a lot of time had passed already, but that feeling is how a trip is well spent. I had nothing else planned for the moment besides letting Father know I had my own intention to reach out to find a suitable instructor for learning the way of a rapier, to which he actually approved. He learned of who I wanted, the sword Fox, and he did his magic to cordially extend an invitation. As for me, once I was back at her villa, my schedule became more jam-packed. Studies would include Zemurian history and politics. And now, I had 2 more subjects added into the mix, which was orbital science thanks to me receiving a combat ornament, and etiquette thanks to me becoming a duke. Father had pushed etiquette away up to now when I was set to learn it at a later time. As for my combat training, Father would show me his 100-form military combat in the way of the sword. My daily quest resumed as a result to improve my basic stats and stamina. On top of that, I started practicing magic and the proper way to wield my rapier. In the meantime, Ellie would find herself playing with me and Reen, enjoying the villa to our fullest extent. Further down the line, Ellie was introduced to Princess Alphen 2 years later, and this group of 3 playmates grew into a group of 4. Every so often, Prince Oliver would drop by, especially after Princess Alphen started coming here. Prince Oliver gave us a surprise, stating that he had officially enrolled in Thor's military academy and would not be able to see us as much. And to add to that, Aurelia successfully graduated. This happened when I turned 5 years old, with Ellie also being 5 and Reen being 4. Life was going quite well, and I was rapidly growing in both body and mind. And just like that, in addition to these 2 well-spent years, another year went by in a blink of an eye. 3 whole years have now passed since I began the Vermilion trials, with me becoming 6 years old. To mark it on the calendar, the year was now S1192. Only 10 more years would be when Sky begins. Unfortunately, as much as I am waiting for this to begin, I had my own worry with the growing tension between Erebonia and Liberal. S1192 dawned the fated year of the 100 Days' War, a clash between 2 titans, the Blood and Iron Chancellor against the Divine Blade. The banner of war was looming on the horizon. Chapter 54, Sparring S1192, January. It was now the winter time. The autumn leaves have finished falling around Trista. Thin blankets of snow could be seen, covering the vibrant leaves of autumn. Toward the northern ridges, mountains were more white-capped in powdery snow than ever. A little hot spring town was enjoying its full splendor right now. As for the outskirts of Trista, this cold weather didn't seem to bother the several figures who could be seen in the back of a large villa. As for 2 of them, one appeared to be a violet-haired boy who was now around 4 feet tall. No longer was he the little child he was 3 years ago. He went through a considerable growth period during this time, but in the end he was still a child in the views of others. He still had a ways to go, considering this child was still only 6 years old. Right at this present moment, this violet-haired kid could be seen standing in a certain stance, wielding a rapier with his left hand. He had gotten used to fighting with his weapon in his left hand, despite being mainly right-handed. Across from him was an aged man, sporting gray hair that was neatly combed back. He was currently wearing a blue-black tux with a golden trim over a white dress shirt. He, too, was wielding the same stance as the violet-haired kid, both rapiers pointing each other at the same height. If it weren't for the several feet of distance, the 2 blades would be within touching distance. The aged man spoke out to the violet-haired kid. "Let us begin the sequence again, young master," an aged voice said, reaching in the back of our villa. This voice came from who appeared to be a butler. A very thin but long-bladed weapon could be seen in his hand. "Must you always keep calling me young master? If anything, at least address me as your excellency or your highness." "Call me, this gives me weird vibes," Philip, the violet-haired kid, replied, retorting the old butler. And yet, it only caused him to reveal a rare smile. "I am but a mere person of servitude. To me, you are a young master before you are a duke or a prince. I want change the way I address you until you come of age." Philip responded, "Now, ready your blade." "In guard," Philip continued to say, firming his stance as he pointed his rapier out straight with his left hand, as did I. "Please treat me kindly," I responded in resolution. "Center strike," Philip said, calling out the first move. The moment he did, both of us acted swiftly and in the same manner. I dashed in, and so did Philip. In the next moment, a loud sound of clashing metal resounded in our backyard. However, there was a good difference between the 2. Philip left behind a good afterimage, causing me difficulty to keep up, but the result was still clear. Trying, 2 rapiers struck out forward. One would expect the other to brush past its blade, or have one of us 2 be pushed back. But for Philip and I, we struck out at the exact same angle, which caused a burst of wind to fly out. Philip smiled seeing this, as our blades' tip now were evenly positioned, not powering over the other. "Good. The rapier is different from other weapons. It has much a thinner blade. You must focus on the impact you deliver." "Ha!" Philip continued to say, only for me to see a swift motion of his left arm. Clink! I felt some force strike my way, causing me to get thrown back a bit, letting out a low groan. "Ugh," I replied, feeling some strength leave my arm. Despite his age, Philip packed quite the force in that strike just now. "Your precision has also been improving. Unlike other blades, our strikes may be weaker, but we can be much more keen on where we strike," Philip said. He quickly moved in, only to strike out a second time. "Upper right." Defend, Philip continued to say. With me now on the defensive, I saw Philip swoop in fast. However, he gave just enough time for me to react, and I moved my rapier upward as he called out. The window was small, but my blade successfully blocked his strike, with his blade striking right into the center of mine. Clink! Another clash echoed around us, but the spar was still underway. However, for Philip, from the spot he first stood, he was now fairly further ahead, with me behind from where I last stood. Just goes to show he hasn't lost his strength at all, eh? However, if this was against a normal blade, you would lose in this position 100% of the time. By the time you try to recover with another precision strike, your head would already be lost. To counterbalance this, the moment you enter defense, you need to react swiftly and strike hard. A spontaneous force, if you will. Philip explained the current situation where I still had my rapier blocking his. Even though we've practiced these movements several times, it still surprises me each time he does it. Philip let out another yell, giving strength to his arm that held his rapier. At the same time, he quickly spun around, causing another metal strike to echo around us, and parted from my block. But he didn't back away. Instead, he continued to spin into a full circle and struck down hard, fast. It was as if he became a flying swallow. The moment I saw his rapier fly upward to try and knock mine out of my hands, I used this momentum to spin the other way. I then quickly retreated backward to create my own distance, but I didn't stop my momentum. I let out a yell, putting strength into my arm. This time I did a frontal slash downward after swiftly arriving in front of Philip. Philip responded with a slash of his own, striking in the same way I did. Clink! 2 rapiers caused another blast of wind to strike out, only to see one pit against the other vertically now. Despite me still being a few feet smaller than Philip was, for a moment, both of us could be seen with an even strike. Good. It's not like rapiers can't slash like bigger blades can, but young master, if you do this clash head-on, you need enough force to do so. Otherwise, your blade will just crumble away at the might of a bigger blade, Philip continued to say. And this time, I couldn't even see Philip move before I saw a shadow of a rapier slash down hard, much harder this time against our same position. Trying. I said, taking a second to respond. Once I saw that shadow, I only felt my arm go numb. Once it did, my hand loosened up, only to see my rapier fall down onto the thin blanket of snow that currently covered our backyard. That spontaneous force is quite something Philip can dish out. I know my current stats are no match for his, and, as a result, I felt strength leave my body, with my knees the first to collapse onto the ground. Philip walked up slowly, only to point his rapier at a 45-degree angle, which aimed right at my neck. And if this was the battlefield, you would now be lying still in a pool of your own blood, Philip said, bringing me back to reality. I really am no match for the famous Sword Fox now. Am I? I replied with a dry laugh. As I said that, I saw my rapier in front of me, but I couldn't even go to retrieve it. If I did, I would get my neck sliced apart. On top of that, I looked down, and I saw my hand was quite red and bruised now. Man, I'm going to feel this later, I said, letting out a low groan. You've been improving a lot lately, young master. As your teacher, I couldn't be happier to see your growth now, even if I am just a rusty old man with a little skill, Philip said, humbling himself. If you say you're just an old man with a little bit of skill, I wonder how Uncle Cassius would feel. After all, he basically took your spot in the military back in Liberal, didn't he? That he did, along with that other stern fellow. It is a shame I submitted my servitude to his excellency. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind becoming your butler, Philip said, revealing a smile. He then sheathed his rapier, letting me catch a breather now that the spar was over. It is unfortunate, but this might be one of our last sessions. I mostly want you to remember that rapiers rely on precision, accuracy, impact, and striking force. With that, you can support your sword training with speed. You must always find a way to overpower a sword that is bigger than yours, Philip said, concluding his teaching. Thank you for your guidance, Philip, I said, taking this time to stand up and sheathe my own rapier and pat the snow down on my training outfit. But must you go? You're always welcomed at our villa. I am grateful, but I must return to His Excellency's side as soon as I can. Coming to Erebonia a few times a month has already taken toll on him. And with things escalating, I need to ensure his safety and protect the palace, Philip said, gently shaking his head. If that is the case, then give Her Majesty our regards. I thank you for taking time out of your schedule for these last couple of years, Sword Fox, a firm voice said, reaching our side. It was of course Gileath Osborne, and he was currently dressed in his military attire. Has your military found the cause for this escalating uncertainty, General Osborne? Philip decided to ask on a whim. He only saw Gileath shake his head. We can't be for certain. It seems some nefarious pro-war nobles do not like His Majesty's new enthronement. They might try resorting to means that we need to take measure for, but we do not know where they will strike. This conflict may very well lead to another war, Gileath responded, laying out a sigh. That is rather unfortunate. Liberal has entered a period of peace, but that might end up breaking before long. Philip also responded with a sigh. He then had one more look at me. I will pray to ADOs for your well-being, young master, should Erebonia and Liberal be swept in the tides of war. After all, you are a rightful heir of Liberalian royalty. You may very well sit on that throne someday, Philip continued to say, giving me another smile. Thank you, Philip. I will take your words to heart. Can you do me a favor and pass this letter to Miss Claudia? Hopefully if she has worries about me, this will help alleviate them. I said, going into one of my pockets to retrieve a sealed letter, stamped with my own insignia. With pleasure. I will need to make haste to Heimdall should I catch my flight. Philip said, taking the letter only to put it away. Why don't you stay for lunch at least? You know you like Cassia's cooking, Gileath asked. Ha! Well, I could take you up on your kind offer. There is still a bit of time, Philip answered. It was at this time the couple of other figures watching from further away quickly made our way here. One was about a 5-year-old black-haired child, and sparkles could be seen in his eyes. Another figure was a silver-haired girl, seemingly 6 years old. The third figure was of course Cassia, Gileath's wife. Unfortunately, a 3-year-old golden blonde girl could not be seen right now, as she was now back at Valflame Palace for safety purposes. That spar was really cool just now, big brother, the black-haired child said in excitement. It really was. I can see you're getting stronger pretty fast. Naoto, the silver-haired girl also responded, revealing a smile. Haha, thank you, Ellie. It is sad that Alphen can't play with us either for the time being. That's right, the 5-year-old black-haired child was of course Reen Swartzer, the future main protagonist of the Cold Steel saga. But right now he was still an Osborne and not a Swartzer. If things still go down in a couple months, he will end up as a Swartzer soon enough. The 6-year-old silver-haired girl was of course Ellie McDowell, granddaughter of the now current mayor of Crossbell, and one of the leading figures of the future SSS. The four of us have grown quite close in these last 3 years. But sadly, this will not be able to continue for much longer. This was also going to be my last sparring session with Philip. For me personally, I will need to prepare for what is to come April. I now have 3 months left to prepare until the 100 Days War to start. And like Father just mentioned, the war will trigger with our villa being the first to be raided. This wonderful home will soon be burnt to the ground in flaming cinders. But the main question is, do I attempt to save Cassia, or let her perish just like she did in the games? She is now my acting mother despite my birth mother being Aurora. But I have grown quite attached to her. It will be a shame for me to not attempt anything, will it? After all, my presence is here now. No doubt something will change, whether I like it or not. So instead of waiting for things to happen, I can take some things into my own hands, right? And if I do attempt saving Cassia, I will likely reenact the scenario, so Reen will still suffer from the loss. That way he will be able to continue his growth, and have Father submit his will fully to Ishmelga. 1 or 2 chapters likely remain for Volume 1. Smiley face for those who do not remember the 100 Days War. The Hamel tragedy took place during this time. I know I release my chapters when I typically can for 3 to 4 times a week, but I will try to strive for a schedule. Tentatively, it will be currently Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday for posting. Chapter 55. White Fox, I had a couple ways to end Volume 1, but it has been decided. Look forward to it. Smiley face. It was good, father, and his network was already raising suspicions as who to it was that actually caused the 100 Days War. While it was officially Gileath who took the blame and declared war on Liberal, the true perpetrator was not Gileath at all. In fact, Gileath, as well as his entire family, were one of the victims in this war. But at the same time, it was this same war that allowed Gileath to rise up, becoming Erebonia's one and only blood and Iron Chancellor. I had zero intent to prevent this from happening. Some things had to stay true after all. What did this mean? It mean whoever is the one who will raid our house, I will let them do it. Cassia will die, causing Reen to lose his will. Gileath will attempt to save him, only to bestow the Twilight's heart to Reen, and subsequently becoming the host for Ishmelga. And what that meant is Reen will still receive his ogre powers. After all, by the time the scene happens, I will have likely left the vicinity already. That's right. This will be my one-way ticket to get wiped off the map, whether alone or with the people who will raid this villa in 3 to 4 months' time. Well, actually, I won't be by myself, even if I leave alone, I said, revealing a smile. A few hours had passed since our family had lunch with Philip and Ellie. Philip had departed toward Heimdall to catch his flight bound for Liberal, and this will be the last time I meet with him, perhaps until Sky begins. As for Ellie, after we played during these couple hours, her grandfather picked her up in their own private orbital car. Despite now being the mayor of Crossbell City, he still comes out of the way to travel all the way here, which has earned my respect for him. We also gave him a warning. Crossbell City will stay out of the coming 100 Days War, but it was still good to be wary. As such, Ellie wouldn't be able to come back over play. While she did not know what would happen here in the near future, she left dejected, but also hopeful. It was a rather sad goodbye to see Ellie go, but later on, I'm sure we will see each other again. Reen was also sad to see Ellie go, but he too knew. His studies have started as well, so father was teaching him along with me. Either way, it was a good few hours spent. Now I could be seen in my room, still resting my hand from the spar from earlier, sitting on my bed. But that didn't stop the smile that was currently shown on my face. "Why don't I take you to come out and play for a bit, Tama?" I uttered softly. After I said that, I closed my eyes and started to channel my mana. "Aprio," I chanted softly, letting my mana surge a bit. In front of me, a small black hole opened out of nowhere, only to have a small shadow swiftly dash out of it. "Cute," a little voice said, coming from the shadow. I then felt this shadow immediately give me a tackle and gave me a hug. I saw 2 white, furry ears pop out of my chest, which gave me another smile. What was currently giving me was a small white fox of sorts, no bigger than 1 to 2 feet. It had just been born around 2 years ago, and from my own mana. That's right, this little white fox is a mana construct. A familia. I now had a familiar of my own. This all happened roughly 2 years ago, at the time of S1190. It was when I was 4 years old. During that first year since clearing Phase 0 of the Vermilion Trials, my training stabilized, and I was mostly spending time home at the villa with my family. The Sword Fox also began my rapier training then, so it was shuffling that. Father's training and studies, and going back and forth to Erin Village, which was Rosalia's home. It was also during this time Ellie came over a lot, and after the first year, Alfin started to come over, with permission from the new emperor, of course. As a result of that, security around our house became increasingly tightened. We would find several men in black suits and black glasses patrolling our house whenever Alfin was present. Thankfully, no threats emerged during this time, so we treated these Secret Service members as empty air. Despite being reborn into a fantasy world, such as Zemuria, there were still many things that were similar to my past life. These Secret Service members being one such thing. Another thing which happened this year was also something that was found in my past life. S1190 marked the birth of the Orbital Net as a result of a joint venture between Liberal's Zeiss Central Factory and the Epstein Foundation, aka Fantasy Internet. We would soon be progressing into the information age, just like how it was then. But that was beside the point. S1190 played a special role, to which I was able to create a familiar at Erin Village. I wasn't alone during this event either. The first time I stepped into Aaron Village, I was able to formally meet its residents, which were not a lot. But among them included Isola Milstein and Emma Milstein. It didn't take long for Emma and I to become friends. She especially took a liking to the fact I was already learning magic from Rosalia, to which she also formally introduced herself as Rosalia Milstein, currently acting as Emma's and Vita's grandmother. It was a shame, but I did not see Vita much, maybe once or twice at most. She had already received permission from Rosalia and was officially a wandering witch, so she was currently visiting many places that drew interest to her. As to whether she came into contact with the Grandmaster of Ouroboros, I did not know. I was tempted to ask directly, but I didn't want to raise suspicion. Either way, during those couple of times, Vita and I became friends as well. She too was happy that I was able to form a mana core and start practicing magic. After entering Arena Village a few times, it was an auspicious day during that year. It was when Vita was home when we were finally able to make it happen. If you wondered if ateliers existed in Zemuria, they do, as Rosalia invited Vita, Emma, and I to her personal atelier. This is the same atelier that would become the main base of the students during the early game of CSIV. We only stayed on the first floor, though, which also included her scrying area. After casting a long incantation, Rosalia consumed a lot mana to perform this spell. She used much more than in the games here, as the key difference here was that she performed this spell for 3 people instead of 2. She not only reverted back to her childlike appearance, she would have to spend the next several years to recover this consumed mana. But she didn't feel dejected from this, but happy seeing Vita and Emma receiving their familiar, as well as a familiar of my own. Not to mention, at this point, Emma had already successfully formed her mana core, while Vita already had a few years on her. Vita really was a genius of magic. Emma received a black cat with tufts of purple fur and named it Celine. Vita received a royal blue nightingale and named it Grianos. I received a pearly white fox and named it Tamamo. All of us held a giant celebration afterward, stuffing our faces while I watched Rosalia get drunk, which, to be honest, I didn't think she was actually a drinker. So seeing her behave like this was a sight to behold. Coming back to the present, I now saw the pearly white nestled into my lap. Tamamo raised its head once I had another look at her. It's pretty hard to tell genders of familiars right off the bat, but Rosalia said that Tamamo was likely a girl. As for Celine, she was a girl, and for Grianos, he was a boy. Once enough years have passed, and they have a big enough mana pool, familiars do have the capability of achieving human forms, but for Tamamo to achieve that, it will likely take several years, or will that be dependent on me? Since our mana is now linked, I did end up learning that it is a one-time consumption to summon familiars here each time I want to. While they can feed off of materialistic food, they can sustain their bodies by consuming the mana of their owner. So basically, as long as I have enough EP, they can stay summoned. It's not like they don't have their own mana pools, though. If they want to cast something, they have access to that. This mana consumption is not a constant tick either. It only happens at certain intervals. Meaning, I could do meditation sessions to prolong their summoning time. It is quite amazing how the future Emma and Vita could have Celine and Grianos for extended periods of time. So perhaps the EP consumption isn't all that much. Seeing me lost in thought regarding this, Tamamo tilted her head a bit, only to let out a small voice which brought me back to my room. "Q," Tamamo asked, tilting her head a little bit at me. "Haha, sorry about that. Was just thinking over these last couple of years. It's still a lot to take in. It is unfortunate you cannot talk yet, Tama," I said, rubbing Tamama's head a bit. "Q," Tamamo replied, letting her ears swoop down a bit. This earned another laugh from me. "You're just a baby still, Tama. Even I have like 9 more years before I come of age. According to Noble Society, we debut at the age of 16, and I'm already 6. But will I even have my debut at this point?" I asked to myself in wonder. "Q," Tamamo asked again, tilting her head. "That's enough for now. You want a snack, don't you, Tama?" I asked Tamamo as I gently ruffled her head. Tamama's ears twitched a bit. As they did, I used my other hand only to point my index finger upward. I channeled some mana, and a pure ball of mana formed over my finger. The moment Tamamo saw this ball of mana, her eyes sparkled. "Q," Tamamo replied excitedly. She didn't hesitate to open her mouth to bite down onto my finger. "Chomp. Haha, you're a cutie, all right. One mustn't underestimate you either, even if you're just 2 years old now," I said, seeing Tamamo behave like this. All I saw was Tamamo blinking her eyes as she continued to snack on my mana. In the meantime, I decided to go over her stats. During the spell, it didn't take the gamer system long to recognize Tamamo as my familiar. Status name: Tamamo race, silver 9-tailed foxtails, 2 tails age, 2 gender, female likes. Playing around, grooming fur, mana level, 3 HP, 1500 EP, 500 STR, 200 DF, 200 ATS, 500 ADF, 500 DX, 250, AGI, 500, 250, remaining points. 9 passive skills: remove presence, quick feet, memory relocation, active skills, spatial swap, sight, link, mana, bite, magic. Barrier magic LV1, ice magic LV1. Seeing this always brought a smile to my face, but I still decided to look over what each skill did again. And not to mention Tamamo is a 9-tailed fox. She currently has only 2 tails, so no doubt when she grows more, she'll receive explosive boosts whenever a new tail forms. Remove presence LV1 allows the presence of user to be removed, not letting enemies detect you. Cannot be used when threatened or spotted. Further improvement to levels will raise the distance one can hide from being detected. Quick feet: user has nimble feet and is able to run fast. Provida permanent. 5x boost to AGI stat. Memory relocation allows user to recall any place they have been to before with but a thought. Spatial swap LV1. User can twist space, allowing user to swap places with their master. Can only be used twice per day. Further improvement will increase amount of times it can be used. Ian. The idea here is, if it's a place Tamamo has visited, she can essentially swap teleport with MC to there. And guess who will be doing this a lot while MC is in DG Cult? XD. Site link LV. One user can link their site to their master. Unique ability, due to master having vermilion eyes. Short use time. Further improvement can increase the linking time. Mana bite LV1 can imbue mana into user's teeth, delivering a powerful bite. Can shatter normal items weak to magic while keeping user's teeth safe. Further improvement can power up the bite effect and strength. Barrier magic LV1 user can imbue mana at a cost to create a barrier. Further improvement to level will increase barrier's density, range, and type. Chapter 56. Recap, kind of a bonus chapter, mostly overgoing plans and what has been changed. Saturday chapter will still be posted. Current release schedule is Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. QQ. Tamamo replied happily as she continued to snack on my mana. My EP was dropping at constant rate, but it was dropping slowly, so I wasn't in any danger regarding this. As she did, her 2 tails were wagging back and forth. Me receiving a familiar was one thing that happened 2 years ago, but 3 years have passed overall, so why don't I do a quick recap to see if anything else important happened. Back in S1189, Prince Olivert's family got attacked by hired Jaegers. Sadly, his mother took the brunt of the attack before Mueller and the others could get there on time, and passed away during the attack while protecting Prince Olivert. As a result, His Majesty Eugent III, who was furious, was able to safely escort Prince Olivert back into Valflame Palace. While en route, he was able to act swift and decisive, bringing the Imperial Army's top generals with him for added security, my father included. As such, I too was brought along, visiting Valflame Palace for the first time. Prince Eugent III was able to declare his enthronement to the public earlier than scheduled, and became Erebonia's 87th emperor. Through this, he also declared a reformation of the 4 great houses, officially becoming the 5 great houses. I was expecting there to be an uproar, but the nobles responded the opposite way, and kindly welcomed me as a new duke, despite only being 3 at the time. Even the acting duke of the Alberia house personally gave me his approval. As Muse's father was still alive and present during the enthronement, I took that time to give him a personal warning if he is to venture out to the sea in the coming future. He succumbed to death in a maritime accident, likely having his ship sunk. The details weren't really explicit when exactly this accident would happen, but it would take place in S1196, the same year his brother, Kian, would assume the position of Duke in his place. I'm not sure if Alfred would be able to avoid this fate, but with me being present, I'm not sure if it's following the exact timeline like it's doing in the games anymore. I could see His Majesty's event as one of these turning points. I didn't want to impact things too heavily, but taking small steps like this hopefully will lead to different results. Like giving Duke Alfred a warning. If he can live through this, Kawar will have a much harder time trying to usurp his brother's position. Perhaps he would lead a revolution should Duke Alfred remain alive to achieve their ancestors' ambition, reviving Erebonia's infernal castle. But I could only speculate since such events haven't taken place yet. And yet, by personally reaching out to Alfred, I could have another good backer, just like how Kawar backed Crow during the formation of the Imperial Liberation Front. I plan to advance through small changes like these, slowly forming my own circle. I had already started to take root in regards to this. The first was showing Rosalia my memories of what happened through the games. With that, Rosalia learned knowledge of a future and proceeded to bind herself to me by forming a disciple-master relationship. I was able to learn magic from Rosalia thanks to this. But this was the first of small steps. With Rosalia knowing what could happen, she came to know of her daughter's, Isola Milstein's, death. This did occur as a result of fighting with the head of the gnomes, who were still at odds with them. But she is still trying to create measures to prevent Isola's death. Isola Milstein, in return, will be one of the first to join the circle I plan on creating. The second step is much closer than one may realize, and that happens to lie in a new family I was reborn into. Cassia Osborne, and Tamamo will play a key role in that. With Rosalia's help, Tamamo is currently developing her barrier magic. I will let Cassia die, so Reen can still undergo the procedure of receiving the Twilight Heart, but rescue her just as she is about to perish. For now, Cassia will remain out of the picture until my time in the DG cult and finding a Jaeger Corp ends. For the third step, I was able to get acquainted with Kevin Graham, let alone Ein Selnate. Should I express interest in the Seption Church in the future, they won't be hostile against me, especially since we have even fought together, even if it was just for a short amount of time. Kevin is now in the Astor House with Rise and Rufina while studying under Ein as a squire of the church. I am currently hesitant to save Rufina, as this was the key trigger for Kevin to later form his stigma to become a Dominion. I don't need to decide right away, since this won't happen until S1198. And excluding the fact that I am welcomed by the noble faction, I don't have any other pressing matters to deal with. As such, I have just been enjoying spend time with my family enough to the point where I was able to spend 3 years leisurely doing so. The only focus I had now was my family, studies, and training in the way of the sword and magic. As to the steps I had further planned ahead, the closest is obviously entering DG Cult. The rest of S1192 will likely be consumed by the 100 Days War. This will cause Uncle Cassius to retire from the military and enter the Bracer Guild as a Bracer in the following year, and subsequently Father becoming the new Chancellor of Erebonia. As for S1194, Father will try to stabilize his new position. Besides that, Zephyr will officially pick up Phi while Sherazard's troop formally dissolves, with her gaining an interest in the Bracer Guild during her stay in Liberal. Joshua Astray, one of the leading protagonists of the Sky Games, also joins Ouroboros this year. This was also the same year Sharon joins Ouroboros as well. Right now, it was S1192, so there was still 2 years before these things end up happening. While S1194 might appear eventful, S1195 played a more fateful role. By then I would likely be inside the DG cult for a good 2 to 3 years. And this was the year where Tio would get abducted. In the following year, Rennie would be abducted. As for the official attack led on each respective lodge to rid them once, and for all wouldn't happen until S1198. Rennie would end up joining Ouroboros a year prior. but they would all be exterminated by a joint operation between the Bracer Guild and local police enforcement, with none other than Cassius Bright as the head of the operation. So that meant I would have the rest of S1192 to S1198 to spend either in the DG cult or wandering Zemuria once Tamamo starts exploring places. A full 6 years. By then I would be 12 years old. From 12 to 14, I'll try to find a Jaeger Corps to gain experience on the battlefield before enrolling in Jenny's or Thor's at age of 14. And just to ease suspicion of how dark the DG cult lodges are, this will be a prime place to practice that rare job I received, True Damper. While those experiments do have promising results, their procedures are way too extreme. And hopefully along the way, Tio and Rennie will have an easier time. It can get pretty graphic in there, and they showed a glimpse of how graphic it can get during Star Door 15 in Sky the Third. I will likely have to enter the role of frightened child, but with the help of True Damper, it will probably not be hard to control the lodge I will enter to a certain degree. But with that said, there will definitely be a lot of ground to cover in the next 6 to 8 years before school life starts. That much I know. Thinking that, I concluded my thoughts. More time had passed to where Tamamo finished her snack, and she was now resting on the bed, curled up into a little ball of silver-white fur. I could now be seen on my desk nearby, with a bunch of books neatly stacked on one side. One book could be seen in front of me, with a fancy pen with a quill at its end. Among the things Father had been teaching me, penmanship was one of them. So, to practice it, I started to create my own personal diary. I put my pen off to the side, seeing I was done writing for the day, slowly closing the book. On its cover had my own name, of course. I said, giving my arms a good stretch. My hand from training earlier feel fine now as well. I turned my chair to the side, only to look at Tamamo again. I wonder, should I introduce you to the family, Tamamo? I uttered softly to not wake her up. Yet little did I know at this time I would enter a battle to where I could find myself fighting to the point where my life would be at risk. This was one way I could have ended off Vol 1, but we need some action to end it off, don't you think? 3 Chapter 57, Naoto versus Randy. I decided to start the new week off with the last event of Volume 1. Enjoy smiley face, S1192, April. Forest outskirts of Trista, Osborne Villa. Deeper into the forest before the plains that had the Nortia Line Railroad, which was connected to the city of Roar, many figures be seen crouched behind individual trees. Right now, the sun was starting to set, but if one had a close look, out of every single figure, they were all wearing the same colored armor, letting the sun reflect off of it. Some more fancy than the others, which detailed their current rank in this troop. Or, depending on the situation, would it be closer to that of a squadron? A few tens of figures could be seen here. A couple of them wore fully plated armor, much more clothed than the rest. Helmet included. Special orbital headgear could be seen over their eyes, which if looked at closely, could be seen zooming in and out every so often as these couple of figures scan the trees. These couple of figures could be seen placed further ahead than the rest of the figures. They were your so-called scouts. From their end, despite the sun still setting, they were already acting as if it was nighttime. All they could see was night vision as they scanned through the dense forest of threes. On the other end of this forest was a certain villa, which was not far away from Trista and Thor's military academy. The Osborne Villa, home to current general of the 5th Armored Division of the Imperial Army, Gileath Osborne. Once the couple of armored scouts finished looking around, one of them gave a signal, raising their hand, revealing a palm. They then spoke out. "All clear, boss. No foreign entities have been detected," one of the scouts said. After the scout finished saying that, a heavy but silent footstep struck the others close by, only to reveal a rather large figure. This figure was akin to more than that of a beast, but he was still a human. A huge war axe could be seen effortlessly held by one of his hands. He was quite tall too, almost reaching 6 feet and 4 inches. Besides this bulky fellow with imposing muscles, a smaller figure could be seen next to him, appearing quite similar, but minus the bulk. He appeared to be more of a child, but sported the same wild hair as the tall person next to him did. He appeared to be around 9 years old. but the child could be seen having no life in his eyes and remained silent. As for the tall one, he spoke out to the scout, who finished their surveying. Good. Any sign of the package? None. It is only trees and shrubs around here. There are wares of battle happening further down, but nothing too serious. Likely the result of a training of sorts. We would have to go in deeper to come within distance of the package. We can confirm a villa resides there, a scout said, finishing his report. O villa, looks like we're right on the Mira. Continue the same pace as we are doing now, but we will not strike until it is dusk. We must secure the package's position first, the tall figure said, seemingly to be the boss of the group. Ja, the scouts said in unison, giving an acknowledgement to the boss-like figure, to which he gave a beast-like grin, only to let out a laugh. At the same time, the scouts slowly began to wander further into the forest. So, Randolph, you think you're up for this mission? It hasn't been long since you joined my corp, the boss said. We've received quite a bounty for this mission, too. Something about being a good vessel or something. I couldn't care less, but our target seems to be a fancy prince, the boss said, looking down at the child, only to see him unresponsive. The child, who was called Randolph, remained silent. However, before he could even try to answer, a shadowy figure slowly approached the group from behind. This person appeared to be wearing fancy priest robes of sorts, revealing many colors like teal, magenta, and gold, and went as far as to be wielding a staff. He had pale blue hair and red eyes, and was also wearing glasses. We're on a tight schedule, you know. I can't have you squander the benevolence I gave you. The man said, slightly annoyed. The people around the boss became alert, but the boss only let out another laugh. Ha ha ha. It is true. Mira might as well be counted as Adios' blessing. To think someone like you would have enough funds to beat those stuffy nobles. There were some who didn't like the package, but you straight shut them down. Now that I think about it, you didn't even reveal your name yet, the boss said with a laugh as he looked at the priest-like figure. With a pea-sized brain like yours who knows nothing but how to fight, say my name has little significance. But partners we temporary may be, I guess I have no choice but to say who I am. The priest-like figure said with a grunt. Be grateful. You can call me the High Priest, the priest said. High Priest, is it? We kind of have a reputation around these parts, but in the current sub-leader of the Red Constellation, Sigmund Orlando. Not a lot of other Jaegers can match your strength, haha, the boss said, introducing himself as Sigmund Orlando. I could care less at who you are, but you do state a valid point. That's exactly why I chose you guys, since you guys have an amazing success rate on your portfolio. You get what I want, and you get what you want, the High Priest answered, revealing a smile of his own. And might I add, you must secure the package with absolutely zero injury caused on their body. The more perfect the vessel, the better result my experiments can reach. But that is only one part of this mission. This is a good chance to deliver a good blow to the Erebonian Empire. Leave no one alive, the High Priest demanded. Mira to our ears. That's what we excel at doing, Sigmund responded back before he turned around to look at his group before continuing to speak. You hear that, boys? Besides the package, leave no one alive. Kill to your heart's content, Sigmund announced, letting his battle chi leak a bit. That only stirred the Jaegers around him. Ja, the Jaegers responded. However, just as they were getting excited for the mission later, one of the scouts hurriedly came back, which drew Sigmund's attention. B-boss, we've been spotted, one of his Jaeger scouts said, somewhat panicked. Huh? How could our cover get blown? There's still several hundred Arjesh distance to the villa from here, Sigmund asked. I never said this mission would be easy. I doubt you even read the file, the High Priest said, shaking his head in disappointment. It might be best to see it for yourself, boss, the scout tried to say, only to take his helmet off. Sigmund immediately grabbed it and put it on. He then crouched behind one of the closest trees nearby and started to scan toward the other end of the forest. They were far into where they could see a big villa on the outskirts with a few floors. After finding his target, Sigmund narrowed his scanning, only to find himself looking at one of the rooms on the second floor. He soon saw a violet-haired kid around 4 feet tall. However, expecting his back turned, it was actually the opposite. He saw this child looking out the window. If one looked closely, the violet-haired kid had golden eyes, and they were currently wrapped in a vermilion hue. His eyes were not moving. as his pupils were currently latched onto something within the forest. Sigmund saw this kid staring right at him, only to see the violet-haired kid holding a board of sorts. His eyes slowly shifted downward a bit and actually saw something written on the board. On it was written, "Is it already time to play hide-and-seek?" Seeing this, he determined the scouting helmet served no further purpose and tossed it back at the Jaeger. He then let out another laugh. "Huh, this kid has quite the scary perception. But that won't stop us. In fact, let's go take the hunt to him." "It's hunting time, boys," Sigmund said, declaring the signal to start the attack. Even he drew his war axe into a readying position. As for Randolph, he remained silent, but proceeded to take out his chainsaw-like sword. It wasn't exactly his berserker as shown in the games, but it was getting there. Inserting orbital energy into it, it started to rev up. That's right. This was the start of the raid on the Osborne Villa, on that fateful day of April 1192, only to be led by none other than the Red Constellation. I've changed the mastermind and the Jaegers. I will still have Lecter's dad trigger the Hamel incident, though. Chapter 58, Naoto versus Randy 2, Aaron Village. Perhaps it was due to what was currently happening on the outside, but all of the Hexen clan members could be seen gathered around outside of Rosalia's atelier. Among them was a little girl with plum hair, seemingly around 5 years old. She could be seen holding onto the robe of a taller woman, who had a similar appearance to the plum-haired girl, except her hair was more purple than plum. She was currently wearing a white dress with a long blue, witch-like robe draped over it. "Is Grandma going to be all right?" the plum-haired girl asked in worry. Hearing this, the purple-haired woman revealed a smile as she gave a head pat to the plum-haired girl. "Of course Mother is all right. She is just undergoing a rather lengthy formation spell," the purple-haired woman explained to the little girl, which only caused excitement to appear in the little girl's eyes. "Grandma is casting a big spell?" "Really?" the plum-haired girl responded. "That's right. In fact, after this spell is over, we will be welcoming a new member into our Hexen clan. But of the time frame, I am not sure," the violet-haired woman explained. "A new person is going to join our family?" the plum-haired girl asked. "Just like how Big Brother recently did?" she continued to ask. "In a way," the violet-haired woman responded, staying ambiguous of the matter. Seeing the violet-haired woman stay silent like this, the plum-haired girl looked back toward Rosalia's atelier. "That's right. The violet-haired woman was the wandering witch, Isola Milstein. The little 5-year-old girl beside her was her youngest daughter, Emma Milstein. The same Emma Milstein who would become a main member of the first Future Class 7, together with Reen and the others. But right now, she's just a little 5-year-old girl, 1 year younger than Naoto. Ever since Naoto entered Aaron Village for the first time 3 years ago, he quickly got acquainted with the Milstein family, quickly becoming friends with both Emma and Vita. Enough time had passed to where his bond grew closer with both of them, to the point where Emma would start calling Naoto Big Brother, just like she would address Vita as Big Sister. And now, presently, Isola and Emma and the rest of the Hexen clan were helping Rosalia prepare a large formation. Upon a closer look, 4 of its members could be seen at each corner of Rosalia's atelier. They were currently in place and squatted down, their eyes currently laid upon specially carved stakes that were currently driven into the ground. These 4 members didn't budge, but rather were currently channeling their mana to help preserve the stakes. In the meantime, one of the older members came rushing toward Isola and spoke out to her. "Isola, Rosalia's soul purification stakes have been successfully planted. We have our witches currently maintaining its proper mana course as we speak," one of the witches said. "Excellent. I'm afraid this is all we can do." Mother said, "Not even a body is ready, and will likely not be for a while. So we will have to ensure no damage is caused to our new member until Mother stores them properly," Isola answered in confidence. "Understood. We shall maintain the frequency until Rosalia finishes her sequence. We have already successfully isolated the target's location. We can't thank Naoto enough for providing this information," one of the members continued to say. "Naoto did his duty by relaying this information to us. All we have left is for Mother to finish her part. So let us follow our own and lend our mana." Isola concluded, which caused the rest of the members to nod their head. As she did, Isola looked down at Emma and spoke out to her. Emma, dear, can you help by casting your mana too? Isola asked. Okay, Emma responded happily. Still using her trainee wand, Emma started to let her mana roam free, as did Isola and the others. It didn't take long before a mana wall of sorts formed over Rosalia's atelier. The moment it touched all four ends as it converged together, special yet ancient like runes began to automatically engrave on the wall. It soon became a barrier. Seeing this, Isola's eyes turned serious. Soul isolation barrier. You really do know some crazy spells, Mother. Isola couldn't help but utter in amazement. I do hope Naoto's new little friend will do her job. This spell works two ways. Our side might be successful, but she will have to ensure it succeeds over on Naoto's side. Isola uttered to herself before she started to channel her mana into her staff. It started to glow brightly. Meanwhile, inside Rosalia's atelier, most of the first floor could now be seen bare, with Rosalia standing in its center in her child form. She had just finished manually drawing out a rather exquisite formation circle on the floor. Omo, it seems the villagers have successfully finished their end. It's only thanks to Naoto's new familiar that I can cast this spell for him. She'll be a nice medium for this. What'd he name her again? Tamamo, was it? Rosalia uttered to herself. And was this the only way for you, Naoto? You wish for your mother to experience a true death, only to have her soul relocated. Not even a vessel is ready. Well, at least I have the ability to keep a soul preserved for a while. After all, I am a protector of the goddess Adios herself. Or at least I used to be, Rosalia continued. Well, if this place does proceed to the events of man's past, then no doubt the twilight will come. 'Tis quite ironic to think the source of it was so close, huh? Rosalia mused, and that old man of his even called it a wretched fairy tale. But matters not to me. Should Naoto want it to continue as I'd seen it, then this is very much the way, I suppose, Rosalia continued to say. And in the end, a new person will join the Hexen clan. I'm sure my cute little granddaughter will enjoy it, even if the vessel won't be ready for a while. That's partially why you're willing to enter such a devilish place, isn't it? Naoto, Rosalia asked herself. While you're gone these next few years, I'll have to enter a period of rest myself, since this spell formation will likely drain all the mana I currently have left. But from the looks of it, you are already having some fun without me. Those Jaegers really do keep cropping out of places they shouldn't be, Rosalia continued to say, revealing a grin. It is time to start this spell too. Naoto, hopefully your new familiar is ready, Rosalia concluded before she began to position her staff. In no time, Rosalia's crimson mana started to fluctuate rapidly. Not only that, Rosalia began to move in a similar way to how Vita would perform large spells. She started to speak, letting out an ancient-like voice that deemed captivating. I sing to thee an ode to the wanderer above the skies, as servant to one watching over man. To escape the laws that bind causality, I beseech to thee your grace for one that may soon be lost. Please grant them your mercy and become the beacon, their guiding light. Rosalia started to chant. Her mana condensed the longer her chant continued. At the same time, Rosalia no longer stood still in the center of her large magic circle. She started to take steps slowly, moving in a particular pattern. At the same time, Osborne Villa. Some time had passed since the Red Constellation and the High Priest arrived on the villa outskirts. The peaceful night had long ended, rather quickly turning to the worse. Every so often scattered gunshots would disturb the trees around the villa. As for the villa itself, no longer was it shrouded by the darkness of the night. It could currently be seen lit up into a fiery inferno, with smoke puffing out of several windows. Every so often, part of the villa would collapse into itself, slowly revealing the interior. It was as if it had got blasted away by a bomb, and yet the first floor somehow still remained intact. Right now, a couple figures could be seen in the living room area. One was a black-haired child around 5 years old. Ignoring the smoldering embers around them as they crackled, The black-haired child was currently at a loss for words, unable to realize what was happening before him. And mother? The black-haired child tried to ask, seeing a dark indigo-haired woman currently crouched over him. He currently stared blankly at her, ignoring the giant chainsaw sword currently pierced through her lower abdomen. Despite currently being stabbed with such a big wound, the dark indigo-haired woman tried her best to muster her strength and form smile. As she did, she tried to open her mouth, only to spew forth a large mouthful of blood, which splattered right onto the black-haired child's face. "Mother," the black-haired child frantically asked in worry, and yet the dark indigo-haired woman gently caressed his face, ignoring the pain. "Reen," the woman tried to say. "You must stay strong and live on," the woman continued to say, feeling her strength leave her body. "But," the child tried to say, only to taste iron on his lips as the woman placed her finger over his lips to shush him. She tried to turn her head, only to see a violet-haired kid next to the black-haired child. "Naoto, I entrust Reen," the woman mustered to say. After she did, her arm limped downward. Her arm was the first to go. The big chainsaw sword retreated from her wound, and the woman fell over onto the ground next to the two. Life no longer appeared in her eyes. A look of sadness appeared in both of their eyes, but a look of anger and disbelief could also be seen. Of course, this anger was genuine, and that violet-haired kid was me. I wasn't expecting Mother to perish in this sort of fashion, being murdered in cold blood right before my very eyes. Unlike Reen, who became scarred from this to the point where he forgot about Cassia, the moment I saw a child similar to us but slightly older reveal himself behind Mother, I felt my anger soar. A long red-haired boy wielding a massive chainsaw sword. Randolph Orlando of the Red Constellation stood there with a dead look in his eyes, as if killing our mother just now meant nothing to him. As a silvery white small fox appeared not too far away, a mana aura appeared over her body, starting a spell. She had her own role to play, so I left her to her own device. Without hesitation, I reached toward my rapier and roared out in anger. "Randy Orlando," I yelled out, letting my voice spread through the remains of the mansion. Immediately after, I dashed forward, striking out with a jab. Clang! Randolph easily blocked my rapier. In terms of weapon size, I was at a big disadvantage, but I am pretty sure I had speed over his. I was not expecting to enter a battle with Randolph Orlando out of all people while he was still young, but what's happened has happened. Thanks to us clashing and my yelling. It didn't take long before I heard someone reach our side. It was Gileath Osborne with a look of disbelief as he saw two kids lash out with their respective weapons. "Just what have you done?" Gileath tried to ask, feeling his mind turn muddy the moment his eyes landed on Cassia's lifeless corpse. He was currently fending off the rest of the Red Constellation further in the back, but he came to this side hearing our mess. He felt his knees go weak as he landed in front of Cassia, gently bringing her head to his embrace. He also saw Reen next to her, unresponsive and in shock. "No, damn you. Arundel, I've looked the other way for so long, and this is how you respond to me? By hiring a bunch of Jaegers? Just what have Cassia and my children ever do to do?" Gileath said, feeling grief strike his body. As soon as I felt a small reprieve with clashing swords against Randy, I quickly tried to speak out of father. "Father, take Reen and flee quickly. He is in need of urgent medical attention. They'll continue to hold him off," I quickly said. Hearing that, Gileath slowly turned his head over to Reen. Upon closer inspection, Reen could currently be seen with a big wound over his heart with blood pouring out of it. Gileath quickly mustered his strength to pick up Reen, who collapsed shortly after seeing Cassia perish. "My son, Naoto," Gileath tried to ask. "There's not enough time. You must hurry," I said, continue to fend off Randy. By now, Randy was basically a fighting machine, so it wasn't hard to see where his next swing would land. But it is I they want. "If I go, death will follow," Gileath spoke back, slowly gaining strength in his legs. "You must have some way to save Reen, right?" I retorted back at him. "Naoto, you are right. Promise me you will follow me when you can find an opening," Gileath said, as he watched me clash against Randy once more. I tried to respond back, only to stay silent. Promise me, Naoto, Gileath implored once again. Just go, father. I will pray to Adios for your guys' safety. I answered, dodging him again. And yet, Gileath felt strangely calm hearing this. I see. So you have already begun to walk your own path. I will ensure Reen is safe. Wherever your path may lay, may Adios be your light, Gileath said, scooping up Reen. Turning back one more time, our eyes met for just a moment. Before I saw Gileath vanish into the darkness past the burning villa in a hurry. The villa started to crumble more. As it did, I now had my own life and death battle now laid in front of me. But the question to ask now was, with this anger swelling inside me, do I try to kill one of the future members of the SSS? Or should I direct this anger to the one causing Randy to behave like this, the Red Constellation? Chapter 59, Naoto versus Randy 3, Huff, Huff, a hurried voice said, quickly running through the trees. This voice belonged to a tall, middle-aged man, as he could currently be seen running with a black-haired child in his embrace. It was as if he was running from something. Ah, the figure said, only to feel himself trip over. As he fell down onto the ground, he tried to make sure the boy in his arms didn't fall out. As a result, he found himself scraping his knees, falling onto them. Seeing no one chase him, he let out a sigh of relief. But worry quickly overtook the man again, seeing the child he was holding panting in erratic breaths. He was still constantly losing blood from what appeared to be a large wound draped over his heart. Despite leaving his home to cinders with his other child trying to fend off the enemy, the man felt like he was at his wit's end. This man, Gileath Osborne, with Reen Osborne in his embrace, couldn't help but yell out in anguish. Oh, Adios, please. Someone answer me. Goddess or fiend, I don't care. Gileath yelled out in sorrow. Even tears started to drip from his eyes. I'll do anything. You can take my life instead, if you must. Just please, spare our second son's life. Gileath said, crying out to the skies above. Silence. That was all Gileath heard as he mustered the courage to say that. He left his first son behind who was still fending off the enemy, and now he felt had nowhere else to run to. What method of saving Reen's life? He could barely even save himself right now. And yet, after a moment of silence, Gileath felt a sense of dread strike against his very being. It didn't take long before a voice could be heard inside his mind. Oh, how I've waited so long to hear those words. A deep voice echoed inside Gileath's mind, causing him to blink for a moment. Waited, 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 and waited. I have waited for so long, Drachels. For 200 long years. The deep voice continued to say. As it did, a gigantic shadow began to form not far away, which drew Gileath's attention. It appeared to be in the shape of a large knight of sorts. This time, you will be my awakener, not the Ashen Knights, the deep voice said as it carried a scornful tone. Agree, and upon you I will deliver your second son from death. I can no longer interfere with your firstborn, the deep voice proposed. Hearing this, a realization dawned upon Gileath. It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who did this. All of it, Gileath retorted in anger. But I don't care. Take my body. Take my soul. Do what you will, so long as you save Reen, and don't interfere in the path Naoto will tread. It doesn't matter what happens to me, Gileath yelled out. Ebon Knight, Ishmelga, Gileath responded, answering the covenant that formed before him. Acknowledged. Potential Awakener has now been found. Now, commencing mana synchronization, the deep voice said, and the voice boomed from the giant darkness before Gileath. In no time at all, that giant night of darkness swallowed Gileath entirely. At the same time, Reen's heart wound began to miraculously close its wound, allowing a pitch-black heart to take root in its once near empty cavity. Meanwhile, as Gileath was now set on his own path, to fulfill seeing his figure retreat further beyond north into the Isengard mountain range, I could still be seen within the inferno of once what used to be my home just earlier in the day. But now, most of it has crumbled away, revealing a large pile of rubble. Within it, two swift shadows could be seen moving around. One of these was mine, while another belonged to a red-haired kid similar age to mine, but a couple years older. We would clash swords, letting sounds of smoldering steel streak across the night. Besides us, gunshots would fire off, which slowly started to die down. Not too far away deeper into the first floor, a silvery small white fox could be seen, releasing a dense aura. And yet the two kids ignored the fox, as they were currently in their own world, trying to slash each other down. In the next moment, the aura finished condensing around the white fox, only to have its eyes glow a deep light. At the same time, the fox opened her mouth, and an ancient-sounding voice escaped from it. This voice felt very familiar, almost as if it came from Rosalia herself. "O Vegas anima, vinet lucet aeternum," Rosalia's voice resounded. Hearing this brought a smile to my face. Tama was successfully able to connect with Rosalia from Aaron Village, and her spell went off without a hitch. As much as I would like to turn around to watch Cassia, I had to keep myself occupied with Randy. Every so often, pierce marks would dig into various parts of his body, letting blood splatter. But I wasn't without any damage myself. Several slash marks could be seen cut into my robes, letting blood of my own run down. That weapon of his was no joke, even though it wasn't Berserker. It was a more run-down version of it, but still, it was a powerful weapon. As for what was happening behind me, Cassia's corpse began to glow slightly for a moment. It didn't last long, but the glow slowly merged toward the large chest wound that was inflicted upon her. To the normal naked eye, a pale ball of white light in the shape of a sphere came out of it. As if it knew its destination, the pale sphere of light didn't flew upward to enter its next course, but instead, invisible threads latched onto it, which came right from the silvery white fox. Using her mana, she reeled the sphere. With a big chomp, Tamamo actually swallowed Cassia's soul whole. Seeing it gone, her tail started to wag happily. "Brat, the spell is done. Everything is up to you now. Till the next time we meet. I expect some good growth from you." A voice came from Tamamo's mouth, revealing to be none other than Rosalia. However, she only spoke that before Rosalia cut off her connection with Tamamo. No longer hearing Rosalia, Tamamo started to wag her two tails again. Cute. Tamamo responded happily as she watched us two cancel out another clash. At the same time, she felt a bit sad, knowing what was to come next. Hopping down, Tamamo had one last look at me before she dashed away from the battle, slowly vanishing into a similar direction Gileath departed in not too long ago. That's right, I had assigned a certain mission to Tamamo. The first part was to make use of her barrier skill and to undergo Rosalia's teaching these last couple of years. As a result, Rosalia was able to use a joint spell between Witch and Familiar to activate one of her more complex, if not forbidden spells. And the result was that Cassia's soul got sucked in, only to arrive at Rosalia's side, though it was unfortunate I couldn't witness this part. As for what Tamamo would do next, for now, I would have her follow after Gileath to ensure he successfully passes Reen onto one of his closest confidants, Teo Swartzer. Thanks to that unique skill, Sight Link, I would easily tell when this would happen. And now, without anything else hindering this progression, I could finally act, as this battle has gone on quite enough. Each time we clashed, I could see both my HP and Randy's HP drain. We were both well below half now, and to my surprise, his level was only slightly higher than mine, which kind of makes sense, since it hadn't been long since Randy started to actively partake in the Red Constellation's jobs. I've come to learn that I get 0 experience to raise my level unless I hunt down monsters or likely kill fellow humans. While I may be doing the latter after I enter the DG cult and join some Jaegers, at this point, I had yet to kill anyone. So thinking of what to do with Randy was rather questionable. After I was able to parry his sword again, I quickly struck out, piercing Randy's left shoulder in quick succession. More blood splattered onto the ground. "Coo," Randy said, letting out a painful groan. It wasn't without consequence, though, as he found an opening, only to slash out once more at me. This time his blow was heavy and caused me to get knocked back a bit. My hands felt a bit dumb, also splattering some blood. You really aren't a pushover, are you, Randolph? I said, praising him. I could say the same to you, Randy unexpectedly said, revealing his voice for the first time. Oh, so you can speak after all, I retorted him. As I did, I quickly rushed in, going with another jab. Clink! The moment I struck out, Randy quickly brandished his, bringing his sword over his chest. My rapier jabbed right into his sword again. This has been performed enough times to where cracks began to form on his weapon. Huh, I said, yelling out, only to give into a spontaneous thrust. The moment I did, Randy felt a large impact strike against his body, only to have his eyes turn wide. Shatter. He actually saw his weapon crumble away into several metal chunks, now rendering it useless. Now that annoyance is out of the way, it's about time to wrap this up, I said, revealing a smile. It was this time I jumped back up in my own tempo. Hopping around a bit, I dashed toward Randy once more. Piercing light, I said, letting my rapier glow. Ah, Randy said, yelling out in pain the moment he heard that. He only felt a searing pain go right through his right eye. Thanks to the heat of piercing light, the pain only lasted temporarily before more blood splattered onto my rapier. He then shut his eye, unable to use it. Once the attack finished, I actually arrived behind Randy's back. Piercing light, I yelled out again once more. In quick succession, I did a diagonal upward jab, aiming right Randy's throat. Randy, with his spare eye, only looked down to see a short blade pierce through his own throat. But unexpectedly, he didn't see me pull my rapier from his throat. I kept it lodged in there for a moment. Package retrieval unsuccessful, Randy said, mustering up his strength to say, only to have blood splatter from his mouth. And yet he was still living, despite having his throat currently pierced. He felt his arms go limp. It was then the battle was decided. But to kill one of the future main SSS would leave a bad taste in my mouth. Even if him being a Jaeger now would influence his actions early on. So I would neither kill him or let him walk away scot-free. There was always a third option, wasn't there? Thinking that, I revealed a grin. Randy would make an excellent pawn to see what would happen in the Red Constellation in the early stages now. Wouldn't it? I decided to use my gamer system at this time. Player Naoto is seeking to change his current job from noble to true damper. Would Player Naoto like to proceed? Iene. Without hesitation, I selected yes, only to feel my body start undergoing a change. My pupils started to constrict, only to reveal them changing into a dark crimson hue. However, at the same time, we heard several footsteps reaching our side. Most of them were members of the Red Constellation, with a couple figures walking before us. The giant ogre-like man I saw arrive even began to clap his hands. Ha! To think Randolph would meet his match in this area. So, aren't you going to kill him? The ogre-like man said, revealing his own grin. Chapter 60. Cutting ties, so aren't you going to kill him? The ogre-like red-haired man said after clapping his hands while revealing himself along with several other mercenaries clad in red armor. He completely disregarded the fact that I currently had my rapier pierced right through Randy's throat right now, since it was a really thin blade. The wound itself didn't leak much blood after the initial puncture. Now, why would I kill him? I decided to ask. The battle is already over. You are on the battlefield, lad. There are no buts in a life or death battle. We Jaegers take pride in falling in battle, even if it's our own kin. The ogre-like man said cruelly. If you decide to let Randolph live now, it very well may bring him shame of his own. And if I refuse? Hearing me persist in asking that, the ogre-like man revealed a grin. Without warning, he drew out his giant battle axe, revealing an imposing aura. Slowly, he walked straight toward to me before he raised his war axe right before my very eyes. It was as if I was now staring death into the face. He spoke out in a firm tone. Then are you willing to take Randolph's place and perish by my axe? The ogre-like man said, after he did a cold air swept our surroundings. Despite my villa still set ablaze. A tense moment like this passed in silence, but I didn't back down. Unfortunately, this cold air only lasted for a moment before another figure showed himself beside the several mercenaries clad in red armor. Following, it was a sigh from who appeared to be a priest wielding a staff, garb in a fancy and vibrant robe. "Didn't I tell you to leave the vessel intact and unarmed? You stupid pea-brain war god," the voice said, coming from none other than the high priest himself. I took this time to quickly retract my rapier, causing Randolph to yell out in pain once more. At the same time, I kicked his body away, letting it flail onto the rubble further away. Seeing this earned another laugh from the war god, who was none other than Sigmund Orlando. Just by being next to him, I could feel my skin crawling around. The gamer system remained silent, but if it reacted, it would sound off loud alarms in my head, telling me to get the F out of there. He was that strong. It took all of the SSS to take him down during the Azure Tree event. And right now, he was drawing his weapon right before me. Though I guess the unharmed part is definitely out of the question. "You can expect that to be deducted from your pay afterward," the high priest retorted Sigmund. "Ha! All in a day's worth of Mira." Randolph was able to go through such a battle, so he'll overlook it, Sigmund said, slowly pulling his war axe away, placing it back on his shoulder as if its weight meant nothing. As he did, I suddenly felt pain rack over my body, likely the recoil I had during the fight with Randy. I checked my own health, and it was already below 30%. I guess this battle really did a number on me. Randolph Orlando was no joke. "Coo!" I groaned, only to cough out some blood. I ended up falling onto one of my knees. However, going back a moment ago, when I kicked Randy away, I activated a bit of my mana, triggering my blood magic. Since the high priest was not within sight during that time, as Randy flew onto the ground further away, the wound over both his throat and his right eye closed slowly. The amount of blood he lost was great, but his life was still intact. I had one last look at the massive figure, who didn't seem to be human, before I felt my remaining strength leave my body. Plop! I fell face forward, letting my consciousness escape me. Seeing me no longer conscious, one of the nearby Red Constellation Jaegers quickly ran up beside me, only to kneel down to check my pulse. The other member did the same thing, except at Randy's side. "Boss, the package is still alive and breathing, but will require some medical treatment." He underwent a rather hefty dose of blood loss during that battle, the Jaeger quickly concluded. "Captain Randolph is experiencing a similar effect. However, boss, you might want to come have a look at this," the other Jaeger said, which drew Sigmund's attention. "Oh, Randolph is still alive, even after that?" Sigmund asked, interested. He then slowly walked up to Randy's unconscious body. "Yes, the wounds. It's like they never happened." "This is strange, even for me," the Jaeger answered Sigmund. "Did the lad cast some high form of healing arts or something?" "Did he feel pity for his enemy?" Sigmund asked, checking over Randy. Even he found the pierced throat and the closed eyes wounds now healed. One could still see a scar over them, though. "No, boss. No combat orbment has been located within the vicinity. This is why we found this strange," the Jaeger explained. "Oh," a third voice asked, coming from the high priest. He then looked down at me, only to reveal a smile. "You are becoming more interesting as time passes. You will definitely serve a good vessel for my lady. It is a shame we couldn't find you sooner," the high priest said, revealing a creepy smile. This also drew interest from Sigmund. "So even someone like you serves another?" Sigmund couldn't help but ask. "Well, of course I do. I am merely a servant to the True One," the high priest answered. "Haha, I always forget that you cultists deny the existence of the goddess, but that ain't our problem. If the job pays well, we can do it," Sigmund replied, letting out another laugh. After he laughed, Sigmund approached my unconscious body and lifted it up with ease. He slung my body over his shoulder. "And with that, the package has been retrieved and our contract fulfilled," Sigmund said, revealing a grin. Yeah. Just make sure it's still intact by the time I head back to my lodge," the high priest complained again. As he did, he walked up to me, only to do a tap of his staff, letting it glow. He did a light chant, and a blue light swirled over my body, which started to heal my wounds. He didn't heal it all the way, just the ones that would save me from putting my life in danger. "Boss, what should we do with Captain Randolph?" one of the nearby Jaegers asked. "Apply some first aid and send Randolph back to our home base. Should he ask later, Well, call this match a draw, Sigmund answered. At least this will make hell of a story to tell little Shirley later. Despite being a brat who was just born, she is already a bundle of energy. Gaha, Sigmund said, letting out a guffaw. Ja, the red constellation Jaegers acknowledged their leader, letting out a yell in unison. With that concluded, they left what remained of the Osborne villa, which was now mostly burnt to a crisp. The higher floors no longer were seen. It was essentially collapsed into itself. Cassia's remains was slowly getting buried into the rubble. The few secret agents around the house have long since bled out, mostly having their orbital pistols either broken or slashes in half. The red constellation killed everyone on sight. Large puffs of smoke continued to trail into the starry skies above as the darkness of the night continued on. Meanwhile, further into the Isengard range, a lone figure clad in a military garb of high rank could be seen quickly darting through the mountainous region. A look of exhaustion appeared in his eyes, but he still had enough energy to carry a little figure who was currently unconscious in his embrace, a black-haired child seemingly around 5 years old. He had wondered where he kept getting this excess energy from. Well, no, that wasn't correct. This man very well knew where this newfound energy lay. He kept letting it swirl inside of him. As a result, he found his stamina pushing him through the long, long night. It wasn't just that. He found his speed increasing as more time went on, along with the wounds that once dressed his body to be closed up. From the outside, it was as if only his uniform remained a wreck. Huff! Huff, the man said, continuing to run past trees, plains, and eventually stone and rock, which eventually led him further up into the Isengard range. He had long blown by the Schwarz-Dratch barrier and completely blew by the industrious city of Rohr onto the right. This man stayed hidden, out of sight to any human or monster that may have crossed his path. Several long hours have passed like this, and dawn was soon approaching. He had already reached the pass the Spina Road, and soon found himself treading into piles of snow. But neither the cold nor the snow kept this military man from treading. He didn't know when, but he soon found himself in a small town way up north. Despite the look of exhaustion, a smile appeared on his face. He also looked at the unconscious child currently wrapped tightly in a warm blanket. That was all he could find before he began this long trek. He thought it would take several days, but perhaps it was this unlimited energy he was currently feeling. He felt never better. But at the same time, he wanted to curse this newfound energy, as it was the source of the animosity he was currently dealing with in his life. All which led to the culmination of his home getting burnt into pieces and his family torn apart. All he could do now was tread through the city, slowly arriving in front of a large mansion. "I've finally arrived," the man uttered. Sure, he did receive that odd look from a couple of the villagers, but since dawn was still approaching, there were not that many people out and about. Still, he took the time to ring the doorbell, which a dull sound echoed through the large mansion. "Yes, they'll be there in just a minute," a voice of a female said, reaching his ears. One would think a maid or butler would answer the door, considering this mansion was very big in size. But once the man heard the door click, a dark blue-haired woman revealed herself after opening the door. "This is the Schwarzer Barony mansion. What can I do for you today?" the woman began to say, only to immediately be greeted by a large shadow. This prompted to look up, only to see a man who was none other than Gileath Osborne. Seeing Gileath standing before her, it took a good moment to register it, but she then saw how badly his military garb was currently torn. Not to mention the child he currently had wrapped in his embrace. "G. General Gileath? Oh, Adios, what on earth happened to you?" the dark-haired woman exclaimed in worry. "I am afraid I cannot say, Sister Lucia. Please, I can rely on no other right now. In my time of need, please let me see Brother Teo," Gileath explained. Despite being in front of a barony, he addressed them with a familial love. Once upon a time, due to Gileath suffering an avalanche in his early years which caused the death of his parents, he was adopted into this very same barony, albeit only for a little while. Still, it allowed him to grow close to the woman he was currently looking at, as well as the baron of this home, Teo Schwarzer. "All right, away. I will quickly take you to see my husband," Lucia said in a panic. The three immediately went up to the second floor, arriving at Teo's main office. "Dear, you've got a guest," Lucia continued to say after knocking on the door. "Oh, a guest this early?" A voice of a man said, only to come from within the office. It didn't take long before the door opened, only to reveal a middle-aged man with spiky blonde hair. He was currently wearing a blue shirt underneath an ornate brown waistcoat and black pants. Even his eyes turned wide, seeing Gileath and his current appearance. "Brother Gileath? You look like you've came right out of Gehenna," Teo also exclaimed. "While it is nice to see you two again, as much as it pains me, I cannot remain here for long. Brother Teo, I implore you to look after this child in my stead," Gileath quickly said, presenting Reen to Lucia and Teo. "The moment you take this child as yours, I will cut off all ties with you two. Even if it was just for a short time, I appreciate everything the two of you have done for me," Gileath said, revealing a smile. "General Gileath," Lucia tried to say, slowly letting tears form in her eyes. "Understand. We will take this child under our wing," Teo answered, seeing Gileath serious. He slowly approached him, only to take the child in his arms. "Does he have a name?" Teo asked. "Yes. This child's name is Reen," Gileath answered. "From this moment forth, he will go as Reen Swartzer," Gileath declared. Volume 1, End, Chapter 61. Gileath's resolve. "It looks like our little Elise will be getting a new big brother then," Lucia happily said, wiping her tears away. But at the same time, she still felt bittersweet seeing Gileath parting from his own son. "Elise, we have not been in contact much these last few years, so it looks like you've been quite blessed," Gileath responded with a smile. "Yes, and now our family will grow even bigger." "Where will you go from here, Brother Gileath?" Teo asked, a bit hesitant. As he did, Gileath reached out his arms, only to pass Reen into Teo's hands. "Alas, the less I say, the better. For now, I will be returning to the military and rejoin His Majesty's side again. I must act in kind to these injustices." Gileath explained all he could. "Is that so? I do feel our paths will cross again someday," Teo said, a bit reminiscent. "I feel the same, Brother Teo, but once I step out these doors, we will be strangers. I truly thank you for taking me in so long ago," Gileath said, feeling grateful. Putting his right arm over his chest, Gileath gave him a formal bow. "Even if it's forced to be wiped away, our bond will remain," Teo replied, accepting his bow. But at this time, they heard one of the doors creak open, coming from one of the many bedrooms from the second floor. It was closer to the main staircase leading to where the three currently stood. "Mama, is breakfast ready?" a little voice asked. What appeared before the door further up was a little girl, who seemed to be around 3 years old with pale indigo hair. She was born on the same year as the Erebonian princess did, Alphen. This was Elise Swartzer, first daughter and only child of the Swartzer barony, that is up until now. Seeing this 3-year-old girl appear before the staircase, both Lucia and Teo turned around to look at her. "Yes, Elise, we will begin preparing for breakfast shortly," Lucia said happily while clapping her hands together. As she did, Teo looked down and saw Reen sleeping peacefully in his embrace. "Now that I think about it, Brother Gileath, didn't you say you had another son?" Teo uttered softly and began to wonder. As he did, back on the second floor, Elise blinked her eyes at the two. Papa, were you just talking with someone right now?" Elise asked, confused. This caused Lucia and Teo to also get confused. "Of course we were," Teo tried to answer. But he couldn't finish saying his words before the two turned around, only to see no one there. The door had been shut. Gileath could no longer be seen in the Swartzer mansion. Lucia's and Teo's eyes turned wide. "Brother Gileath, till we meet again," Teo uttered, letting out a sigh. Teo then shook his head and revealed another smile. Turning back around, he looked at Elise once more. "Say, Elise, how would you like to meet your new big brother?" Teo asked, which caused Elise's eyes to blink this time. She couldn't help but look at what Teo was currently holding in his embrace. Or more specifically, who? She saw a little black-haired child currently sleeping peacefully. With Reen now entering their lives, the Schwarzer barony would soon become busy. Meanwhile, back on the outside of the Schwarzer mansion, a tall figure in a torn military garb could be seen not too far away at the side, which overlooked many snow-capped mountains. The morning was just starting to dawn. Its residents would look his way every so often, but ignored him. He gave off a familiar feeling, but most forgot who he was, as him being an adopted sibling to Teo was that of the past. As for the city of Emer, was rather high up, so lower elevated mountains were scattered throughout. Since it was still April, spring had just started, so the snow was still fresh. Emer typically stayed cold for most of the year and only thawed during the summertime. Thankfully, it was known to be a famous hot spring town, so its residents had no issue dealing with the biting cold. And unbeknownst to any of the residents here, a black, shadowy, mist-like figure could be seen wrapped around him. It wasn't just him, though. A little silvery white fox with two tails could now be seen sitting on top of the Schwarzer mansion. A look of sadness could be seen in its eyes as it continued to monitor the military man. The little fox cried out softly but stayed to itself, or rather herself. This was none other than the same silver-white fox that was with Naoto, his familiar, currently named Tamamo. The military man was, of course, Gileath Osborne, who had just left the Schwarzer mansion. In regards to Tamamo, Naoto gave her a mission to continue watching Gileath until it was time for her to start exploring Zemuria. Once Naoto found his own footing in the DG cult, he decided he would use this time to fully explore Zemuria to what he could with his own strength. And if Naoto really wanted to, he could use Tamama's skill right now and swap places. The main idea was that as long as it was a place Tamamo had been to before, Naoto could warp there and back to his own place, with the two-way warp currently limited to once a day. Once there, then once back. Since Tamamo was currently in Emer, Naoto could now warp to Emer whenever he wanted to, as long as he had enough mana for it. But right now, Tamamo could be seen in a downcast mood, seeing Gileath watching the snow-capped mountains further in the distance. As for Gileath, he began to utter to himself, which caused Tamama's ears to twitch. This is for the best, but still, this immortal business is truly something, Gileath said, only to have a quick look over of his body. Besides being torn, he felt no injury. In fact, he still felt full of energy. Of course it is. We are now linked. What you share is a constant reserve of the energy I feed you, a deeper voice said, booming inside his mind. And don't forget the fact that if it wasn't for me, you would have died after you sacrificed your heart to save your child, the voice continued to say. Now, you belong to me. Drachels? Yeah. You keep addressing me as Drachels. If I truly was him, I'm not anymore. So call me Gileath. That is who I am right now. Gileath retorted the voice, who belonged to none other than Ishmelga. Fair enough. And now, you have nothing to hold you back anymore, Ishmelga answered. That is true. The pro-war nobles have begun to act in the shadows. They already know I've began to snuff them out. So I must return to His Majesty's side, especially after he has secured his position as the new emperor, Gileath explained. Weren't you still on leave? Don't you want to take this time to see what other power I can offer you? Ishmelga asked. As nice as that sounds, I fear for what these nobles are trying to accomplish. Worse comes to serve, we could very well enter another war. Not one within, but on the outside, Gileath said, worried. Not that I care. Do as you wish. Once you have become adjusted and your idiocies handled, I will take you to meet someone. As worthless as he can be, he is still a servant of mine, Ishmelga said. A servant, eh? Who would it be? Gileath wondered. Well, it looks like you're already familiar with those of the kin of fire. But who I am referring to is part of the kin of earth. I do realize some time had passed since my last slumber, but it seems they go by the Hexen clan and the Gnomes clan now, Ishmelga explained. The Hexen clan and the Gnomes clan. It indeed is tied to them after all. If I recall correctly, they had quite the rivalry going, Gileath mused. That is one way to view them. And by reaching out to the gnomes, you should know what that means for you, considering your own kin is already closely related to the kin of fire, Ishmelga responded. A clash might be inevitable. The Vermilion Knight, Testarossa, Gileath uttered. For the sake of the family I had created, I am willing to play the villain this time, Gileath said, feeling his resolve. And for that, I must secure my position as the next chancellor. I assume you will help with that? Gileath asked. Of course. You belong to me now, Gileath. What is to become yours will become mine. A petty position like that will require little effort, Ishmelga said. If he could within that dark misty-like cloud, he would reveal a creepy smile. But to go along with that, you know you've been tailed since you started your way in coming to this little town, right? Ishmelga asked Gileath. Hearing that, Gileath only smiled. Turning around a bit, he looked back toward the Schwarzer mansion, or more specifically, what current was sitting on its roof. The same little two-tailed silver-white fox that jumped onto the roof not too long ago. Phew, Tamamo replied, tilting her head a bit, watching Gileath look at her. The moment Tamamo blinked her eyes, she tried to observe Gileath again. And yet, Gileath's figure could no longer be seen looking out to the snowy mountains behind them. It was as if he had completely vanished. Even a couple of townspeople found it strange. One moment, they saw a figure enjoying the view of the snow, and in the next moment, he had vanished, as if he was a ghost. Still, Tamamo shook this feeling away and hopped down from the roof. Squeezing into the front door's gap, Tamamo made her way inside the Schwarzer mansion. Chapter 62. Hamel, I Hamel. A word that would either strike fear and hopelessness in the future to those who knew, or ignorance to those who didn't. Much needed to say, it was one of the more impactful words to all of Zemurians, near and far. But if we're talking about now, it would be seen as the polar opposite. Hamel was just a little village. It wasn't even big enough to be called a town, let alone a city by today's standards. Even a number of houses could be counted with 2 sets of hands. Its residents didn't even number 100. A simple, backwater village in the southernmost region of Erebonia, south of the Sutherland region. It was hidden deep within the misty mountains. It only had one windy path which separated it from the closest sign of modernity, Parm Village, and Titus Gate, which lead to its neighboring country, Liberal. One way in, one way out. Such a simplistic village that wasn't even worth considering to many, but to some, its location was a prime target. It was still well into April of year S 1192 of the Septian calendar. While the top brass of Erebonia was currently reacting to the horror that took place not too long ago at a certain villa on the outskirts of Trista, much less could be said happening way down south. It was so peaceful that even monsters would rarely pop out of their nests. Besides the rare orbital car passing along the main road to eventually pass through Titus Gate or vice versa, not many humans could be seen traversing the southern mountains. That is, except one man who was well underway the windy road that led to Hamel. This man had neatly combed back hair that was held quite nicely. His hair was dark blue and had red eyes. He was wearing a green, earthly overcoat with a little pair of spectacles over his eyes. It was still chilly in the mountains, so he was wearing a mantle of matching color over it, as well as some dark blue trousers. If anything, this man seemed to be more of a scholar, if anything else, especially with a little travel notebook and a pen currently in one of his hands. He appeared to be traveling by himself in this part of the woods, as one would say. However, he wasn't actually alone. Another person who seemed to be nothing more than a lookout could be seen guiding this man further along the Soul Mountain path. We seem to be making good pace. Perhaps we will make it before sundown after all. I didn't think there'd be a village situated this far south. Ha, you got that right. Being an escort is quite rare around these parts of the woods. You ain't the first one, though. Every so often we get a soldier to come check up on us. Making sure we're doing good, the guide said. He had a bit of an accent, but it didn't bother the scholar who was following him. In fact, it even made him smile. We don't get your type out here too often. In fact, you're the first scholar to even come take an interest in such a shabby village since I took up the garden duty. Not that I'm counting it bad, though. People around here will treat you kindly. The guide, am a rather odd person myself. I like to travel a lot as I continue my studies. I used to be a professor at one of the famed churches in Arteria, the scholar said, thanking the guide. That's so? I'm not sure what you can get out of this place, but you're free to stay as you please, the guide responded. Thank you. I'll try not to cause any trouble during my stay, the scholar replied with another smile. Haha. Hope you find something interesting then. The name's Jonathan, by the way. Got me 3 kids myself. I'm sure my wife would welcome you at the very least. Do be on the lookout for a couple troublemakers, though. The guide said, introducing himself to the scholar. Note taken. I seem to have forgotten my manners since you've graced me with your name. It's a pleasure to meet you, Jonathan. You can call me Professor Alba. Professor Alba said, introducing himself. Professor Alba, nice to meet ya. We'll only take another hour or 2 at most. In fact, why don't you stay at our place during your stay? We got plenty of room to spare. But if not, you can always use one of the church's rooms, Jonathan suggested. I would hate to intrude on your home, but this is a bit surprising. There's a church all the way out here? Professor Alba asked with interest. Sure there is. It helps us gather the kids around for Sunday teaching. We would get a nun to come help every so often. Jonathan explained a bit. That's so? Then I don't mind staying there, since ITLLB for a couple days at most. I might intrude on you for meals, though. I hate to be ashamed of myself, but I can hardly lift a finger against monsters, Professor Alba replied, being a bit embarrassed. Huh, you can leave that to us. You're more than welcome. Say, you're a professor, right? As a service fee. Why don't you teach the kids something? That'll cover your meal costs during your stay at Hamel, Jonathan suggested. Professor Alba pushed his small eyeglasses upward a bit before nodding in acknowledgement. That's a splendid idea. Perhaps it was Adios will for me to come give a lecture here. Professor Alba responded happily. Then it's settled. And would you look at that? We've just arrived at our plateau. Welcome to Hamel, Professor Alba, Jonathan said, before realizing time had passed right under their noses while continuing to chat while being escorted. Sure enough, Professor Alba arrived at what appeared to be a simple wooden gate with 2 small towers that only reached so high up. Beyond there were houses made out of stone and wood, as if it lacked technology. And yet on the inside, orbital devices could be seen plenty, which livened things up. To sum it up, he saw it as peaceful. Simple and peaceful. Even kids ran around happily, playing tag or playing hide and seek, while girls played around with stuffed animals. Professor Alba pushed his glasses upward a bit again. So this place is to be your spearhead? Huh, Sir Rundle, Professor Alba said, silently uttering to himself as his eyes stayed glued on the misspelled sign that read, Harmel. All I can say is rip John. A side OC you will be in our memory. Chapter 63. Hamel, 2. A neatly dressed scholar wearing an overcoat followed the only active village guard along the one windy path, soon arriving on a plateau deep within the forest. A little village with houses made of stone and wood appeared before the 2. The number of them couldn't even be counted with 3 or 4 hands. There were a couple figures out and about. Seeing this immediately drew their attention. Several more figures up higher on the plateau also looked onward. Among the children further up, one appeared to be a 3-year-old brown boy with crimson eyes watching others play, seemingly a bit shy. Every time he would take a peek of the professor at the gate, he would quickly turn his head away. It didn't neglect the interest shown in his eyes, though. As for the 3 villagers closest to the gate, 2 of them seemed to be around 14 or 15 years old. One was a boy with bright silver hair and lavender eyes. The other was purple-black-haired girl with amber eyes around the same age. Holding onto the girl's hand was a child seemingly around 6 years old with pure black hair and the same amber eyes. The girl's eyes brightened seeing the village guard return, but also showing interest at the man beside him. Welcome back, John. It looks like the escort went fine. Did you encounter any monsters along the way? The girl asked, slightly worried. Well, if it ain't Karen. Are you and Loie keeping the kids out of trouble today? John said, revealing a smile. Karen, Joshua, and I were watching over them until we saw you came back, John. But they know not to venture in too deep. There are some pretty fierce monsters further in, after all, the silver-haired boy said. That's good to hear. And speaking of the kids, how's Johann fitting in? John asked. This only earned a giggle from the girl. Johann might act rash sometimes, but we have placed our trust in him. The children have been playing with him too. He's been fitting in. I was a bit worried since Johann is one of the youngest among us. But even you like to play with him, don't you, Joshua? Karen asked the young black-haired boy beside her. Yeah, it's fun playing with Johann and the others. The black-haired boy called Joshua said, nodding his head. That's good then. I see that Joshua came down with you too, John said, looking at the black-haired, amber-eyed boy. Hello, Joshua responded, revealing a smile, and gave John a greeting since he returned back to Hamel. As for Professor Alba, who remained quiet after meeting these three, his interest soon took him to the girl, or more specifically, what the girl was currently holding in her spare hand. In her hand was a small device of sorts. It was completely golden too. Many little holes could be seen stretching across its center, while being held by some sort of metal. It was golden in color. I hate to interrupt our introducing, but I couldn't help but be interested in what you're holding. Miss Karen, was it? Professor Alba. So this little thing drew your attention, huh? It is definitely not like other devices that play sound. It carries a unique tune. If anything, it behaves similarly to a flute, the girl called Karen said, answering Professor Alba. Is that so? So it is an instrument of sorts. It's the first time I'm seeing one like this, Professor Alba answered. That's because it's far from those more professional instruments. It's called a harmonica. It helps settle the children down when I go play it, Karen answered Professor Alba. Which reminds me, we were about to go back over there, so you can play today, weren't we? The silver-haired boy called Loey asked Karen. Sure was. You'll handle settling in our guest in, right, John? Karen asked John. Haha, I don't think that is necessary, but do what you must. I don't want to interfere with what customs you may have, Professor Alba said, also chiming in. Nonsense. We will look after you, Professor Alba. You'll be teaching the kids for a day to repay for your stay, Arincha? John asked persistently. Well, that is true. I did offer that. I have been traveling Erebonia for a while since I departed from Arteria, Professor Alba concluded, which caused Karen's eyes to shine. You came all the way from the holy capital? Karen asked in excitement. That I did. And I forgot to mention one more thing, Professor Alba suddenly said, only to go into one of his overcoat pockets. He brought out an insignia of sorts, which depicted none other than the Seption Church. This caused a wave of surprise to the few who was looking at him. That's the Seption Church's symbol. John exclaimed. I thought you said you're a scholar? John continued to ask. I am, but I did say I came from Arteria, didn't I? It would make sense for me to be a priest. I am more than qualified enough to do a Sunday school here, even if it's just for a day, Professor Alba explained. So that was the case. Should I address you as a priest then? John wondered. However, hearing this, Professor Alba pushed the frames of his spectacles up a bit before revealing a smile. Just call me Professor, Professor Alba said, formally introducing himself to Hamel's villagers. This earned some confusion from them, but nonetheless, Karen, Loey, Joshua, John, Johann, and the others still welcomed the professor with a warm heart. As Professor Alba slowly got settled into Hamel, he couldn't help but turn his head back toward outside the village, to where a normal person's sight couldn't reach. Standing atop of one of the really tall pine trees further away, a sole-armored figure of a knight could be seen. If one looked closely, this armored knight was actually currently observing Professor Alba. If one was able to look into their helmet, a look of melancholy could currently seen. It looks like the faceless has already begun to act. I know I am but a mere observer during this time, but I didn't think I would be joined by another so quickly, the armored knight said. At this time, a male voice suddenly spoke out to the armored knight. Haha, and here I was thinking to myself that I wasn't going to get spotted, Miss Knight. The male voice suddenly said, sounding much younger than what armored knight presumed. Turning around, the armored knight became confused for a moment as the knight looked around, only to see nothing. Their eyes then focused, only to spot a small figure appear on a branch of a tree next to the one the armored knight was standing on. In fact, this figure wasn't even a human, but a little silver-white two-tailed fox. If one had a closer look, the fox's eyes could currently be seen as golden with a crimson hue. And yet this male voice seemed to have come from none other than this little fox. You were wanting to meet me, were you not? Your Highness, the armored knight replied nonchalantly. So you already know who I am, even if I have come to you in this manner. While I have learned the incantation to project a phantom image, it is embarrassing to say I have not practiced it enough to be proficient in it. Thankfully, I found a little fun alternative, especially after little Tama learned this skill. Pretty neat, huh? The male voice said, speaking through the little fox. Tama is this fox's name? I presume it to be a familiar that is bonded with you. The armored knight asked. Sure as looks like you know about the kin of fire. But coming from you, that is to be expected. It was thanks to them I could come meet you like this. And if you were wondering if you could meet my real person, it is unfortunate to say I am in the center of the earth. Quite literally. I am in a giant hole as we speak, the male voice said, explaining a bit to the armored knight. I wasn't planning to. Ever since I came across your household a couple years ago to check up on him, I had found you intriguing as well. Even the Grandmaster hadn't quite figured you yet. You are definitely not normal, Your Highness, Naoto von Auslese, the armored knight replied with interest. Ha! Even someone like me is already under her eyes. Well, I could say the same to you, Miss Knight. Or should I say, the seventh anguish of Ouroboros, Arianrod, the male voice declared as it spoke out from the silver-white fox's mouth. Chapter 64. Ouroboros, well, you definitely like to be strong in pronouncing your character. You really are part of his bloodline. The armored knight couldn't help but retort, who the voice called Arianrod. As for the voice coming from the silver-white fox, it was none other than Naoto. He knew Hamel was the next big event to take place, so he had Tamamo come check up on the place before it gets razed to the ground. Yet little did he know he would find not one, but two Anguis here. One being the Faceless, while the other being the Steel Maiden, Arianrod. Naoto wasn't sure if the Faceless was part of Ouroboros yet, but seeing Arianrod here, this likely was true. However, Deception Church wouldn't fully realize what the Faceless wanted to achieve and not be excommunicated until S1195. But the Faceless personally coming to Hamel, that meant he was definitely reaching out to his contacts. In but a couple days, Hamel will no longer exist. Thinking that, the laugh escaped from the fox's voice. Ha! It is unfortunate, but who I think you are referring to, I will no longer be able to spend my days with him, Naoto said, revealing a hint of sadness. Hearing that, Arianrod raised her eyebrows. Unexpectedly, the armored knight raised her two hands. Naoto saw this and became surprised, seeing that Arianrod slowly made her way to her helmet. With a clink, the helmet came off. What now stood in front of him was an ethereal beauty, with long wavy blonde hair that went well past her hips. Together with her blue crystal eyes, she was by far one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen thus far. In the past, she was once known as the Valkyrie, but now the Steel Maiden. Naoto was not expecting Arianrod to take off her helmet in front of him, as she seldom took it off, even outside of battling. To what do I owe the honor of you taking off your helmet? Naoto couldn't help but ask. To the bleak future. The flames of war will soon be smoldering, Arianrod answered. So it will come down to that, Naoto uttered in response, which caused Arianrod to look down at the fox. However, at this time, a rather lazy-sounding voice suddenly struck the ears of the two. Hey now, I didn't take you to be one to like animals, Arianrod, the lazy voice said. Once the voice faded, on a tree branch besides the two, a fiery red circle suddenly appeared, but felt neither hot or cold. It acted like fire, but it didn't set anything ablaze. It didn't take long for a figure to emerge. A rather colorful-looking man appeared. The moment he did, he moved his hand toward his mouth and let out a big yawn. This figure appeared to be a man with pale red eyes. Most of his hair was bright blue with pink highlights at its tips. It was pretty spiky too, and it was long enough to where his hair went down one side of his neck, draping over his shoulder. To add to that, he was wearing a pair of half-moon glasses. The shirt he was wearing was very long and mostly red, and some jean-like pants that were black and blue. Is the scouting done? Arianrod asked the fiery blue-haired man. As she did, he put his arms back behind his head, lazing around. All done. Nothing interesting around these prats, beside the monster or two. That silver-haired guy in the village shows a little promise, though. Loey, I think they called him, the guy asked, unsure. Ha! Of course nothing would catch your interest here, McBurn. We are in the middle of nowhere right now. We are only here to be sure the faceless acts according to plan. Another voice suddenly said, reaching their ears. It was hard to tell whether this voice belonged to that of a man or a woman. In the next moment, they heard a sound of a finger snapping. After that, another magic-like circle on a branch appeared. But this time it was a pure green circle, which seemed to fade in and out, acting like the wind. Once its power was finished gathering, another figure appeared beside the fiery blue-haired man. It was hard to tell whether this figure was a man or a woman, and they looked exceptionally young. But if one had a close look, one could see that they have lived for quite some time, but for now Hay had an appearance of a young boy. Either way, he had bright green hair, with 2 strands of it sticking up like an antennae. Underneath his right, it was a tribe-like marking of sorts. He was wearing a tux-like suit that was pink over a white collar shirt. Seeing these 2 figures appear, even Naoto couldn't but draw his attention toward the now 3 prominent figures standing beside him, or well, beside the little silver-white, 2-tailed fox. To think I would get to see not 3 proud members of Ouroboros standing before me. It is a pleasure to meet you all, Naoto's voice said, escaping from the fox's mouth. This caused the green-haired boy and the fiery blue-haired man to blink for a moment. They had to look around for a bit to spot the fox not too far away. The green-haired boy's face turned into a big smile the moment he saw the little fox. So that's how this is playing out. You wouldn't just continue to stand here for no reason, Arianrod, he responded in the next moment. He turned toward the silver-white fox, only to put one of his arms behind his back. Surprisingly, he gave a formal bow. I wasn't expecting for you to make an appearance here, Your Highness. Although not the nicest of places, I still bid you a warm welcome. The green-haired boy replied. Thank you. Who might you be? Although Naoto knew very well, he still decided to ask, which caused the boy to smile again. Oh my, it seems my manners have left me for a moment. I do apologize for that, considering where your standing is. We belong to the organization known as Ouroboros, and I am one of its enforcers. Enforcer number 0, Campanella the Fool. At your service, Your Highness, the boy officially said, greeting Naoto once more. Your Highness? Sounds like someone's been lurking in the shadows. Still, introductions are a pain in the ass, so might as well get it over with, the blue-haired man said, letting out another yawn. With a stretch, he continued to speak. Also part of Ouroboros. Enforcer number I. They call me the Blazing Demon, but I'm simply known as McBurn. It is a shame we couldn't see the real you, but you're still a little kid right now, yeah, the blue-haired man said, introducing himself as McBurn. Haha, it's nice to meet you too. I recently turned 6, and I probably won't be debuting into the high society of nobles until much later. Like I recently said to Miss Arianrod here, you won't be able to find me. So I have come here in this form instead. Naoto explained to Campanella and McBurn. Thankfully, news of what happened to you have been kept under wraps. Only those of influence have come to learn what transpired that night. But since we're here now, instead of me come seeking you out later, I will say what I need to now. Your Highness, the Grand Master has formally requested you to join our cause. I am here in her stead for you to join Ouroboros, Campanella explained, giving another formal bow. If Naoto could raise his eyebrows, he would. He had actually received an invitation to join Ouroboros. To think the Grand Master would invite a bastard son like me. To be honest, I'm not against joining Ouroboros, you know, as long as it doesn't interfere with what I'm planning to do later. But I will say now that I am currently out of commission for the next few years, Naoto began to explain. We are in no rush for you to join us, Your Highness. Campanella responded with a laugh. With a backing from royalty like you, our inner circle would surely expand. The Grand Master even said rank of position would be up for you to decide, whether you're to be an Anguis or an Enforcer. Campanella continued to explain. That really does sound like a tempting offer then. Are you not a little bit interested in what I want my endgame to be? Naoto couldn't help but ask Campanella. I could only think of a little, but I dare not to suggest anything. Campanella responded, dodging it. Flattery will get you nowhere like that. Campanella. Was it? Well, I won't dive deep into it, but since luck struck my side to how I was born, my ambition might be a bit lofty. After all, I plan to unite Erabonia and Liberal under one banner, Naoto declared, drawing interest from the three from Ouroboros. Hee. So you were really looking to go that way. Naoto, one more voice resounded beside us. You know, grandmother is already starting to miss you. But I bet she doesn't miss you as much as she misses me. The voice said, only for another magic circle to appear. This time the color was azure. What soon appeared to be a girl of sorts, no older than 12 years old, and yet she was already wielding a magic staff, sporting violet eyes and sandstone silver hair. Big sister, did the Grandmaster reach to you as well? Naoto said through Tamamo. This caused Campanella to blink his eyes before letting out a laugh. Huh, now it makes sense for you to own a familiar from the Kin of Fire. Of course you would be related to Vita, Your Highness, Campanella replied. Ouroboros has only recently come into contact with me, but am still exploring around. Perhaps he'll officially join when you join in a few years. Naoto, Vita explained her part. That'll be up to decide then, but it's nice to see you again as well, Vita. Naoto replied happily. It is a shame what happened to your home, but it sounds like you have already started your own path. Vita replied with a hint of sadness. That's the simple way of putting it, yeah. But now that pleasantries are out of the way, I'm afraid I cannot stay for much longer, Naoto began to explain. At the same time, a faint ear-curdling screech suddenly resounded around them as background noise, which drew their attention. Since it came from Tamamus' mouth. Which place did you say you were currently at, Your Highness? Campanella asked in wonder, since the scream they faintly heard just now resembled that of a child's. Infiltrating one of the DG cult's bases, Naoto answered bluntly, which even caused Vita to almost stumble over. Ha, of course you are. I can see why you would be out of commission for a while, Your Highness. Are you sure you want to need some backup there? We could always send some guys to you, as a token of a new friendship, Campanella responded with a laugh, hearing Naoto's blunt answer. Nah, not needed. I've got things handled here for now. In fact, I might even be sending a couple people your way in the future. To you, Campanella, and to Miss Arianrod, Naoto replied. Even to me? Arianrod couldn't help but ask. It was true, since Naoto would soon come across one of the future Star while is residing in the DG cult. Let's just leave it at that, Naoto said, finished saying what he needed to say. It isn't actually known whether Campanella's gender is male or female, and with this being a fanfic and a harem and all. Chapter 65. Ouroboros 2. The POV for this volume is mostly Tamamus' POV, smiley face. With that, I bid you all farewell for now, members of Ouroboros. Vita, please take care, and if you come across Emma again, please let her know that I'm sorry I won't be around for a while. It sounds like the incident has been mostly kept under wraps, but I'm afraid there will still be those who will come to learn of it. I have already addressed those certain individuals with a few letters to let them know of my absence, Naoto said, feeling a bit guilty. He knew he would be out of commission for a while, so Naoto made sure to address those who may have been affected by the raid on his villa. The Royals of Erabonia, the newly inaugurated president of Crossbell, Henry McDowell and his daughter, Ellie McDowell, the Queen of Liberal and Princess Claudia, and so on. The Hexen clan's leader well knew what Naoto was currently doing right now, but for those like Emma, they were still blissfully unaware. Vita revealed a smile, hearing Naoto say that. Of course, I will since you won't be around for a while. But Emma will miss you, you know? Vita asked back. I know. Can I ask you a favor as well? Naoto asked. A favor? What is it? Vita asked, gaining interest. Would you be able to look after Tama in my stead for a while, Vita? I've given her a set of missions to follow while I'm not around. ITLL help promote her growth as well, since she's still quite young. You're training Grianos right now too, right? I will say among the abilities I currently possess, I'd rather not use this certain one until Tama has broadened her horizons, Naoto said, explaining a little bit. This caused Vita to nod her head. Grianos is well underway in his training despite being in his infancy period still. Our familiars weren't born that long ago. I can definitely look after Tamamo for you, Vita replied happily. As she did, Campanella's 2 strands of hair fluttered a bit with interest as well after I said that. Haha, I can't help But wonder what that ability is that you are referring to, Your Highness. Campanella responded with interest. If Naoto could, he too would reveal a smile hearing Campanella say that. Thank you, Vita. As for you, Campanella, why don't I leave Ouroboros with a parting gift? My own token of our budding friendship? Just you not denying our invitation forthright is enough of a parting gift, Your Highness. I dare not ask for more, Campanella replied. I'm willing to give this information to Ouroboros. I did say I'm currently infiltrating one of the DG cult bases, right? That you did, Your Highness. Huh. Well, on the outside, it might look like I'm here against my will, but in reality, it's quite the opposite. This place isn't chaining me down. Not one single piece of it. I could leave any time I wanted to, Naoto explained, which caused a glint of light to streak across Campanella's eyes. So you had an ability like that, but you refused to use it in times like these? For the sake of letting your familiar grow? For now, I only plan to see what's going on down here for the next 4 to 5 years. Afterward, I'll send the persons of interest your guys' way, Naoto answered, causing Campanella to nod his head. However, at the same time, they suddenly heard another faint scream, a painful one at that. Naoto clicked his tongue, hearing as well. TCH, that glasses priest is starting another round of experiments. All for the sake of denying the goddess. Can you believe such a thing? Anyways, I have to drop, Naoto said, acting as if he had just hung up from the phone. His voice could no longer be heard from the silver-white little fox. Peace soon returned to the 3, or rather 4 now, with Vita now joining their side. 5 if you include Tamamo. In the next moment, Tamamis' eyes lost her crimson hue, becoming her normal golden eyes again. It didn't take long for Tamamo to blink her eyes. Q, Tamamo said in confusion, seeing unfamiliar faces now in her sight. She had no idea who the spiky blue-haired man was, nor the green-haired person. Just seeing the green-haired boy caused Tamamo to blink in confusion for a good moment. Tamamo then saw a beautiful, long, blonde-haired armored knight and felt a feeling of familiarity from her. However, the moment Tamamo looked the last figure, who was the sandstone silver-haired girl, her eyes started to sparkle. Q, Tamamo replied happily before using her feet to jump up. Tamamo swiftly entered Vita's embrace, which caused her to let out a giggle. It's nice to see you again, Tama. It hasn't been that long, but this is the first time we've seen each other again since you were created. Vita said, you'll be under my care for a while. You guys don't mind, right? Vita asked the others. All yours. I don't give a shit about raising pets, McBurn replied, shrugging his shoulders. That's a familiar you know, McBurn. Constructs made purely out of mana. If you look down on it now, you may come to regret it later, Campanella said, letting out a retort. Oh yeah? Maybe it's because I don't like magic too much. It's such an external system. I can just will my power to appear, McBurn said, losing more interest. Afterward, he slowly raised one of his fingers into the air. McBurn didn't do anything, and yet a pure flame of fire suddenly appeared over his finger. It felt hot to the touch, just like a real flame, as it was a real flame. But Vita, Campanella, and Arianrod didn't batter an eye seeing his flame appear. No incantation was uttered, nor was there even a sliver of mana detected. This flame just appeared out of nothing. Now the main thing I want to know is whether His Highness is mixed like me in this regard. And if he is mixed, just how much of is it? McBurn questioned with interest. Guess you found something to keep you busy for now, then. McBurn? Which is a good thing, as I need to change my plans a little bit. I was not expecting to encounter His Highness here, since we are mostly here to continue Vita's training and observe the initiation of the Grandmaster's gospel plan. The Faceless took the helm on the project, so it is expected to go without fail. I will need to return to the Celestial Globe for a brief moment to report this to the Grandmaster, Campanella said. After saying hat, Campanella snapped one of his fingers only to let another green magic circle appear beneath his feet. His body started to fade in and out, almost becoming a reflection of a mirror, an illusion. I will ensure the observation continues here, Arianrod assured. Campanella's body vanished from sight. As it did, Campanella left some parting words to McBurn specifically. McBurn, you'll be the enforcer to support Arianrod in my time of absence should action need to be taken, Campanella said before the voice faded. After hearing that, McBurn let out another sigh. Sigh, what a pain in the ass, McBurn uttered. But hearing that only caused Vita to giggle again. Hee. You'll be stuck with us for now, McBurn. I am gaining more interest in this gospel plan the Grandmaster devised, but since I'm not an official member yet, I won't be able to learn its details for a while. Vita responded. Now that you brought this up, doesn't that officially belong to His Highness for sharing the same blood? McBurn wondered. Won't this cause some complications? I'm sure the Grandmaster took that into consideration. The aureole must be retrieved at all costs, Arianrod simply answered. Well, it's not one for me to privy any deeper. Naoto did say he gave Tama here some missions. What were those exactly, Tama? Vita decided to ask the cute fox still snuggled against her. Q. Tamamo tilted her head a bit, wondering what Vita just asked her. QQ, Tamamo replied as if she found the answer quickly. However, the moment Tamamo replied like that, Vita almost lost her balance and tumbled off the branch she was standing on. Thankfully, they were quite high up and away from Hamel Village itself. Besides the faceless, they weren't spotted. Did Naoto really say that? Vita couldn't help but utter. This caused Arianrod to blink her eyes at Vita. Are you suggesting you can understand the speech of this familiar? Vita, Arianrod asked with interest. Of course I can. It's not hard for witches to communicate with their familiars. Call it perk, Vita replied happily. So what exactly did this fox say then? McBurn asked. Watch over Hamel for the next couple days, and, if it comes to it, let the girls die with their dignity. Afterward, head to Liberal and go observe a person called Cassius Bright. Vita explained, which caused McBurn to let out a chuckle. Perhaps coming here won't as boring as I initially thought it will be. McBurn mused to himself. Arianrod uttered as well. Arianrod decided to move her body back toward Hamel Village, only to continue observing the piece for now. Chapter 66. Liberal feels like it's been a while since we've been in Liberal. Maybe just a game or two. Maybe. I'm still getting military ranks down. It's easy for Cassius at least cause his rank stays the same until he retires. He doesn't become a general until the end of Cold Steel Arc. Once Arianrod quieted down, she became silent, only to stare at the faceless who was currently acting as Professor Alba. Seeing Arianrod not budge anymore, McBurn let out another sigh. Yunt, guess I'll go see if that monster is still around. That looked a bit interesting. We only need to stay around here for a couple days too, yeah? McBurn asked Arianrod. That's right. Today marks April 20th of the Seption calendar, and we're given a period of 3 days. I am impressed by His Highness for him to give a similar time frame. The nobles have already started to act against His Majesty. It's going to turn quick and fierce real quick. So don't tarry for too long, McBurn. Arianrod answered McBurn, which caused him to look at her. He wasn't expecting such a long answer from Arianrod. Got it. What about you, Pipsqueak? McBurn asked Vita. Compared to him, Vita was still exceptionally young, so he ended up addressing her like that. In fact, not much was known about McBurn's real age, just that he started wandering around Zemuria around 40 to 50 years ago. The reason why he thought Naoto maybe mixed wasn't that far off, in fact. He just simply appeared in Zemuria one day. He is as alien as Naoto is, just through two different concepts. A transference compared to a full reincarnation. Not that Vita didn't mind that coming from McBurn, she just let out a smile as she pet Tamama's head a bit. Do you mind if tag along with you, McBurn? Grianos and Tamamo need to learn how to hunt. Grianos has already started his training, but I doubt Tamamo has outside of our village, Vita answered. Sure. Just know I won't be watching over you, McBurn said, stretching his arms a bit. As he did, a fiery red circle appeared beneath him. I know, I'm very well capable of taking care of myself, Vita simply answered, only to look down at Tamamo. It's time to play Tama. Are you ready? Vita asked Tamamo, which caused her ears to perk up. Q. Tamamo replied happily, only to jump out of her arms. Tamamo directly landed on one of Vita's shoulders. As Tamamo did, Vita brought out her staff. After that, Vita already saw start jumping from one tall pine tree to the next, quickly vanishing from sight. Yet Vita's eyes was able to track him, and she too quickly departed from sight, leaving Hamel behind. Only Arianrod was now left alone. She took this time to sit down cross-legged on the same branch she was standing on. Seeing the Faceless now enter further deep into Hamel and introducing himself to the children and parents alike, Arianrod slowly shook her head, letting out a sigh of disappointment. "It really is a shame you're not the one I've been looking for, Your Highness," Arianrod said, uttering to herself. She became quiet afterward, enjoying the soft breeze of the wind. Time began to pass before her eyes. Meanwhile, Liberal, Grancel Castle, April 20th, S1192. Deep within Liberal, it currently was not quite as peaceful as Hamel was right now. Grancel Castle could be seen bustling about, but with several soldiers wearing green. They were part of Liberal's Imperial Army. More soldiers could be seen than normal, and their patrol times around the city was set a higher frequency. Some appeared to be frightful, while others had anger in their eyes. As for Grancel Castle, it too could be seen in a busy manner. Within one of the drawing rooms off to the left side of the first floor, several high-ranking officials of Liberal's Royal Guard could be seen standing with a serious look in their eyes. As for the ones who were seated at the long, oval wood table, at the helm was General Morgan. To his right was none other than Cassius Bright. Besides him was Captain Richard and recently promoted First Lieutenant Julia Schwartz, and several others. However, they were currently not wearing happy faces as they looked at the giant strategic map laid out before them. However, at this time, a figure swiftly approached the drawing room. A look of exhaustion, but also one of hope, could currently be seen in their eyes. They looked relatively older compared to the last time Naoto was here, but it was none other than the head maid. "Hilda, please forgive my intrusion. But Her Majesty has finally woken up," Hilda declared, which caused General Morgan, Colonel Bright, and the likes to come to a sudden halt in their current strategy meeting. "That is most excellent. When we received that report a couple days ago, even I could hardly believe it. But to think Her Majesty would suddenly collapse after hearing it," Cassius uttered, recalling what had transpired a couple days ago. As for General Morgan, he swept his gaze across the room. As he did, looks of excitement appeared in their eyes. Even Julia started to tear up a bit. After hearing Her Majesty is safe again, since as of now, she's had several interactions with her, despite being just a first lieutenant. "I will take Colonel Bright and go see Her Majesty at once." "Please continue the strategy meeting, Captain Richard," General Morgan commanded. "With the latest intel we've gotten, Erebonia is finally deciding to launch an attack after a period of peace. We don't know where they will strike, but if we can actively counterattack, it will reduce the losses we will suffer," General Morgan explained, causing the captain to nod. "Of course, General. Please see to Her Majesty. The well-being of the royal family is priority above all else," Captain Richard acknowledged, giving a salute. With that said, General Morgan and Cassius stood up from their chairs and left the room, following the head maid Hilda. They quickly walked up the curved steps to the second floor, only to exit onto the terrace outside. They could feel a soft breeze in the air right now. However, that peaceful feeling remained tense if they were to look up at the horizon for what was to come at them. But right now, the only thing on their mind was to see the Queen. Hilda took the two through the grand terrace on the upper level, only to greet the couple of maids standing in front of the Queen's private quarters. Once General Morgan and Cassius arrived in the Queen's room, they came to a sudden halt. Their gaze immediately went to the bed, only to see a figure slightly elevated on a pillow and could now be seen awake. However, the figure in the bed wasn't alone. The two could see a little girl of sorts, who seemed to no older than 6 years of age. She had pretty violet hair and was quite bright in color, almost matching that of Naoto's hair. And well, it was the exact same color as his. Her hair was starting to grow out a little bit, but not to the length of the wig she would wear on formal occasions in the future. This little girl was wearing a frilly white-purple dress right now. If there was one difference from the time Naoto met her 5 years ago, was the little silver tiara crown now resting on her head with an aquamarine gemstone embedded at its center. "Grandmother," the little girl uttered with a hint of sorrow in her voice. If one looked closely at her eyes, it was clear they were a bit red, likely from crying earlier. She was no longer the toddler 5 years ago and was now a few feet tall. Her arms could now stretch over the bed a bit and was currently holding onto the queen. Seeing this brought both sorrow and happiness to the queen, who was now awake, revealing a rare smile seeing the princess resting beside her. "A little Claudia, whatever will I do with you?" "Welcome, General Morgan, Colonel Bright." Queen Alicia too spoke, seeing the two arrive with Hilda. "Thank you for bringing them, Hilda," Queen Alicia too said, thanking Hilda. "It is no problem, Your Majesty. All of the maids and I give our sincerest gratitude for you to be healthy again." Hilda smiled, saying that. She then looked at the princess and spoke to her. "Come now, Your Highness. You mustn't disturb Her Majesty any longer. She is about to have a discussion with General Morgan and Colonel Bright," Hilda said, trying to urge Princess Claudia from the bed. "No, I'm just as guilty for all of this to happen. I had a feeling something like this would happen ever since I received that," the girl responded to Hilda, which caused those in the room to blink at her. Before anyone could say anything else, Princess Claudia continued to speak. "Brother Naoto, I am sorry to go against your words, since something has indeed happened. I should have shown this to grandmother in the first place," Princess Claudia uttered to herself. "Claudia," Queen Alicia too tried to ask her, and yet her eyes were drawn to Claudio once again. All Claudia did was reach one of her hands into her dress, only to pull out a parchment of sorts. It appeared to be a letter Claudia kept hidden inside of her dress. Chapter 67. Succession for those who've taken a guess. The queen collapsing didn't happen in Canon 3. Let's try getting over 500 again. Seeing it come to this, I should have brought that out in the first place. "I am sorry, Brother Naoto," Claudia uttered to herself, only to reach in her dress, only to pull out a letter of sorts. "Is that a letter?" Queen Alicia couldn't help but ask. "It is. Please read it, grandmother," Claudia answered her, only to pass the letter to Queen Alicia. She had a quick sweep of the room, only to land her eyes on the couple of maids, including the head maid, Hilda. Hilda could clearly see the intent in Her Majesty's eyes, and quickly nodded at her. Hilda dismissed herself and the remaining maids in the room, only to leave Queen Alicia, Princess Claudia, General Morgan, and Colonel Bright behind. Opening the letter slowly, Queen Alicia began to read its contents. "To my dear Princess Claudia, I hope this letter reaches you well, just like my others have through our bird friend Sieg. He's such a nice fellow, isn't he? I do not know whether he'll get into falconry now that I have Tama, to which he'll have to introduce you to later, but only time will tell for that. But that is besides my main point to you in this latest letter. It is regretful to say, but this will be my last letter for the time being. Sad, I know, right? Communication will become quite limited for me for the next few years. I cannot disclose where I am now, but I'm sending this letter to you so you won't worry about me. As for grandmother, it is very likely that she will come to learn of what happened to my home. If she has a reaction, let grandmother know that I am sorry and that my well-being is still intact. For now, we will still be apart, but mark my words that I will be back, and I will be back to reclaim what is rightfully mine, the Oriole among other things. P.S. Please let grandmother, I have decided to enroll Jenny's Royal Academy for my first year of studies. Father may try to enroll me into Thor's military academy, but I want to experience what it's like in Jenny's Royal Academy first. I'm looking forward to spending our school days together. Princess Claudia." The letter ended there. Most of it was addressed to her granddaughter, the sole princess of the Liberlian royal family. However, Queen Alicia saw the official stamp of a phoenix bird at the bottom right, together with a fingerprint of Naoto's thumb, which was stamped in red. It likely belonged to his own blood. Seeing this, Queen Alicia knew this letter was official. "Naoto, you really," Queen Alicia uttered to herself. "I look silly now, don't I? Did Naoto even think I would experience a faint spell like this?" Queen Alicia continued to say, letting out a sigh. "I really am sorry." "Grandmother," Claudia responded again, still having a couple tears in her eyes. "A little Claudia, what has happened has happened. This isn't your fault. If anything, it is mine," Queen Alicia responded, leaning toward her only to wipe Claudia's tears away with her hand. Unexpectedly, Queen Alicia started to raise her own body as she felt enough strength regained from her collapse earlier. It was indeed an attack on the mind, since she had learned of Naoto's villa being burned down by a group of Jaegers. She currently did not know how Naoto was doing, but she saw him as her own grandson. Thankfully, the letter told Queen Alicia that he was still doing well, but she couldn't help but be a bit where Naoto currently was, since he said his current location couldn't be disclosed right now. However, as curious as the two in front of her were, General Morgan became surprised seeing Queen Alicia start to move and shift her weight toward the edge of the bed all of a sudden. "Your Majesty, should you really be moving like that? You had just recovered. We can't afford another collapse like that. Even our physician said if you suffer another one like that, it may prove unfit for your health," General Morgan retorted in worry. "Oh, please, General Morgan. I'm feeling well enough now. I do apologize for my blunder, but my mind has rested for a period of time. I feel energized enough to where I can move again," Queen Alicia said, reassuring General Morgan. But General Morgan tried to resist her, but Queen Alicia still stood up again from the bed. She didn't even struggle trying to stand up when she stood on her feet. Princess Claudia saw this and smiled. She too stood up and remained by Queen Alicia's side. "Novats, General, there is a more pressing matter to discuss. Come now," Queen Alicia urged General Morgan. Would it happen to be related to the incoming war? Cassius, who stayed quiet, decided to ask Queen Alicia. There is that. We've already received intel that Erebonia is already mobilizing their troops and armor divisions. I also received word they have new orbital tanks in the making by the Rainford Group, only for them to be purchased by their nobles. But what I'm to talk about isn't about that," Queen Alicia explained, drawing their interest more. "It's about Brother Naoto, isn't it?" Claudia asked. "Naoto? That was the little boy who came with General Gileath a few years ago to the castle, wasn't he? Estelle did get a bit attached to him, even if it was just for a day or two. They sure played a lot." "Ha!" Cassius said, revealing a smile. "Indeed, I was surprised for him to be able to open the treasury too. I know more than you, Cassius, but that boy is still a mystery to most of us. Most of his files are locked away, even to of someone of the highest military status like me," General Morgan also said, causing Queen Alicia to nod. "There's a reason for that, General Morgan, Colonel Bright. This has been locked away ever since my dear sister passed away during childbirth, but it is now time to shed some light. And you were right, General Morgan. We don't know if I will suffer an attack like that again. As such, this information will be brought forth, as it will determine the very core of our future," Queen Alicia said in a serious tone. "It seems Naoto does have some ambition, all right. Perhaps it was more recent, since the last time we met was 5 years ago. As his grandmother, I can only say I am happy with how he wants to come about this," Queen Alicia continued to say. "Grandmother, are you saying?" Cassius asked. "That's right. The boy you met 5 years ago is none other than the son of my dear sister. He is an Auslese, just like me and Claudia here. Even if he is just my nephew compared to my granddaughter here, he still has Auslese blood flowing within him. According to the letter I just received from Claudia, his being is safe for now, but his whereabouts are currently unknown," Queen Alicia said, explaining the situation to the two. Princess Claudia also nodded her head, since she too had read this letter. "But within that letter, I had my own assumptions which were just brought to light. So from this moment forth, I will be making a declaration. A right of succession, if you would," Queen Alicia declared, which caused General Morgan and Colonel Bright. "Although it won't be official until Naoto makes his return from this moment forth. With members of the royal army, and as the current queen bearing witness, I declare Naoto von Auslese the next crown prince of Liberal. He will ascend the Liberalian throne as its next king, but the exact date is to be determined. When he does, I will retire from my current position," Queen Alicia declared, bringing a big wave of surprise to the two. Even Claudia blinked at her. "Your Majesty," General Morgan responded, unable to find words, only to slowly nod his head. "I understand. As one of your generals of this country, I am to follow your will," General Morgan responded, giving Queen Alicia a military salute. To think that boy would be an Auslese, the next crown prince, huh? I'm sure your parents who are sleeping in the goddess halls are overcome with joy. Your Highness, Cassius responded as well, only to look at Princess Claudia. But isn't liberal mostly a matriarchy? Cassius decided to ask. It is for the most part, yes. But that is because most of our lineage happened to succeed as females. Even you saw who was next to be in line to the throne, my own son as the crown prince. He would have ascended proper if he and his wife didn't have that maritime accident. Queen Alicia answered Cassius with a hint of sadness. I'm sure father and mother are resting peacefully in the goddess halls. Grandmother. Claudia tried to respond with a smile. Despite being just 6 years old, she had enough time to get over her parents' death over 5 years ago. At the time, she had no clue, but she eventually learned of it. It took time, but she was able to overcome that sadness, and Naoto sending her letters played a huge role in that, despite not being able to support her in person. Queen Alicia couldn't help but smile seeing Claudia say that. Oh, Claudia, you've experienced a lot recently. I may have to trouble you just a bit more as Liberal's acting princess. You'll be fine with that, won't you? Queen Alicia said, only to walk slowly to Claudia. She started to ruffle her hair a bit, which caused Claudia to smile. Of course, grandmother. It is only as an act, right? Brother Naoto will be the one to sit on the big seat, Claudia answered. That's right. But even you may sit on the throne beside him, as his queen, Queen Alicia continued to say, which caused Claudia to blink at her. A queen, Claudia uttered to herself. She was still just a child, but interest could be seen in her eyes. She too was of the royal line, so becoming a queen wasn't out of the question for her. Cassius saw this and couldn't help but shrug his shoulders. Haha, this succession is definitely a surprise to come from you, your majesty, but we can't really go against your words now. Can we? Will this be brought up in the royal assembly at the end of the year? General Morgan decided to ask. No, I will not publicize this until Naoto returns. Which now brings me to our next matter. Colonel Bright. Queen Alicia answered, only to look at Cassius. Yes, your majesty, Cassius responded, giving a military salute. You will be in charge of the invasion that is likely to come our way. We don't know when it will strike, but be ready to respond at a moment's notice. Whether it is the Air Force, the Royal Army, or our armor divisions, you will be their leading commander in this operation. Queen Alicia issued, giving a command to Cassius. Yes, your majesty, Cassius acknowledged, giving another salute. You are giving Colonel Bright full command of this coming war? General Morgan responded with interest. I'm assuming you have another role for me, your majesty? General Morgan asked. You assumed correctly, General Morgan. You will have full use of our fund for this covert operation. I don't care how or what it takes for it to be done, but I want you to locate Naoto's whereabouts. He did say he cannot disclose his current location and that his safety was reassured, but I want this information personally delivered to me. You must find where he is. Do I make myself clear? Queen Alicia asked in a serious tone. Yes, I will carry this order out, your majesty. General Morgan responded with his own military salute. Good, Queen Alicia said, only to reveal a smile, hearing General Morgan's resolution. On a side note, the words heaven and hell don't really exist in Zemuria. The continent is hailed under one main religion, which supports the goddess Adios, so you'll likely see references related to her if heaven is brought up. As for hell, it is known as Gehenna here. Chapter 68. The Accursed 1 April 23rd, S. 1992, Hamel. Is this really right? A soft voice uttered throughout several tall pine trees. This voice seemed to have come from what appeared to be a person who was currently wearing a full plate of armor, as if they were a Valkyrie. Their helmet could be seen donned again, hiding away her ethereal beauty. It was of course Arianrod. She had not moved from the spot she arrived at for 3 whole days. She neither slept or ate, only to observe the faceless play around with the children of the village during these last couple of days. He acted as if he was one of them. But that peaceful period came to an abrupt end. It was now well into the night, with Zemuria's moon high in the sky. If it could be painted red, it would on this fateful night. Oh, I didn't think you would be one to share that sort of sentimentality, Arianrod, a second voice said, showing a bit of interest at her words. A blue-haired man appeared not too far away. That look of interest only lasted for a moment before his laziness appeared again. Still, that monster wasn't worth nothing. Didn't match your strength by a long shot. It was enough for the pups to handle it, the lazy man said, who was none other than McBurn. His eyes were then drawn to the fiery blaze that erupted in the once peaceful village. Many of its houses could either be seen set on fire or being actively torn apart by what appeared to be several figures wearing green military-style clothing. The villagers could be seen panicking in all directions, either trying to run away in terror or end up dying trying to escape. It was not a quiet night, as Arianrod and McBurn constantly heard gunshots screech through the pine trees. It looks like the Faceless has decided to act, though, so there won't be much point in being here much longer. Are you not going to join him in the fun? McBurn asked. No. Unlike him, I am one not to hurt the innocence of man. Arianrod simply answered McBurn. Should I decide to kill, it would be for purpose and reason, Arianrod continued to say, which unexpectedly drew in a third voice, responding to her. Haha, but there is reason to this fateful night, isn't there? A voice said, which seemed to belong to another man. Before McBurn and Arianrod, another magic-like circle appeared on one of the pine trees next to the two. What stood before them was a man approaching his middle years. He was currently 26 at this time and sported short dark blue hair, which was combed all the way back. However, this version of him, he was now wearing his full priest attire, an off-white vestment with strong accents of purple and fuchsia. He still had the same little spectacles around his eyes. He pushed them up a bit after he said that. My, it seems the fun has already started without me. How sad, a fourth voice said, only to reveal a similar green-patterned circle that had already appeared once a couple days ago. What appeared was the same green-haired boy, who had left McBurn, Vita, and Arianrod to an urgent matter he needed to attend. But now it seemed that was over and has made a return to watch Hamel in flames. Seeing Campanella return, Arianrod turned her head to look at him and spoke out. Did you give your report to the Grandmaster? Arianrod asked Campanella. Sure did. The Grandmaster was pleased with His Highness' response. Campanella answered Arianrod, revealing a rare smile. His Highness? It seems something occurred while I was tending to my own devices. Either way, this kicks to the start of our gospel plan, the priest said. You could say that. A fifth voice said, revealing to be that of a girl's voice. Vita showed up not long after McBurn arrived, only to reveal a frown. Not one, but two little non-human figures could be seen with her now. Still, how could you leave us all alone back there like that? McBurn, Vita continued to say, revealing a playful frown. Q, one of the two figures said, only to reveal a silvery white fox. The fox complained a bit, only to open its mouth. A freezing mana chill blasted at McBurn. Chirp, a second voice screeched, which revealed to be an azure bird of sorts. This was none other than Grianos, Vita's own familiar. It flapped its wings a bit at McBurn. Hey, I told you I wouldn't watch over you. If you ended up getting lost, that's your own fault, McBurn responded, hearing that only caused Vita to smile. Hee, I was only kidding, of course. Thank you for letting us hunt like that, Vita responded, thanking McBurn. Over these last couple of days, Vita took Grianos and Tamamo hunting around the woody mountains around Hamel. The monsters were not scarce by any means. If Naoto was here, he would surely see a rise in Tamamus level. TCH, damn magic pets, McBurn retorted. He stopped there and started to stretch his neck a bit. Well, it seems we have a new face, the priest said, revealing his own smile. He saw Vita and the two familiars. This drew Vita's interest, since 3 days ago. The Faceless was still inside Hamel Village. Campanella nodded his head at the Faceless. Since you were busy trying to initiate the gospel plan, you had no time to see our latest recruit the Grandmaster had the pleasure of getting acquainted with, although not an actual member of Ouroboros yet. Vita here will be joining in due time, Campanella said, explaining the situation to the Faceless. Is that so? So you had the pleasure of meeting the Grandmaster already, huh? The Faceless responded with interest as he looked at Vita. I have. She has invited me to join, but am still in the exploring mood. It hasn't been too long since I left my village. She offered me one of the Anguis seats. The moment the word Vita uttered the word Anguis, it drew their attention as the Faceless turned serious. The Grandmaster offered a seat of the Anguis to a little girl like you, the Faceless retorted. Hearing the Faceless say that, Vita took out a pretty tall staff. It appeared to be the same staff as the one Rosalia used, the staff of the Elder. Except for Vita, it wasn't crimson in color. It was azure and green in color. An orbital staff? No, I feel something different. The Faceless uttered, seeing Vita's staff. Receive it from grandmother, personally, for completing my training. It is a fully functional witch's staff, imaged in the same way our elder uses. I did ask to use hers, but she was stingy and made me one instead. The Grandmaster recently scouted me out. It's a pleasure to meet another Anguis. Vita of the Hexen clan, at your service, Vita said, formally introducing herself. Now, it's beginning to click. To think you would be from such a secluded clan. They like to keep to themselves, don't they? The Faceless asked. For the most part. But we do have wandering witches of our own. As for me, I have permission to explore, Vita explained. So the right place at the right time? Well, I go by George Weissman, or as Ouroboros likes to call me, the Faceless. It's nice to see the seats of our remaining positions are being filled, the Faceless said, introducing himself. But seeing as you aren't an official member yet, I'm afraid we cannot disclose too much to you, Vita, even if the Grandmaster has you in regard. The Faceless, I've already accepted that part. Besides, I'm still exploring. Until Naoto decides to join, he'll be exploring Zemuria. Vita responded, Epidi. She then looked at Tamamo. And we even have some new destinations in mind, Vita said, rubbing Tamama's ears a bit. Q. Tamamo replied, happily hearing that. Naoto, the Faceless asked. Haha, that's where you were left out, Faceless. Nato von Auslese. The Grandmaster sent him an invitation to join us as well. He didn't decline either, Campanella said, revealing a playful smile. Even someone of royal blood? The Faceless asked, pushing his glasses up again. However, at this time, their gazes were drawn back down to the village that was still blazing, lighting up the dark night. Toward the center, they saw the silver-haired teen speak to the purple-black-haired girl and the amber-eyed boy for a couple moments before retrieving a sword from one of the slain green military-dressed Jaegers and started to fight back. The girl and the boy entered a dash toward one of the edges of the village, making an attempt to escape. Unfortunately for those two, a stray Jaeger quickly found their escape path and quickly blocked off their escape path. The girl quickly decided to protect the boy, only to end up getting stabbed in the chest several times. This caused the girl to bleed out and the boy to receive a shock, collapsing right then and there. This ruined the Jaeger's mood. Thinking the amber-eyed boy was also dead, he returned to the village to have some more fun. In a similar fashion, a sole brown-haired child, even younger than the amber-eyed boy, actually managed to outwit the couple of Jaegers that were giving chase, only to flee deep inside the mountains. If one had a close look, he too could be seen in pain as he clutched his left eye with his hand. Even blood could be seen dripping out of it. As to where the little child was trying to run to, in his far-off sight was the Sutherland region. Snot from crying was mixed in the blood as his tiny feet continued to carry him. As for the silver-haired boy, he fended off quite a bit and managed to catch up to the girl and amber-eyed boy in a moment of respite. Unfortunately for him, by the time he caught up, he saw a slash mark so wide on the girl's back on top of her stab wounds, she ended up perishing in his arms, only to leave the amber-eyed boy behind, trying to hold in his tears. The silver-haired boy quickly grabbed the amber-eyed boy and fled in a separate direction from the brown-haired child. As they did, Campanella saw these movements and couldn't help but reveal a playful smile. Vita doesn't actually join Ouroboros until like 5 years down the line. Chapter 69. Instance Dungeon, Hamelding. Remote party access has been granted due to player Vita being within the vicinity of player Naoto's familiar, Tamamo. Player Naoto has invited you to join a party. Would you like to join? Yes, no, what an adios name is this thing? Vita couldn't help but exclaim in shock after seeing a holographic blue panel of sorts appear before her very eyes. This drew interest from Campanella, McBurn, Arianrod, and the Faceless from the terror they were currently witnessing. Campanella responded, as he currently did not see anything that could make Vita exclaim like that. This caused Vita to blink at him? Campanella may join the harem at some point. It remains undecided. Are you not seeing what I am currently seeing? Vita explained, still seeing the blue panel in front of her. However, before Campanella and the others could respond, Tamamo became excited, letting her two tails spin around. Q. Tamamo replied happily, seeing the blue screen. Since Tamamo was Naoto's familiar, of course she could see the player's screen as well. Campanella chuckled seeing this, despite the ongoing confusion. Haha, whatever it is, it seems like His Highness familiar is causing quite a stir about it. Campanella responded with an interested look in his eyes. Unexpectedly, they saw Tamamo jump from Vita's embrace. They expected Tamamo to fall down onto the ground, but surprisingly to them, Tamamo actually remained standing on what appeared to be empty air. The hell? Is this pup floating? McBurn uttered, seeing Tamamo just stand as if she was actually standing. Interesting. It seems there is a third factor playing into this. The Faceless also responded with interest. Q. Tamamo said, ignoring their remarks. The four only saw Tamamo raise one of her little paws and press down on it. Ding! Player Vita has accepted the party invitation. You have joined a party. Player Naoto is currently set as party leader. At this time, Vita blinked at Tamamo. The blue panel then disappeared, causing Tamamo to jump back onto Vita's shoulder. A buzzing sound echoed inside of her mind, as if it just established a connection. Vita's eyes became surprised the moment she heard a familiar voice sound off inside her mind. Oh good, it looks like connection finally established. The voice sounded off in Vita's mind. Naoto, Vita uttered, which quickly drew their eyes. Oh, is His Highness back? Campanella surmised. Unfortunately, Naoto couldn't hear Campanella's remark, since he was only speaking directly into Vita's mind right now. That's me. Just think of this similar to telepathy. I did this a lot with Rose when I was with her, Naoto explained. Telepathy, huh? I guess I would have to inquire about this from grandmother then. Vita responded. It's good to hear from you again, if the last time was just a couple days ago. Right? Unfortunately, I can only keep this short. You saw that party invitation yet? This place is going to become a dungeon. Tama has already been made aware. Ouroboros should still be with you, right? This will be considered training for Tama, but you're good to invite them too, Naoto bluntly explained, which caused Vita's eyes to blink. Become a dungeon? What do you mean this place is going to become a dungeon? Vita tried to ask, but she felt her mind stir for a moment, as if she had lost her connection with Naoto. The telepathy only lasted briefly. Were you in contact, His Highness, just now? Well, coming from you witches, a form of telepathy wouldn't be out of the question, Campanella uttered. I was, but it was just for a moment. Something about training? Vita wondered herself, only to look down at Tamamo, who seemed to have a serious air around her. Q, Tamamo replied, as if she was letting everyone know to get ready. Ding! An unknown source of power has been detected. Now forming instance dungeon. Generating in progress. Eyes. At this time, it wasn't just Vita and Tamamo who heard that sound notification. McBurn, Arianrod, and even the Faceless could hear this one. They were soon met with another notification instance dungeon. Hamel, an unknown source of power, has begun to sprout up in Erebonia. It has been detected in the vicinity. A player has been detected within the vicinity. Instance dungeon. Hamel has successfully formed. Objectives: 1. Rout all remaining Jaegers. 025. 2. Defeat the Shadows. Shadow Olaf Craig. 01. Shadow Van Dyck. 01. Shadow Needhart. 01. Shadow High Arms. 01. Shadow Celestin. 01 rewards. Ding! Player Tamamo has met the criteria to form instance dungeon. Hamel. A party has been created by inviting player Vita. Guests have been detected within the player's radius. As party has been formed, guests will be allowed to partake in this event. Would you like to invite the guests? Q. Tamamo replied, happily seeing this latest notification appear. She jumped off Vita's shoulder and slapped the notification yes with one of her tails before anyone could respond. Ding! Player McBurn, player Arianrod, player Faceless has successfully joined the party. Now, generating playing field. Right after that latest notification ended, a huge burst of an invisible energy spread out around Hamel and outside of it. This caused everyone to look in different directions. After that burst of energy spread forth, everything became pixelized for a moment, with the area becoming pixel cubes, only to vanish shortly after. Ding, ding, ding. A sound of an ancient-like bell resounded in the vicinity. Before their very eyes, the five saw the rest of the villagers, both dead and alive, suddenly vanish, only leaving behind the Jaegers. At the same time, they saw shadowy auras start popping out deeper in the village, 5 of them to be exact. To add to that, the atmosphere turned from a blaze to a crimson red, and it became red all around them. It didn't take long for another notification to sound off. Ding! Instance dungeon. Hamel has finished forming. Until completion of dungeon, time on the outside will no longer flow. Please work hard to defeat the shadows. The result of this dungeon will not affect the pivoting point. Player Naoto has designated player Tamamo as party leader. Well, this is a lot to take in. I didn't know His Highness had such an ability to create a dungeon in real time. Campanella responded, seeing the sudden change in atmosphere. Even the blazing infernos could no longer be seen. What replaced them were collapsed and broken houses and an eerie feeling. Black battle chi, like auras, also began to wrap around the remaining Jaegers, to which they started to move strangely. As curious as I am to this sudden development, I hate being used as an experiment like this. The Faceless retorted, slightly annoyed. Welp, His Highness made such a boring place in and not such a boring place no more. McBurn said, revealing a compliment. He started to stretch his neck before moving to his other limbs. Almost makes me want to go all out in this sort of place, you know? It seems to have halted the outside. Can't say no to a free lunch, McBurn said, letting out some fire to compliment what he just said. That is true. This is almost like one of those proving grounds. Something about it being labeled as a pivoting point, Campanella uttered. But out of us, the one who would know the most about this place would actually be you, right, Miss Argent Awakener, Campanella continued to say, revealing a grin. I have no comment on that. The only thing I will say is that a tremendous power slumbers deep within this place, but its connection to this newly formed dungeon has no relevance. For His Highness to create such a place is truly a wonder, Arianrod said, giving a compliment as well. It hasn't been too long since I joined Ouroboros either, but I am curious about that divine knight that you wield. Will you be using this in this testing ground? The Faceless asked with interest, to which Arianrod just shook her head. No, such power is not required for a place such as this. I do not have any plans to use such power for a period of time, Arianrod explained a bit. In the meantime, Vita let out a long sigh, drooping her staff a bit. I have no idea what's going on anymore. Did Naoto really create this place? Vita said, still confused. Ha. His Highness definitely has some sort of ability I would like to discover, but why don't I join in on a little fun? These shadows shouldn't pose much of a threat considering it's the 5 of us. Campanella responded happily. In-game, I just have one teeny tiny problem, McBurn said, finishing his stretching. Oh, what would that be? Campanella asked. Hearing that, McBurn immediately raised his finger only to point out the little silvery white two-tailed fox who could currently be seen spinning her tails around happily. Why is this little shit said, as the party leader? McBurn said, letting out a curse. Immediately upon hearing that, Tamamus Mana started to flare up. Q, Tam almost said, opening her mouth. A chilling blast of freezing smoke was sent right into McBurn's face. Seeing this, even Vita let out a giggle. Hee, even if I still don't know much of what just happened. You two are becoming fast friends, Vita said with a giggle. TCH, as hell I am, McBurn retorted. Q, Tamamo also said, giving a complaint. Well, I would say we don't have much time considering the severity of things now, but this place apparently froze time on the outside. Still, we should ready ourselves. Any objections? Campanella asked. Can we change party leaders? McBurn asked. Denied. Anyone else? Campanella said, immediately denying McBurn. None, the Faceless said, readying his two-pronged staff. I do not, Arianrod replied, shaking her head. She took out her signature lance. Neither do I, Vida said, readying her staff. I'll support you all with my incantations, Vida continued to say, which earned a nod from Campanella. Q, Tamamo said, as if she said no as well. Then let us rout this dungeon, which His Highness has kindly set for us, Campanella replied happily. His body soon started to phase in and out of existence, as if it was becoming an illusion. Chapter 70. Echoes of War. As Campanella began to have fun with his shuffle time, the sands of time began to churn again. It didn't take the 5 long to clear the instance dungeon. The Jaegers did pose a small risk to the group, due to receiving enhanced battle chi thanks to the gamer system. But these pillars of Ouroboros have long gotten used to fighting either alone or in groups, and it did not take them long to clear the Jaegers out. Each one fought one of the 5 shadows. Arianrod to Shadow Van Dyck, Vida to Shadow Celestin, Tamamo to Shadow Olaf Craig, Faceless to Shadow High Arms, and McBurn to Shadow Needheart. McBurn was at first mad, seeing who fought who, as it was obvious Van Dyck's strength was far above the rest of the 4 shadows. But this particular version of Needheart was Instructor Needheart. He posed enough of a challenge to where McBurn no longer found himself bored. Since Tamamo was to the party leader, every single bit of experience was rewarded to her, causing Tamamus levels to soar. As far as the concepts of levels went, the members of Ouroboros couldn't see their own level or their fellow party levels. It was as if they didn't exist. From their point of view, it was similar to how Campanella acted, only knowing that Naoto was able to create dungeons for now. The concept of levels didn't exist from their point of view, which meant no experience went to them. Still, that didn't mean they didn't get unrewarded, though. Once the dungeon was cleared, Arianrod felt her battle chi thicken. She thought she had reached the pinnacle of her strength, but the gamer system said otherwise, showing her a new light. The Faceless obtained new knowledge he could use to further his studies on creating his dream, artificial stigmas. As to whether he could actually realize it still depended on his efforts. The gamer system is impartial. It did not regard people as heroes or villains. If the gamer system assigned a quest to a party, and one of the party members happened to be a villain, it would still reward such a person. The Faceless knew well who gave him this reward, and now he owes Naoto a favor, as he hates owing favors. This will be kept in mind, should he decide to try and erase his own presence from Naoto's mind, as that was one of the special abilities of the Faceless, and why he obtained such a moniker in the first person. Naoto wasn't against this either, as he too was interested in the theory behind how stigmas worked.